Chapter 15. The Empire at Noon. In the autumn of 1809, when the ink upon the Treaty of Schönbrunn was not yet dry, and Metternich had not yet quite finished the first of his many calculations, it became possible for an observer in Paris, or in Milan, or in Hamburg, or in Rome, to lift his eyes from the particular campaign and consider the whole. The whole was not easy to take in at one glance. To follow the emperor from the bridge at Lodi to the fogs of Moravia, and thence to the islands of the Danube, is to follow a career of marches and battles. But marches and battles leave behind them, when they are done, a thing that is neither a march nor a battle, and which must be described in its turn. For in that autumn, with Austria once more cowed and Russia for the moment compliant, and Prussia a shadow and Britain a distant irritation beyond a blockaded sea, the empire of the French stood at the greatest territorial extent that any single man had governed upon the continent since the Caesars. The comparison was not lost upon the emperor himself, who encouraged it. It ought not to be lost upon us, who look back upon it with the advantage, melancholy as it often is, of knowing what came after. Consider first the extent. France herself, the France of the old kings, had counted some 83 departments. The France of the emperor counted 130. The increase was not merely administrative cartography. From Hamburg upon the North Sea, where the Elbe meets the tide, the tricolour flew over custom houses and mayoralties. Along the coast of Holland, the old United Provinces, which had for a time existed as the Kingdom of Holland under the Emperor's brother Louis, and which in the summer of the following year would be annexed outright when Louis, too sympathetic to his subjects and too slow to ruin their trade, laid down his crown and fled. Down the Rhine, whose entire left bank was French as the Moselle was French. Through Belgium, whose great cities of Brussels and Antwerp and Ghent had been departments since the Directory. Into Savoy and Piedmont and Liguria, so that Genoa with its banks and its shipping was administered from Paris. Through Tuscany, where Florence had become a prefecture, and at last down the Italian boot into the Papal States themselves. For in that same year, 1809, the patrimony of St. Peter had been taken into the empire by decree, and Rome, the Rome of Augustus and of the popes, had become the second city of the empire and the seat of a French prefect. To this was added, by the treaty just concluded, the long coast of Dalmatia and its hinterland, which the emperor had erected into the Illyrian provinces, so that a French governor sat at Laibach and French gendarmes patrolled the paths behind Ragusa. Some 44 millions of subjects obeyed or were taken to obey, the prefects and sub-prefects and mayors of this directly administered empire. And beyond these, there were the other millions of the satellite realms. The satellite realms were an arrangement that had no exact precedent in the history of Europe, though something faintly resembling it had existed in the reach of Rome's client kings. The Kingdom of Italy, which comprised the rich plain of Lombardy and the Veneto and the Romagna, had the emperor himself as its sovereign, the iron crown of the Lombards having been set upon his head at Milan in the May of 1805, with the famous formula that God had given it to him, and woe to whoever touched it. In practice, the kingdom was governed, and governed with a steadiness and decency that have caused even unfriendly witnesses to praise it, by his stepson Eugène de Beauharnais, the son of Josephine by her first husband, who for a decade administered Milan as viceroy, with a gravity rare in that family, and rarer still in that reign. Eugène was a soldier also, and a good one, and he had the further merit unusual in the kinsman of the emperor, of knowing what he was and not pretending to be more. To the south of his viceroyalty lay the kingdom of Naples, which had been bestowed first upon the elder brother, Joseph, and then, when Joseph was transferred to Madrid, upon Joachim Murat, the king of cavalry, the son of a Gascon innkeeper who had risen by the sabre to wear a crown, and who, with his wife Caroline, the emperor's sister, presided at Naples with a flamboyance that was perhaps excessive but was not contemptible, and gave the kingdom a better government than it had known under the Bourbons. In Madrid sat Joseph, the eldest of the brothers, a mild and cultivated man, upon whom had been laid a burden for which no brother of that blood was equipped, the kingdom of Spain, where he was nominally sovereign, and was in fact scarcely master of the ground upon which his court stood. His writ ran, when it ran at all, as far as his escorts could carry it, and at most it reached into Andalusia. Of him and of the war that surrounded him more has been said in its place. In The Hague, until the summer of 1810, sat Louis, the brooding brother, who had been given the Dutch to govern and had committed the unforgivable sin of becoming, in some measure, Dutch himself. He connived at smuggling because his subjects lived by the sea, spoke their language, took their part against the imperial decrees, and at length resigned rather than be the instrument of their ruin. The kingdom then vanished into France, and the emperor had one less brother upon a throne. At Kassel reigned the youngest, Jerome, the Bow King, as his detractors called him, who had been erected out of bits of Hanover and Brunswick and Hesse into the kingdom of Westphalia. He was frivolous and extravagant, and spent more upon his household than his revenues bore. But he was not a bad ruler, and he was the first German sovereign to govern under a code that abolished serfdom and the feudal privileges of the nobility, which was not nothing. To the east of him, the Grand Duchy of Berg, which had been Murat's before Murat went to Naples, was held in the name of a child, Louis Napoleon, son of Louis and Hortense, over whom it is worth pausing, since in a later age, and by strange paths, this same child would himself wear an imperial crown, and would be the second and last of his line. Further east still, upon the old, debatable ground of Poland, the emperor had erected the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, out of the provinces torn from Prussia and Austria, and had given it the King of Saxony, Frederick August, as its Grand Duke. A Polish state, that is to say, without a Polish king, which was a characteristic compromise, and pleased the Poles less than they allowed to be seen. Across the Rhine, there was the great loose federation of the Confederation of the Rhine, some 36 German states, with the emperor as their hereditary protector. The Holy Roman Empire, having been decently buried in the summer of '6, and its Habsburg mourner having gone home to Vienna to become merely Emperor of Austria. Around this framework there had accumulated a further lattice of principalities erected for the family and for the marshals. The sister Elisa presided at Florence over Tuscany and the old principalities of Lucca and Piombino. The sister Pauline, having been married into the Roman house of Borghese, moved between her palace upon the Tiber and her hotel in Paris, beautiful and unchangeable, caring for nothing that can now be discovered except her own pleasures and her brother, whom she alone of the family loved without calculation. Berthier, the chief of staff, was Prince of Neuchâtel, which he had never visited, and was shortly to be made Prince of Wagram for the battle just fought. Talleyrand, until his fall from favour, was Prince of Benevento. Bernadotte, before he wandered off to Stockholm, was Prince of Pontecorvo. and beneath these eminences stretched the whole ladder of the new nobility of the empire, the dukes and counts and barons created by letters patent, a hierarchy superimposed upon the old France from which titles had been abolished scarcely 15 years before, of this nobility, which deserves a paragraph to itself, more presently. Over this enormous and variegated dominion, the emperor had, since November of 1806, caused to be drawn the economic net, which his decrees called the continental system, and which his enemies called the continental blockade. The Berlin decree of that year, and the Milan decree which followed in the December of '7, forbade commerce with the British Isles throughout the lands within the reach of French arms, and commanded the seizure of British goods wherever found. The purpose was to strangle the one adversary that could not be reached by the bayonet. The method required that every port from Hamburg to Naples, from Lübeck to Trieste, from the Texel to the Tagus, should be closed simultaneously and should remain closed. It was, in conception, a strategy of sublime simplicity. It was, in execution, an undertaking for which no administration in Europe possessed, or could have possessed, sufficient customs officers. Smuggling became the chief commerce of half the coastline. British manufactures entered the continent by the back door of Salonika, by the neutral port of Gothenburg, by the little British-held rock of Heligoland, which lay at the mouth of the Elbe, like a permanent reproach. The customs receipts of the empire were kept impressive chiefly by the expedient of confiscating cargoes and selling them again. The merchants of Bordeaux grew thin, the merchants of Hamburg grew thinner, and the merchants of London continued, with their usual patience, to find new markets in South America and in the Levant to replace the markets they had lost. An economic weapon which requires its wielder to impoverish his own subjects in order to inconvenience his enemy carries within itself the seed of its failure. And the failure was already legible to anyone with the eyes to read customs ledgers by 10. A trade depression in the winter of that year, brought on largely by the system's own success in interrupting the accustomed channels, made bankrupts in Paris and Lyon. The Russian merchants, whose hemp and naval stores had no other buyer than the enemy, suffered most, and the Tsar's ukase of the last day of December 1810, which in effect opened his ports again to neutrals carrying British goods, would, in due course, be the proximate cause of the catastrophe of 12. But we are not yet at 12. In the autumn of 9, the system was still in its young vigor, and the emperor still believed, or affected to believe, that another tightening of the screws would bring the islanders to terms. The capital of this new Rome had, in the course of a decade, begun to be rebuilt to match the dignity of the men who governed from it. Paris, at this date, was a city of some 2 millions of souls, its streets for the most part still narrow and medieval, its river crossed by the old bridges and one or two new, its air compounded as it had been under Louis XIV of mud and wood smoke and the exhalations of the Seine. But across this ancient fabric the emperor had caused to be stretched a scaffolding of public works such as no king of France had attempted. Between the Tuileries and the Louvre there had been raised, in the years 6 to 8, by Percier and Fontaine, the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, a little arch in the Roman manner, ornamented with coloured marbles, and crowned, for a time, by the 4 bronze horses which had been taken from the Basilica of St. Mark at Venice. Upon the heights of the Étoile, at the end of the long avenue from the Tuileries Gardens, the foundations of a second and far greater triumphal arch had been laid in that same year 6, though that arch was to be finished only under a king not yet upon the throne, and a dynasty not yet conceived, so that one may say without exaggeration that the Arc de l'Étoile outlived the empire, it was meant to commemorate by a full generation before it, at last, rose above its hoardings. In the Place Vendôme, where a statue of Louis XIV had stood until the Revolution had pulled it down, there was cast and erected, between 6 and 10, a column in imitation of Trajan's at Rome, spiraling with reliefs by Bergeret, that depicted the campaign of Ulm and Austerlitz, and cast, as the official panegyrics were fond of reminding the visitor, from 1,200 Austrian and Russian cannon taken in that campaign. The metaphor was complete. The bronze that had once been the enemy's artillery now commemorated the battle in which it had been captured. Upon the Madeleine, at the northern end of the Rue Royale, there was rising in the same years the great peripteral temple, which the emperor had decreed should be a temple of glory to the Grande Armée, and which, as events fell out, was after his fall to be consecrated instead as a Catholic church, and stand still in that later office upon its plinth of steps. The Rue de Rivoli, which had been begun under the consulate in the year 2, was being driven through the old quarters along the northern side of the Tuileries Gardens, with the arcades and uniform facades that still bear the stamp of the empire's taste, though the Rue was not to be completed, as we now see it, for half a century and more, after the emperor had ceased to watch over it. The new Bourse, by Brongniart, was going up in its Corinthian colonnade to house the exchange. The Canal de l'Ourcq, begun in the year 2, was bringing clean water from the valley of the Ourcq to the fountains of Paris, which in the old city had drunk directly from the Seine, with the consequences that might be expected. 4 new bridges of stone and iron were being thrown across the river, or had recently been thrown, the bridges of Austerlitz and of Jena at either end of the town, and in the centre the Pont des Arts, the first iron bridge in Paris, a light structure for foot passengers opposite the Institute. Gas lighting was being tried, experimentally, upon certain of the principal streets. The emperor concerned himself personally with the widening of thoroughfares and the alignment of facades, and his letters to his Minister of the Interior are full of observations upon the paving of the Rue Saint-Honoré, which might have been written by a municipal engineer. The greatest of the capital's ornaments, however, was not a new building, but an old palace filled with an entirely new thing. The Louvre, which had been opened as a public museum by the Convention in the year of '93, had, under the Empire, been transformed and renamed into the Musée Napoleon. Into its galleries had been carried, by the armies of the Republic first, and then by the armies of the Empire, the most celebrated works of art of Europe. The Apollo, Belvedere, and the Laocoon from the halls of the Vatican, the 4 bronze horses of St. Mark from Venice, which adorned for a time the Carousel Arch before being returned, as we shall note. Veronese's vast marriage at Cana from the refectory of San Giorgio Maggiore, the Medici Venus from the Tribuna at Florence, pictures and statues from the churches and ducal galleries of the Low Countries and the German states, so that one might walk in those rooms and see assembled in a single building more of the masterpieces of European art than had ever been or have ever since been gathered under one roof. The administration of this unexampled collection had been entrusted to Dominique Vivant Denon, that same Denon who had accompanied the expedition to Egypt and had drawn, in the intervals of its marches, what no Frenchman had ever drawn, the temples of Dendera and the Colossi of Thebes. A man of taste and energy and considerable cunning, who made the Musée his life's work, and who, when at last the tide turned, would do what he could to save what he had gathered. that he could say very little of it, and that most of the pictures and statues returned after 15 to the cities from which they had been taken, is a matter to be recorded with a certain measured regret. For though the manner of the gathering had been indefensible, the gathering itself was one of the genuine wonders of the age, and its dispersal undid what no age since has been able to reassemble. Behind these public monuments stood the administrative apparatus that had made them, and that more importantly made possible the daily government of 44 millions of direct subjects. The prefects, created by the law of the 28th Pluviose of the year 8, in the February of 1800, sat one to each department, appointed by the emperor, responsible to Paris for every birth and death and conscript and tax assessment within their jurisdiction. The chain of command which the Revolution had broken had been, under a new name, restored. Beneath them, the sub-prefects, beneath them, the mayors, and to enforce their writ, the gendarmerie, some 17,000 strong, a corps d'élite of military police drawn from veterans, which kept the roads safe for travellers and the villages quiet for tax-gatherers, and whose blue uniforms became, in the countryside, the visible mark of the new order. The Bank of France, founded in the year 1800 and reorganized in 6, had stabilized the currency. The franc germinal, with its gold content fixed by the law of 3, was to retain that content through every vicissitude of governments until the war of a century later, which is a tribute of a kind to the arithmetical solidity of its founder. Above the administration of bodies stood the administration of minds. The Imperial University, established by decree in 8, was not a university in the older sense of a community of scholars, but a ministry, with a Grand Master at its head, charged with the oversight of all public education within the empire. No one might teach without its license, and its inspectors examined the curricula of schools from Antwerp to Turin. Beneath it, the lycées, the state secondary schools, whose number would reach 44 by the end of the reign, took the sons of the bourgeoisie and of such of the gentry as wished to serve, and produced a new kind of Frenchman, formed upon Latin and mathematics, and a uniform discipline that had something of the regiment in it. Above the lycée, the grandes écoles, the École Polytechnique, which produced engineers and artillerymen, the École Normale Supérieure, for the masters of future schools, Saint-Cyr, for the officers of the line, stamped the higher administration with a common mould. The Conseil d'État, which had begun as a committee of the consulate and had grown into the chief drafting body of the legislation of the empire, sat in the Tuileries under the emperor's own presidency when he was in Paris, and under his ministers when he was not. Its members were drawn from the most various quarters: old lawyers of the Parlement, returned émigrés, former Jacobins, young men of promise, and its sessions, of which many memoirs survive, displayed the emperor at his best, asking questions, demanding precision, correcting his own first impressions under the pressure of argument. The Ministry of Police, which until the summer of 10 was in the hands of Fouché, that cold regicide who had voted for the death of Louis XVI and had, by a kind of miracle of adaptability, survived to be a Duke of Otranto, watched over the public safety, and behind the public police there was the less visible labour of the Black Cabinet, the office in which letters passing through the imperial post were systematically opened, read, copied, and resealed, so that the emperor might know in the morning what the politicians and the ambassadors had written the night before. The new nobility of the empire deserves its paragraph. It was not the old aristocracy, although some émigrés had returned and made their peace, and received new titles for old names. It was a service nobility, a nobility of achievement, and its titles were drawn from victories and from offices, rather than from the manners of the provinces. Lannes had been Duke of Montebello until his death beneath the Danube. Ney was Duke of Elchingen. Davout was Duke of Auerstedt. Above the dukes stood the princes, Berthier of Neuchâtel, and then of Wagram, Talleyrand of Benevento, Bernadotte of Pontecorvo. There were counts and barons by the hundred, civil servants, soldiers, bankers, the occasional scientist. Monge and Berthollet were counts, Laplace was a count, Lacépède was a count, Cambacérès was Duke of Parma. The titles were not feudal in substance. They conveyed no jurisdiction over peasantries, and no immunity from taxation. They carried, however, a modest endowment, the dotations, which were charges upon the revenues of conquered territories, a pension, in effect, pinned to a duchy. The Legion of Honor, which had been instituted in '2 over the protests of the older revolutionaries, who had seen in it an unacceptable restoration of distinction, had by '9 become the great levelling decoration of the empire. A grenadier might wear upon his breast the same red ribbon as a marshal, and nothing so bound the Grande Armée to its emperor as the knowledge that the star was within reach of any man who had the courage to earn it. The court at the Tuileries and at Saint-Cloud had by this time fallen into a ceremonial thoroughly studied. The Count of Ségur, as Grand Master of Ceremonies, had composed a book of etiquette which governed precedence with a rigour that would have satisfied the most scrupulous official of the old regime, and in some particulars exceeded it. There were chamberlains and pages and equerries and grand officers of the household. There were ladies of the Empress's palace drawn from the first families of the new nobility, and increasingly from such survivors of the old as would consent to appear. The Tuileries had been rearranged upon Versailles lines, the apartments laid out in enfilade, the public and private functions of the sovereign carefully separated, the levees and couches restored under new names. At Saint-Cloud in summer, the court dispersed into gardens and pavilions. There were balls at which the emperor rarely danced, and the empress always graciously presided, receptions for the diplomatic corps, the Wednesday dinners, at which selected personages were summoned to dine in the presence of their sovereign, and to speak or be silent at his pleasure. Behind this official glitter, Josephine presided at Malmaison, her private paradise of roses and exotic animals, over a smaller court of older friends, and was still, in that autumn of '9, Empress of the French, though for how much longer was already a question that was being asked in the antechambers. The Bonaparte family, viewed as a royal house, was an ill-assorted one. The brothers and sisters quarrelled over precedence with a ferocity that no diplomatic exertion could subdue. Their mother, Laetitia, Madame Mère, as she was officially styled, lived a frugal life in her Roman palace, saving her allowance against a rainy day which she alone in that family foresaw, and which would at length arrive. And the uncle Cardinal Fesch amassed paintings with a connoisseur's voracity in a city whose churches were being stripped to fill his brother-in-law's museum. The relations of the empire with the church had, by the autumn of '9, entered upon a phase from which they were never wholly to recover. The Concordat of the year 1 still governed in its externals. The emperor nominated the bishops of France, and the Pope instituted them in their sees. The parish clergy drew their salaries from the state. The faithful went to Mass with the approval of their government. But the annexation of Rome and the Papal States had provoked the inevitable. Pius VII, who had come to Paris to crown the emperor in '4 and had then returned to his diminished capital, found himself, in the summer of '9, a prisoner, first at Grenoble, and then at Savona, upon the Gulf of Genoa, cut off from his curia, denied the ordinary means of governing his church, and refusing, with a stubbornness that surprised those who had taken his mildness for weakness, to cooperate further with the sovereign who had dethroned him. Certain of the cardinals at Paris, known afterwards as the Black Cardinals from the mourning dress they assumed, would in the following year refuse to attend the imperial wedding, and would be sent into exile for their refusal. And throughout the Catholic populations of the empire, particularly in Belgium and the Rhineland and parts of Italy, the captivity of the Pope worked as a slow poison, so that the prayers of the faithful in many parish churches were offered, silently and without display, for a prisoner rather than for an emperor. Yet over against these pressures there remained, as the most enduring monument of the reign, the Code. The civil code of 4, which the emperor had presided over in person through many of its sessions at the Conseil d'État, and which was very early and very properly renamed the Code Napoleon, was already by 9 the law of every territory into which French authority had penetrated, of Belgium, of the Rhenish departments, of the Kingdom of Italy, and the Kingdom of Naples, and of Westphalia, of the Illyrian provinces, of Holland, and it was to remain the law of most of these places long after the emperor and his armies had departed. Its principles were those of the Revolution made workable: equality of Frenchmen before the law, civil marriage and civil divorce, though the latter was straitened, secular rules of succession, absolute protection of property. Its conservatism, particularly upon the position of women within the household, reflected the views of its framer and of his generation, and is the portion of it that has aged least well. But the whole remained, and remains to this day, the chief legal achievement of the French Revolution in durable form, and perhaps the one gift of the empire that its recipients have never wished to return. To the civil code were added, in the years that followed, the Code of Civil Procedure of 6, the Commercial Code of 7, the Code of Criminal Procedure of 8, and, in 10, the Penal Code, so that a Frenchman of 11, or a Dutchman, or a Milanese, lived his life, transacted his business, married his wife, disposed of his property, and submitted to punishment, all according to texts drafted in the same years and in the same rooms. The army upon which all this rested was still, in form, the Grande Armée, which had conquered at Austerlitz and at Jena, but its composition had changed. The French conscripts were still its core, the class of each year called up, the ballots drawn in the mairies, the gendarmerie escorting the recruits to their depots. Some 2.5 millions of Frenchmen were to be conscripted in the course of the reign from the year 1800 to 14, which was a proportion of the male population such as no previous French government had dared to demand. But alongside them now marched Italians and Poles and Dutch and Germans of every principality, Swiss in their red coats, Irish in their green, Spaniards, until the Spaniards turned, Croats from the new Illyrian provinces, and the Imperial Guard, which had begun as a few hundred grenadiers of the Consular Guard, had grown by 12 to above 50,000 men, subdivided into the old guard of the veterans, the middle guard of the confirmed soldiers, the young guard of the best of the new levies, the marine guard, and the exotic squadrons of the Mamelukes brought back from Egypt. The guard was the emperor's instrument of last resort, to be thrown in at the decisive moment, and the knowledge that he possessed it weighed, in battle, as heavily as the battalions themselves. Against this splendour must be set the fact that conscription had begun to grate upon the country, that evasion was common and desertion growing, that in the villages of the west and the south the refractaires hid in the woods, and were hunted down by gendarmes, that the mothers of France had begun, in silence, to count the cost. These were the strains that an observer, standing in 9 and looking honestly at the empire, could not have failed to see. The continental system was leaking at every port. Spain was a wound that would not close, and had already cost the empire, by the end of its course, above 250,000 French dead. The foreign contingents of the Grande Armée would serve faithfully so long as France appeared invincible, and the quality of their service had not yet been tested against a reverse. The Pope's captivity was estranging the Catholic populations. The trade depression of 10 and 11 lay immediately ahead, and the conscription was grinding away at the patience of the countryside. The eagle, whose bronze image was now fixed upon every public building and every regimental standard and every coin, and the golden bee of the Merovingian legend, which the emperor had adopted upon his robes in preference to the Bourbon lily, proclaimed a dynasty of antique pedigree and imperial sweep. The triumphal arches and the column and the titles of prince and duke of the empire reached consciously back to the Rome of Augustus. The map of Europe had been redrawn by some count 6 times in the 13 years since the first Italian campaign, and it was redrawn now more comprehensively than ever, in numbers of subjects, and in square miles, and in revenues. The empire was not unworthy of the comparison with the dominions of antiquity that its architect encouraged. And yet this enormous structure, so carefully articulated, so laboriously built, so splendidly ornamented, rested upon the continued existence of one life. The emperor was 40 years old in that autumn of 9. He had been wounded at Toulon, at Ratisbon, and lightly at other places. He had been thrown from horses. He had been at the head of his armies in a score of battles, at which no general ought to have exposed himself. And he had, throughout this career, trusted to an uncanny good fortune, which by the doctrine of probabilities could not be counted on to last. He had married, in 96, the widow Josephine de Beauharnais, a woman 6 years his senior, by whom he had had no child, and though he had at various times maintained that the fault lay with her, and had by private evidence satisfied himself that he was capable of fathering children, no heir of his body sat, or promised to sit, upon the throne of the empire. The dynasty, so elaborately proclaimed, the senatus consulti of 4, erecting the imperial dignity as hereditary in the Bonaparte line, the coronation at Notre Dame, the crowning of brothers in kingdoms, the creation of counts and dukes and princes who styled themselves hereditary, had its apex, a bachelor in fact, if not in form, an emperor without a son. Every city, from Hamburg to Rome, obeyed him. Every army, from the Vistula to the Tagus, marched upon his order. Every gallery in the Louvre testified to his reach. Every code of law in half of Europe bore his name. He had everything, it may be said, without exaggeration, except the one thing that could make the everything outlast him. The next act of state, therefore, if the empire was to be secured for the purposes for which it had been built, must be a dynastic act. And for such an act, there was required first of all an empress who could bear an heir. Chapter 16. The Eagle and his Mate. It had been understood, perhaps for some years, that the empress would be put aside. The matter had been spoken of in the family councils, with the candour of a class accustomed to weigh wombs as it weighed provinces. It had been admitted, in the long evenings at Fontainebleau and Saint-Cloud, by the emperor himself, who would lay his hand upon the empress's hair and say nothing for some minutes. It had been understood, with a steadier and more melancholy clarity, by the Empress, who was no longer young, and who had not produced a child since her two by the executed Beauharnais. The Habsburg War of that summer had settled the matter. The cannonball that took the leg of the Marshal of Gascony at Aspen-Essling had been one warning. The bare survival of the imperial cause at Wagram had been another. The absence, in the cradle of the new dynasty, of any cradle at all, had become a question of state. There was, in addition, a personal occasion. A young Frenchwoman of Caroline Murat's household had borne him a son some years before, and a Polish countess in Warsaw was then with child by him, and would in the spring of the following year bring forth another. The biological fact was therefore established. What remained was the legal one. The interview took place at the Tuileries on the evening of the 30th of November, 1809, after a dinner that had been eaten in silence, with the Master of Ceremonies and the Grand Marshal of the palace standing by the doors as if to certify the event. The Emperor, who had returned from Vienna some weeks before, came into the Empress's apartment with the air of a man who has rehearsed a sentence and means to deliver it before he can find another. What words passed between them are not certainly known, and they shall not be invented here, but it is recorded that the Empress, upon understanding that the matter was decided, fell to the carpet in a faint, that the Emperor knelt to lift her, and that he called for the prefect of the Palace Beausset, who came in at the alarm and helped to carry her by a small inner stair into the rooms below. She was put to bed. The Emperor sat a while beside her in the dark, and then withdrew. The household, which had supped with the Empress and the Emperor 100 times in that very chamber, understood by morning that there would not be another such supper. For a fortnight thereafter, the two continued to inhabit the same palace, under the same roof, taking their meals together when the Emperor's affairs allowed, conversing without strain upon the small subjects of the day, as a couple long married will do, who have agreed to part by mutual consent, and find in the agreement a relief that neither dares to name. The household observed that the Emperor was attentive to his wife in those weeks, as he had not been since the early months of the consulate, that he ordered her physicians to attend her, that he caused her favourite pictures to be hung in the rooms she would carry away with her to Malmaison. The stepson, who had hurried up from Italy on the news, conducted himself throughout with the gravity of a man supporting a mother whose ruin he could not avert. The stepdaughter, who was Queen of Holland, in a kingdom that her husband would shortly lose, came up from her distant household to be present. The arrangements were drawn up by the Arch-Chancellor Cambacérès, who had been a friend to the Empress through every season of the consulate and the empire, and who now performed the painful office of inscribing in the proper formulas her relinquishment of a throne she had occupied without a child to carry it forward. The civil dissolution of the marriage was effected at the close of the year by an act of the Senate, in the presence of the imperial family assembled. The Empress entered the throne-room in a plain white gown and read aloud the text of her consent, in a voice that the witnesses afterwards remembered for its evenness. Near the end she faltered, and the document was completed by the Arch-Chancellor. The Emperor, in his own statement, professed his attachment and his gratitude, declared that none could replace her in his affections, but that the interest of France required of him a successor of his own blood. He named her settlement, an annual pension of 3 millions, the chateau of Malmaison and its gardens, the title of Empress retained for life, and the right to bear before her, when she travelled, the imperial arms. In January of the following year, the diocesan court of Paris pronounced the religious annulment on the grounds that the second wedding, hurried through by the uncle cardinal upon the eve of the coronation, had been irregular for want of a parish priest and of 2 witnesses, an opinion which had not detained the bishops in 1804, but which now suited the convenience of the dynasty. The empress retired to Malmaison, where the roses she had collected from every continent were already in their winter sleep. The question of a successor, settled in principle, was now to be settled in person. The matter was debated in council with the gravity of a treaty. There were 2 great houses in Europe, whose daughters might without absurdity be offered to the Emperor of the French, and they were the Habsburg and the Romanov. Of these, the Romanov was the elder ally. The young Tsar at Tilsit had spoken of fraternity, and the Erfurt Congress of the previous autumn had been arranged, at least in part, with such a marriage in mind. An archduchess of Austria, on the other hand, would carry with her the prestige of 1,000 years and the very blood of the Caesars, and she would be the means of binding the late enemy to the new order by the oldest of treaties. The matter was first put discreetly to St. Petersburg by way of the French ambassador, the Duke of Vicenza, who proposed for his master the hand of the Tsar's younger sister, the Grand Duchess Anna, then a girl of 15. The Tsar replied that the disposal of his sisters was the affair of his mother, the Dowager Empress, who must be consulted. The Dowager Empress, who had received the proposition with the cold dignity of a woman to whom the Bonapartes were upstart, neither refused nor accepted, but observed that her daughter was very young, that her religious upbringing must be respected, and that some delay was indispensable. While these civilities were being exchanged in the cabinets of the Russian capital, the matter was being put with greater frankness in Vienna. The lame diplomat of the empire, who had quietly counselled the Tsar at Erfurt against any such alliance, now warmly recommended the Austrian. The Habsburg Emperor, who at Schönbrunn in October had signed away 1/5 of his lands and half his revenues, was prepared to part with a daughter as well. The matter was put to him in Vienna by the Austrian foreign minister, and he answered, after a night's consideration, that the welfare of his house required the sacrifice. The foreign minister, who had perceived from the first that the marriage was the surest means of recovering at the altar what had been lost in the field, now pressed the negotiation with dispatch. Within 48 hours, the formal request was conveyed to Paris, was accepted by the Imperial Council, and was reported by the Emperor to his wife, the Empress Josephine, in a private interview at Malmaison. The Archduchess was 18 years of age. She had been brought up to regard the Emperor of the French as the Antichrist, in nurseries hung with the engravings of his battles. She had wept upon hearing the news. She had then composed herself, as became one of her station, and replied that her duty to her father was her wish. The reply from St. Petersburg, which arrived in Paris some days after the Austrian engagement was concluded, declared that the Dowager Empress required a delay of 2 further years. The Emperor caused it to be answered, with the suavity of one who has not waited, that the matter no longer pressed. The proxy marriage was celebrated on the 11th of March, 1810, in the Augustinian church in Vienna, where the Habsburgs had been wed for centuries. The bride knelt before the altar in white satin and a coronet of diamonds, her hand placed in that of her uncle, the Archduke Charles, who stood as proxy for the absent groom. It was the same Archduke who had broken the French at Aspern-Essling, and very nearly broken them at Wagram, and it ought not to pass unremarked that the man who had given the Emperor his first defeat in the field now gave him, on behalf of his niece, his hand. The Te Deum was sung. The court withdrew. The bride dined with her father in the Hofburg, took leave of him the next morning, and set out by easy stages for the French frontier, attended by a household appointed in part by Vienna and in part by Paris. She crossed the Inn at Braunau on the 16th of March, where she was received by the Queen of Naples, the youngest of the Bonaparte sisters, who had been dispatched to escort her. From this point onward, she was in the keeping of the French Empire. Her Austrian attendants were in the main dismissed. Her wardrobe, which had been packed in Vienna, was unpacked at Braunau and replaced item by item with garments procured in Paris, lest she enter France in any thread that was not French. Her dog was sent home. She progressed by Munich, by Stuttgart, by Strasbourg, where the cannon were fired upon her arrival, and so by the long road through Champagne. The emperor, who had given out that he would receive her at Compiègne with the formality due to her rank, found at Soissons that he could not endure the wait, and rode out in a plain carriage with the king of cavalry at his side to meet her on the road. He came up with her cortège near the village of Courcelles in a heavy rain on the evening of the 27th of March. He climbed unannounced into her carriage, dripping wet. The introductions were made by the Queen of Naples, who sat opposite. The bride and the bridegroom looked upon each other for the first time. They proceeded together to Compiègne, where they arrived after dark. What was said upon that drive, and what was done that night, may be passed over. It is reported only that the next morning the emperor was observed to be in unusually good humour, and remarked to one of his marshals, with the candour of a soldier, that his new wife was a woman after his own taste. The civil ceremony took place on the 1st of April, 1810, at the Château de Saint-Cloud. The religious ceremony was performed the following day in the chapel that had been constructed for the occasion in the Salon Carré of the Louvre. The procession passed through the long galleries of the museum, between the masterpieces gathered by the conqueror of Italy from the courts and convents of half a continent. The uncle cardinal officiated, in a cope of cloth of gold, beneath a canopy embroidered with the bees and the golden N. The emperor wore the Spanish costume he had designed for himself, of crimson velvet stiff with embroidery. The bride wore a tunic of silver and a coronet of diamonds, and over her shoulders the imperial mantle, which trailed in white ermine some yards behind her. The marshals stood in their great cocked hats. The senators and the ministers were ranged according to their precedence. The kings and queens of the family empire were placed about the altar. The eldest brother, who had been moved from Naples to Madrid, the youngest brother from Westphalia, the brooding brother, who still nominally held Holland, the sisters of various crowns. It was the most elaborate ceremony the empire had attempted since the coronation. The Mass was sung, the benediction was given. There was, however, an incompleteness in the assembly that the practised eye observed. Of the 27 cardinals then resident in Paris, 13 had absented themselves from the religious ceremony, on the grounds that the annulment of the previous marriage had been pronounced by a diocesan court of dubious competence, and not by the Pope, who at that moment was a prisoner at Savona for refusing his consent in this and other matters. The emperor, walking down the gallery between his guests, marked the empty places with his eye. Within a fortnight, 13 princes of the church had been deprived of their robes, ordered to wear plain black, and dispersed to provincial residence. They were known thereafter, in the slang of the salons, as the Black Cardinals. The matter is recorded without comment. It will appear in its consequences in due season. The Empress Marie-Louise, having been duly installed at the Tuileries, conducted herself with the mild and well-trained correctness of the Habsburg schoolroom. She was tall, fair, with the long lip of her family, more handsome than beautiful. She rode well, she sketched, she played upon the harp without distinction. She did not mingle in politics, she did not at first mingle much in society. She walked with her ladies in the gardens, and read German novels. The emperor, who had been prepared to find her a duty, found her a pleasure. The household reported that he was uxorious in a manner that astonished those who had known him in his first marriage. He breakfasted with her. He showed her the maps in his cabinet. He commanded that the salons of state be redecorated to her taste. He went so far as to dismiss certain of her German attendants, whose conversation was thought to be opening her thoughts to home, and to substitute for them French women of unimpeachable correctness. He forbade his ministers to importune her with business. He caused musicians to be brought from Italy, and a small theatre to be set up at Saint-Cloud for her amusement. The Empress Josephine, who heard of these attentions at Malmaison, wrote her successor a letter of welcome in the dignified periphrasis of the time, and received in return a letter of cold civility composed by the Empress's chief lady. The two women never met. Of the displaced Empress, the new Empress is reported to have written to her father, in a phrase worth quoting because it is hers, that she had found the matter less disagreeable than she had feared, and that the Emperor was a kinder husband than the legends of Vienna had given her cause to expect. By the high summer of 1810, it was understood about the Tuileries that the new Empress was with child. The fact was officially announced in the autumn. The astrologers and gossips of Paris began at once to compute the day. The waxworks of the boulevards displayed cradles in advance. The manufactories at Lyon spun up bolts of pale blue for the eventuality of a son, and bolts of pale pink against the contingency of a daughter. The emperor, who had observed the same circumstance in Josephine's children and grandchildren without remark, now noted his wife's every fatigue, sent for the physicians at the smallest indication, ordered her chair carried up the stairs of Saint-Cloud, and gave instructions that she was on no account to be subjected to a sudden noise. He commissioned a cradle of silver gilt from the goldsmith Odiot, on the model of an antique galley, with an eagle at the prow holding the imperial wreath. He caused a layette to be prepared sufficient for a small army of infants. He ordered the great suite of the Tuileries, known as the Diana apartment, to be made over for the use of the imperial nursery. He appointed a governess in the person of the Countess de Montesquieu, a lady of the old nobility, whose discretion and piety were to form the manners of the future king. He spoke of his approaching paternity with a frankness that disconcerted the marshals at his table, and was heard to declare, in the hearing of his ministers, that a son would change everything. While the imperial household waited, the imperial frame continued to extend itself. In the spring of that same year, the brooding brother, who had been set up 6 years before as King of Holland, found that the continental system and his conscience had reached an irreconcilable point. He had governed the Dutch with a sympathy his brother had not commanded him to feel. He had refused to enforce the embargo against British goods upon a people whose living was in large part the carriage of British goods. He had accepted, with a bad grace, the loss of Brabant and Zeeland to direct French administration in March. And when, in June, French troops were observed marching upon Amsterdam, he abdicated in favor of his infant son and slipped across the German border in the disguise of a private gentleman bound for the waters of Bohemia. The French entered Amsterdam on the 4th of July. On the 9th, the emperor signed an imperial decree at Saint-Cloud abolishing the Kingdom of Holland and incorporating its provinces into the French Empire as departments. The capital from which the stadtholders had ruled was now governed by a prefect. The dikes were French dikes. The customs houses flew the tricolour. The brooding brother, having reached the spa of Töplitz, settled there to write verses and to nurse his complaints. The decree of the 9th of July was followed, in the months thereafter, by a series of similar acts which extended the boundary of the empire along the whole coast of the German Sea. The pretext was the same, that the continental system could not be enforced upon the open beaches of the Hanseatic merchants, who had grown rich upon the smuggling of colonial goods. The remedy was the same: annexation. By the imperial decree of the 13th of December, 1810, the Hanse cities of Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck, together with the Duchy of Oldenburg and the territories along the lower Elbe, the Weser, and the Ems, were declared incorporated into the French Empire. The eagles, which under the First Republic had been planted only as far as the Rhine, were now within sight of Denmark. The customs of the empire were collected at Travemünde. The lists of conscription were drawn up in the cantons of Holstein. To the merchants of Hamburg, this was a calamity. To the Duke of Oldenburg, an injury whose more particular sting will appear immediately, and to the cabinets of the north, a portent. For the Duke of Oldenburg, dispossessed by the same decree, was no ordinary German prince. His house was tied to the Romanov by a recent marriage. The young Tsar's favourite sister, the Grand Duchess Catherine Pavlovna, having been given the year before to the Duke's son and heir, Prince George. The Tsar regarded the duchy as a possession, in some sense, of his house. He had stipulated for its preservation in the secret articles of Tilsit. He had received from the French government more than once the assurance that it would not be molested. The annexation, decreed without consultation, was therefore not merely an aggrandizement of the empire, but a public discourtesy to the Romanov. And it came at a moment when the Romanov was already disposed to take such a discourtesy ill. The state of things between St. Petersburg and Paris had not been good for some time. The friendship of Tilsit had cooled at Erfurt and frozen by degrees in the years that followed. The young Tsar had been pressed to enforce the continental system upon his merchants, and had found, as the brooding brother had found in Amsterdam, that an empire of grain and timber cannot easily renounce the sea. The price of his exports had collapsed. The price of his imports had risen. The assignats of his treasury had lost a third of their value. The great noble houses upon whose loyalty his throne depended had begun to murmur. He had been promised a Bonaparte bride, and had received, after a courteous delay, the news that the bride had been bestowed elsewhere. He had been promised a free hand against the Ottoman, and had been checked in the Balkans by French diplomacy. He had been promised the integrity of the Duchy of Warsaw at its existing borders, and had observed that duchy quietly enlarged at Schönbrunn by the addition of West Galicia. He had been told that the marriage with the Habsburg signified nothing against him, and he had drawn his own conclusions. There was, beyond these material grievances, a more delicate one. The young Tsar had been informed, through the ordinary channels and afterwards by the public gazettes, of the marriage with the Habsburg archduchess. And, although the courtesies had been observed, and the dispatches had professed the constancy of the French alliance, he understood, as any prince of his rank would have understood, that he had been passed over. He had himself been put forward as the bestower of an imperial sister. He had heard the proposal entertained for some weeks. He had then heard it allowed to lapse, and the Habsburg preferred. This was a private wound. It joined itself to the public ones, and the wound did not close. It was in this season of cold civilities that the imperial cradle became ready. Upon the morning of the 20th of March, 1811, in the bedchamber of the Empress at the Tuileries, the labor began that the city had awaited these many months. It was difficult. The physicians spoke at one moment of the necessity of choosing between the mother and the child. The emperor, summoned, gave it as his order that the mother should be saved. In the event, both were preserved. At a little after 9 in the morning, by the use of forceps, a son was delivered. The emperor entered the chamber, took the child up in his hands, and showed him at the window to the household assembled in the court. The cannon of the Invalides began their salute. It had been arranged that 21 shots would announce a daughter and 101 a son. At the 22nd shot, in the squares and on the boulevards of Paris, hats were thrown into the air, and the population, which had been holding its collective breath for some weeks, let it out as one. The boy was named Napoleon Francois Joseph Charles, and proclaimed by his style at birth King of Rome. He was of average weight and lusty. The baptism was deferred until the 9th of June, that the ceremony might have the elaboration its dynastic significance required. The Cathedral of Notre Dame was hung with the same imperial draperies that had served at the coronation. The same pope was not present, being still at Savona. The uncle cardinal again officiated. The infant was carried in a procession of state, along the same route his father had taken 7 years before. The eldest sister bore him on a cushion of white silk. The godparents stood for the absent Habsburg emperor, and for the imperial mother. The emperor took his son, held him aloft to the assembled congregation, and is said to have looked upon him with something other than imperial composure. There were Te Deums in every cathedral of the empire. There were medals struck. There were poems composed by the laureates, and verses scribbled by the soldiers. The city of Rome, which had been informed by decree some months earlier that it was now the second capital of the empire, was illuminated in honor of its new king. A palace was begun upon the Quirinal for his eventual residence. A governor was named to administer his Italian patrimony. The dynasty, which a decade before had not existed, was secured to a third generation. It is worth observing that no contemporary, looking upon the cradle in the Tuileries that summer, would have supposed that the boy then sleeping in it would die at 21 in a borrowed bedchamber in Vienna, the last of his name, and that the cradle itself would be carried away among the trophies of his grandfather's enemies. Through that summer and autumn, the dispatches from the north grew steadily colder. The Russian ambassador at Paris, Prince Kurakin, presented at successive audiences a list of complaints which the emperor received, with a frown that became, in the later interviews, an open displeasure. The matter of Oldenburg was raised. The matter of the enlargements of the Duchy of Warsaw was raised. The matter of the continental system and its effect upon Russian commerce was raised. The emperor replied that the system was the system and would be enforced, that the Duchy of Warsaw was an existing arrangement and was not to be rediscussed, that the Tsar had been compensated by the cession of the Tarnopol district for any inconvenience touching Oldenburg. There were levees at which the emperor spoke past the Russian ambassador as if he had not seen him. There were dispatches from St. Petersburg in which the language of the young Tsar of Tilsit had given place to a stiffer formula. There were quiet movements of troops on both sides of the Niemen, ostensibly for ordinary purposes. There were orders for the gathering of magazines in Posen and in Danzig, ostensibly for ordinary purposes also. The lame diplomat, who was no longer in office, but who was consulted from time to time, gave it as his opinion that the matter would lead to a war, and that the war would not be short. On the last day of December 1810, the Tsar of all the Russias issued a ukase opening his ports to neutral shipping and laying tariffs upon French luxury imports, which was, in plain effect, his withdrawal from the continental system. The Emperor read it in the small hours at the Tuileries, and is said to have observed only that his brother the Tsar had grown light in his counsels. The next year was given over to preparation. Couriers were dispatched to Warsaw and to Hamburg. Orders went out to 20 contingents in 20 languages, and along the highways of the empire, all that summer and autumn, men marched. Chapter 17. The Lines of Torres Vedras. While the eastern clouds gathered above the Vistula, and while the couriers rode between Paris and St. Petersburg, carrying the stiff courtesies that precede a rupture, there was another front that had not been allowed to close. It had been bleeding quietly through the years, under a sun less ceremonious than that which had risen upon Austerlitz, and it is one of the peculiarities of this history that the peninsula in which the empire first overreached itself was also the peninsula in which it was ground down. The Western War has been neglected in these pages, while the emperor rode into his Austrian triumph and through the chambers of his Habsburg marriage. It must now be returned to. The Spanish and Portuguese campaigns overlap in their chronology, with almost every event so far recorded of the years from 1809 to 1813, and must nevertheless be followed as their own arc, to their own conclusion, before the greater drama of the East is resumed. It is a war of a different kind from that which the empire had hitherto conducted. The decisive day, the manoeuvre upon the rear, the stroke that unseats a cabinet in a single afternoon, these are absent from the peninsula, or rather, when they appear, they fail to unseat anything, for the country in which they occur has no cabinet to unseat. One fights instead for roads, for granaries, for the passes between one bare province and another. One fights for the loyalty of villages and against the knives of shepherds. One fights, above all, against distance and against the climate and against a population which, having been told that it had been liberated, proved remarkably reluctant to accept the benefit. It is a war of engineering, of supply, of patience, and it was conducted upon the Allied side by a man whose talents were precisely of that kind. We left Sir John Moore dead at Corunna in the January of 1809, and the British army evacuated by sea with that cool seamanship which was the one department in which the empire had been unable to compete. It was widely supposed at the courts of Europe that the British, having made the attempt and lost, would not return. They returned in April. The officer who returned with them was Sir Arthur Wellesley, whom his detractors were pleased to call the Sepoy General, on the grounds that his reputation had been made in India, which was supposed to be a cheaper theatre than Europe. He was a spare, quiet man, of few and measured words, indifferent to popularity, an administrator of unusual rigour, and a tactician of a cold exactness. And he had come with the intention of making Portugal the base from which the French position in Iberia should be worn away. He began in the May of 1809 with a stroke which was as brilliant in its improvisation as any of the Emperor's own. The Marshal of Dalmatia, who had gathered his army at Oporto and stood behind the Douro in the confident belief that the river could not be crossed under his nose, awoke upon the morning of the 12th of May to find British soldiers upon the northern bank, ferried across in wine barges requisitioned by a priest, establishing themselves in the seminary upon the heights. The Marshal, caught in his shirt-sleeves as it were, extricated his army with difficulty and left Portugal, and the sepoy general had taken back a kingdom in an afternoon with wine barges for his transport. He then advanced into Spain, and upon the 27th and 28th of July fought at Talavera a hard-handed action against the Marshal Victor and the elder brother, King Joseph, which was in strictness a drawn battle, and in which the Allies held their ground at a cost of some 6,000 men. For this action he was created Viscount Wellington of Talavera, and he never afterwards bore any other name. And for this action also he was obliged almost immediately to retreat, his commissariat having failed him, and the Spanish armies having proved, as they so often proved, unable to feed him. He withdrew into Portugal with the thoughtful expression of a man who has learned something about his allies, which he will not forget. What he had learned was that the war could not be fought as a grand crusade across the plains of Castile, but must be fought from a base which the French could not take, and at a distance of communication which they couldn't sustain. The British cabinet, to its credit, trusted him upon this point, and gave him what he asked, which was Portugal and time. He had the Atlantic at his back, and the Portuguese army at his side, which last, drilled under Marshal Beresford, was to prove itself, in the phrase of the age, the fighting cocks of the army, and he had, behind him, and unknown to almost anyone, a project which was to become the central symbol of this chapter of the war. Some 20-odd miles north of Lisbon, between the estuary of the Tagus and the sea, there runs a line of broken country, a series of ridges and defiles, and the valleys between them, over which an army advancing upon the capital must pass. In the October of 1809, Wellington gave orders that this country should be fortified, quietly and continuously, and upon a scale which had not been attempted in Western Europe in the memory of the age. The chief engineer was a Colonel Fletcher. The labour was Portuguese. The direction was Wellington's, conveyed in memoranda of a famous exactness. 2 principal lines were traced, and at length a third as a reduct for embarkation. In their full extent they ran to some 29 miles, and contained, when they were complete in the October of 1810, 152 forts mounting 534 guns, together with redoubts, signal stations, inundations where the rivers could be dammed, and military roads laid behind the ridges, so that a reserve might be moved from one point to another without exposure to the enemy. The most remarkable feature of the lines of Torres Vedras, as they came to be called, was that they were kept secret. The Portuguese peasantry, who built them, did not know what they were building. The British officers of the army in the field did not know. The French did not know, and when at length they were discovered by the army which had marched up to storm them, and found that there was nothing to be done. The lines are the emblem of a new kind of war, patient, engineering-based, attritional, conceived by a mind which reckoned in months and in magazines, and not in hours and in dispatches, and they were to justify the confidence of the man who had conceived them within the year. The instrument of their justification was the Marshal Massena, the child of victory, whom the emperor had drawn from his repose, and given the command of what was styled the army of Portugal. Massena had been ill-used by the Austrian campaign of the preceding year, was aged beyond his years, was accompanied upon the march by a mistress in the uniform of a dragoon, which did not assist either his dignity or his discipline, and commanded officers, nay, above all, who had formed the private opinion that he was no longer equal to his task. He began, however, with all the methodical competence of the old school. He sat down before Ciudad Rodrigo in the June of 1810, and took it in July. He sat down before Almeida in the August, and was upon the point of a long siege, when there occurred one of those accidents which appear in the histories as providence, and in the narratives of engineers as a careless sentinel. A train of powder, leaking from a barrel as it was carried across the courtyard of the castle, took a spark from a burning fuse. The fire ran back to the main magazine. The magazine, which contained the whole reserve of the garrison, exploded, and in the space of some seconds the Portuguese fortress was reduced to a condition in which further resistance was not a military question, but a theological one. The garrison surrendered the next day. Massena, given by fortune what he might have been a month in taking, pressed on into Portugal. Upon the 27th of September he came up against Wellington upon the ridge of Busaco, a long hog's back of Sierra, running north and south across his line of march, upon whose reverse slope the Allied army stood in a line that could not be seen. Massena, trusting to the impetuosity of the French column, sent Regnier and Ney up the ridge in the morning mist. The columns reached the crest to find themselves taken in enfilade by musketry and canister from troops who had been invisible a minute before, and were driven back down the slope, leaving some 4,500 men upon it. It was a tactician's rebuke, and it was the rebuke of the reverse slope, which Wellington had adopted as a matter of settled practice, and which the French, who had conquered Europe by the column, had never learned to penetrate. Massena, undeterred, found a road round the end of the ridge, and pressed on to Lisbon. It was upon the approach to Lisbon, in the October of that year, that the Marshal of the Empire, who had carried the Emperor's standards across Switzerland and Italy and into Vienna, came for the first time in his career to a position which he could not take. He halted before the lines of Torres Vedras upon the 14th of October, and spent a month in reconnaissances along their front. The French staff riding up and down in the autumn rain, and finding that at every point where a column might have gone in, the hill was crowned with a fort, and at every point where a fort was not, the valley was flooded, and at every point where neither fort nor flood was evident, a battery was ranged behind a stone wall. He is said to have written that Wellington had built a miracle which he could not storm, and at all events he did not storm it. What he did, instead, was what men do when they cannot go forward and are too proud to go back. He stood still. He stood still at Santarém for the winter of 1810 and into the spring of 1811, and while he stood still, his army, which had been provisioned for a brisk campaign, consumed first the countryside and then itself. The Portuguese peasantry, who had been ordered to strip the land before retiring within the lines, had done so with a thoroughness which would have pleased the most austere of Old Testament prophets. Massena's soldiers, reduced to eating the tallow of their own cartridges and the leather of their belts, fell to fevers and dysentery at a rate which the returns of the army concealed only from those who did not wish to read them. When at length, in the March of 1811, the child of victory fell back into Spain, he brought out of Portugal some 25,000 fewer men than he had led into it, and he had not lost them in battle. He had lost them to a line of ridges. The Emperor relieved him of command in the May, and he never afterwards took the field. It is one of the quieter executions of the reign. The man who had saved the Republic at Zurich was put upon a shelf, and the lines of Torres Vedras had done it. The year 1811 was, for the Allies, a year of holding the ground that had been won. Upon the 3rd and 5th of May, Wellington stood at Fuentes de Oñoro to meet Massena's last attempt to succour the garrison of Almeida. and held him off in an action of cavalry and village fighting, which Wellington himself described as so close-run a thing that if Boney had been there, the British might not have come off, which from the pen of that man is something like an admission of anxiety. Upon the 16th of May, some leagues to the south, Marshal Beresford, with an allied force in which the British line brigades were a minority, and the Portuguese and Spanish the greater part, met the Marshal of Dalmatia at Albuera, and fought one of the bloodiest actions of the war. It was a confused battle, redeemed from disaster by the obstinacy of the British infantry, whom Soult's columns could not break, though they stood in line too deep with their flanks exposed, and the Polish lancers in their rear. Of 14,000 British engaged, some 7,000 fell. The line, when the day was over, was found to be standing where it had stood in the morning, and a historian afterwards described it as the gallant line which had refused to know that it was beaten. It was the kind of battle which ruins armies to win, and it taught Wellington, who had not been present, the lesson that actions of that magnitude were to be avoided where they were not necessary, and that they were very seldom necessary. The turn of the war came, as turns in such wars commonly come, not in an open field, but at the foot of walls. In the depth of winter, upon the 7th of January 1812, Wellington sat down before Ciudad Rodrigo, the great frontier fortress upon the Agueda, and in 12 days carried it by storm. The assault went in upon the night of the 19th through 2 breaches in the curtain wall, led by that peculiar institution which the British service had devised for its siege work, the Forlorn Hope, a file of volunteers who offered themselves to go first into the breach, upon the understanding that if they survived, they would be promoted, and upon the understanding, not commonly stated in the orders, that most of them would not survive. The place was taken, its stores and its guns were taken with it, and Wellington, scarcely pausing, turned south to Badajoz. Badajoz was a harder business. It had resisted 2 previous Allied attempts. It stood upon high ground above the Guadiana. Its works had been improved by French engineers, and its garrison, under General Philippon, was resolute. The siege was opened upon the 17th of March, and the assault was delivered upon the night of the 6th of April. It was a night upon which the history of the British Army in this war suffered an ordeal that its apologists have never found it easy to recount. The breaches in the curtain were defended with every device of military ingenuity: chevaux de frise chained across the openings, powder mines sunk beneath the rubble, planks studded with bayonets laid upon the ascent, and the storming columns, going in again and again in the light of the defenders' fireballs, fell in heaps at the foot of the wall without gaining the top. It was only when a diversionary attack upon the castle, delivered with ladders by the 3rd Division, unexpectedly carried the ramparts in another quarter, that the garrison gave way. The cost of the night's work was some 3,700 British dead and wounded in a few hours, which was a higher price than had been paid by the British Army in any single action within living memory, and Wellington, who was known to his soldiers as a commander who did not display emotion, is said to have walked upon the ramparts in the first light of the morning and wept. What followed was worse. The British soldiers who had gone into Badajoz in the dark came out of it during the next 3 days in a condition for which the sober historian can find no palliation. The town, which was a Spanish town and a town of their ally, was given over to a drunken sack. Houses were plundered, women were violated, men who attempted to defend their families were shot down in their own doorways. The officers, who at first could not, and then did not restore order, were at length obliged to set up a gallows in the square to recover control of their own men. It is a chapter which the regimental histories for the most part pass over, and which cannot in justice be suppressed in a history that has been candid about the conduct of French armies in conquered countries. The British army at Badajoz behaved as armies commonly behave when discipline has been held very tight and then released, and the 3 days that followed the assault are among the darker days of the war. With the 2 frontier fortresses taken, the road into Spain was open, and Wellington advanced in the summer to Salamanca. There, for the better part of a fortnight in July, he manoeuvred for position with the Marshal Marmont, the Duke of Ragusa, a man of parts whose later conduct was to make his name a byword, and whose present conduct was merely clever. Marmont had some 50,000 men and a reputation for activity. He sought to turn Wellington's right and cut him off from Portugal, and the 2 armies marched in parallel columns within sight of one another, each manoeuvring to catch the other off balance. Upon the morning of the 22nd of July, Wellington was at his luncheon upon the spur called the Greater Arapaile, a chicken leg in one hand and his glass in the other, when an aide brought him word that the French left-hand division had pushed too far to the westward and had opened a gap between itself and its supports. He looked through the glass, shut it with a snap, and is said to have remarked that that would do. He left the luncheon where it was, mounted, and rode. What followed was the action which a French officer afterwards described as the day upon which Wellington defeated 40,000 men in 40 minutes. He launched Pakenham's division, which had been concealed behind a reverse slope, against the flank of the overextended French division. At the same moment, he sent forward Leith and Cole upon the centre. The heavy cavalry under Le Marchand went in against the rear of what had been the French line of advance, and was, now, the French line of rout. Marmont himself, upon the Greater Arapaile, was struck by an early cannonball, which took off most of the use of his right arm and put him out of the action. His second fell within the quarter of an hour. The command of the French army passed from hand to hand, among officers who did not know whether they commanded it. In less than the time it takes to write the sentence, the army which had manoeuvred so skillfully for a fortnight was a mass of fugitives running east. The French lost some 14,000 men, and the Allies some 5,000. And Salamanca, which had begun the day as a problem in oblique marches, ended it as the masterpiece of a general who had not been supposed to be capable of masterpieces. It is a battle which rewards a certain reflection. It shows that the quiet competence which had built the lines of Torres Vedras was capable, when the occasion offered, of a stroke as sudden and as fatal as any of the Emperor's own. Wellington entered Madrid upon the 12th of August to the acclamations of a population which had suffered 4 years of occupation, and King Joseph fled to Valencia with the wreck of his court and the more portable portions of his collection. It appeared for a moment that the Spanish War was over. It was not. The elder brother commanded, by his titles, if not in fact, forces which still outnumbered Wellington in the aggregate, and the Allies' further advance founded, in the September and October, upon the obstinate and ably held castle of Burgos, which Wellington attempted to storm without the heavy siege train appropriate to the operation, and failed to take. He was obliged in the November to give up Madrid, fall back upon the Portuguese frontier, and conduct through the rains of a bitter autumn a retreat which reduced his army almost to the condition of Massena's in the winter of 1810. The newspapers at home, which had cheered him into Madrid, criticized him out of it. There was talk of his recall, and the campaign of 1812, which had produced the two great sieges and the great battle, ended in a sulk and a fever-ridden bivouac upon the Egada. Wellington, who was not given to explanations, spent the winter at his desk and the spring in the saddle, and emerged from it with a plan. It was a plan of a scope which his earlier caution had not suggested. The Emperor's army was by this time at work upon the ruins of the Russian adventure, of which a fuller account must be given in its proper place. It's enough here to say that the snows of the retreat from Moscow had taken from the Peninsular theatre some 20,000 of its best troops and the hopes of reinforcement, and that the French marshals in Spain, who had in any case always resented one another's orders, were now reduced to the shift of quarrelling over a declining capital. Wellington, reorganizing his army through the winter, conceived the decisive operation of the war. He shifted his base of supply from Lisbon to Santander upon the northern coast, a stroke of administrative imagination whose importance cannot be overstated, for it meant that as he advanced into Spain, his line of supply did not lengthen behind him, but ran parallel to his advance upon a coast which the Royal Navy controlled. Having thus made the geography of Spain an ally rather than an enemy, he advanced in the May of 1813 with 90,000 men. He outmanoeuvred the French before he fought them. Joseph and Marshal Jourdan, falling back from line of river to line of river, found themselves upon the 21st of June, standing in the valley of the Zadorra, at the town of Vitoria, with Wellington's columns bearing down upon them from 4 directions. The Battle of Vitoria was fought in 4 columns, against a French army which had concentrated too late and too shallowly. By the afternoon the French line was everywhere broken, and by the evening there was no French army in Spain, but only a crowd of fugitives flowing eastward along the road to France, and flowing in the opposite direction, a still larger crowd of British and Portuguese soldiers who had fallen upon the greatest train of plunder assembled in the Peninsula since the Moors. It was said, and not altogether in jest, that what saved Joseph's army from complete destruction was the quality of Joseph's baggage. The French lost some 8,000 in the action, and 3,000 taken, and they lost everything else. They lost the military chest of the army of Spain. They lost the artillery park. They lost the official archives of the intrusive kingdom. They lost the accumulated plunder of 4 years of occupation. They lost the paintings which had been stripped from the Escorial and the Alcazar. They lost the royal plate. They lost the king's carriage. And among the contents of the king's carriage, abandoned in a field upon the road east, they lost a silver chamber pot of unusual workmanship, which was afterwards appropriated by the 14th Light Dragoons, and designated by them, with the humour of their profession, the Emperor, and from which, upon regimental guest nights, a champagne is said to have been drunk for many years after, to the discomfiture of those who had not been warned. Joseph himself escaped upon a horse. He did not return. The elder brother's reign in Spain was over, and the emperor recalled him to France with a coldness which the brother's temperament scarcely deserved. For Joseph, though he had never been a king, had at least been an honest man, and that is an epitaph which not every member of the family was afterwards to earn. Vittoria was felt in Europe as a decisive thing. At Vienna, the Austrian cabinet, which had been balancing the probabilities of further neutrality, drew its conclusions. In the Prussian camp at Trachenberg, the Tsar read the dispatches with a smile that had not been seen upon his face since Eylau. At Vienna, at a date somewhat later than the present narrative, an irritable composer in Bonn, having been persuaded by a mechanical ingenious person of the name of Maelzel that the occasion demanded a piece of programmatic loudness, produced a battle symphony in which the English and French national airs are made to conduct a musical combat, terminating in the inevitable victory of the former. It is styled Wellington's Victory, is numbered 91 in the catalogue of Beethoven's works, and is not considered by modern taste to be among his happier compositions. Its existence, nevertheless, is itself a kind of evidence. The battle had been heard in Vienna. It remained for Wellington to bring his army to the French frontier. San Sebastian, upon the Biscay coast, was besieged in July, and stormed upon the last day of August 1813, and what had been done at Badajoz was done again at San Sebastian, with an additional aggravation from a fire which consumed the greater part of the town. The Spanish civil authorities long afterwards recorded their losses with a bitterness which the British histories have been slow to reckon with, and it is well, in a chronicle of British achievement in this war, to set down that the achievement was twice stained in the same fashion, and that the soldiers who had behaved with such steadiness upon the ridge at Busaco and in the breach at Ciudad Rodrigo behaved, when discipline failed, as soldiers have always behaved. The Marshal of Dalmatia, recalled by the Emperor from his command in Germany to repair the ruin in Spain, took over what remained of the French army of the Pyrenees in the July, and conducted through the passes of those mountains a defensive campaign of real ability, the last that it was his fortune to conduct in circumstances of anything approaching equality. He was defeated, or rather frustrated, in a series of actions. In the passes during July and August, the Bidassoa was forced upon the 7th of October, the Nivelle was forced upon the 10th of November, the Nive, in a 4 days' battle through the rains of the winter, upon the 9th to the 13th of December. Upon the close of the year 1813, an Allied army, the first to stand upon French soil since the days of the Duke of Brunswick and the cannonade of Valmy, lay in cantonments in the villages of the lands. One detail of that lying up deserves its mention, for it is one of the smaller ironies which the war produced, and one that a history indisposed to hagiography may yet give its due. The English general, who had observed at first hand the conduct of French armies in Spain and Portugal, and had formed his opinion of it, gave out orders upon crossing the frontier that there should be no plunder and no requisition without payment, that the peasantry should be treated with consideration, and that every pound of forage and every head of cattle taken should be paid for in cash at the market price. The orders were enforced with that cold exactness which was his nature, and with the gallows where exactness did not suffice. And the consequence was that the French peasantry, who had been told for 15 years that the English were the scourge of the human race, discovered by direct experience that the English paid for their chickens, whereas their own armies had not. By the March of 1814, the city of Bordeaux had declared for the Bourbons and received a British division with every appearance of relief. And Wellington, bringing his army across the last rivers of the south, was already at the approaches of Toulouse, before whose walls a last and unnecessary battle was to be fought upon the 10th of April 1814, a battle which belongs, however, to another chapter, since by the time it was fought, the event which it could no longer affect had already occurred elsewhere, and the account of that event must be given in its place. Such, in its broad outline, was the Peninsular War. It had cost France, by the sober reckoning of the returns, which were afterwards compiled, something not far short of 250,000 men. It had cost the Emperor the services of marshals who might have been used in Germany and Russia. It had cost him a brother, for the elder brother came out of Spain with nothing but his honor. It had produced against the Empire a new kind of enemy in the guerrilla. The word is Spanish, meaning the little war, and it entered the English tongue from the reports of this campaign. The shepherd and the priest and the muleteer, led by men such as Don Julian Sanchez upon the Agueda, and Francisco Espoz y Mina in Navarre, chieftains whose methods were often as savage as those which had provoked them, but whose effect upon the French communications was continuous, corrosive, and, in the end, decisive. It had produced, against the brilliant brittleness of the French marshals and the centralizing genius of the emperor in Paris, a commander whose competence was quiet, but whose system was complete. And it had shown to any observer who cared to notice that the empire was capable of being worn away upon a flank if only the flank were maintained, and that the doctrine of the decisive blow, so long the emperor's own, had at last found its counter-doctrine in the patient engineering of a line of ridges above Lisbon. Upon the plains of the East, meanwhile, the greater drama had been running its course, and to that drama, of which the Peninsular campaign was for all its weight but a running sore upon the flank, the narrative must now return. Chapter 18. Crossing of the Niemen. The army that gathered upon the Vistula in the spring of 1812 was the largest force ever assembled in Europe under one command. It came up by every road from the west. It came up by the great high roads of France and the lesser tracks of the German states. It came in regiments and in battalions and in such loose detachments as the recruiting depots of half a continent could provide. The bulletins, which had grown by long habit, cautious in their arithmetic, spoke of something like 450,000 men in the first great echelon that crossed the Niemen in June, with further echelons of reinforcement already on the roads behind, and others to be drawn up across the summer and autumn. And when the columns were counted from end to end, first wave and second and third, the total that the empire put into motion against Russia came, in the reckoning of those who afterwards sifted the musters, to something near 600,000 men. There were 150,000 horses with them. There were 25,000 wagons. There were close to 1,400 pieces of artillery upon their carriages, with the long park of the Imperial Guard at the head, and the heavy reserve trains lumbering somewhere in the rear. It was an army not of one nation, but of 20. The French formed its core, as was proper, but with the French marched the Poles, who came up in their old uniforms, with the white eagle on their colours, and a hope of resurrection in their hearts. And with the Poles, the Italians of the Kingdom of Italy, under the stepson, and with these, the Bavarians and the Saxons of the Confederation of the Rhine, and with these, the cause of the Westphalians of the youngest brother's kingdom, and with these, the Swiss, who served as they had always served, by contract and with discipline, and with these, to the astonishment of those who remembered other wars, the Austrians of the Habsburg Emperor and the Prussians of the King of Prussia, both of whom had been compelled by the treaties of recent years to send their auxiliary corps into the line of an army marching east. 20 languages were spoken at the campfires. 20 styles of drill were observed upon the parade grounds. 20 sets of officers, with their 20 grievances against one another, were kept in some kind of order by the Chief of Staff and his clerks at Imperial headquarters. The Chief of Staff in those weeks slept little and ate at his desk. It was a procession such as Europe had not seen since the legions of the late Roman emperors, and even the legions of the late Roman emperors had not been gathered in such variety of tongues, nor under such a single will. The cavalry of half a continent watered their horses at the same wells. The eagles of the new empire and the eagles of the old kingdoms, the French eagle in its bronze upon the staffs of the line regiments, the white eagle of Poland upon the lances of the Vistula Uhlans, the iron crown of the Lombards upon the colours of the Italian regiments of the stepson, were carried in one direction, eastward, into a country whose own eagles, two-headed and ancient, were as yet over the horizon. The eagles deserve a moment, for they were what the soldiers themselves looked to, and what the painters of the empire afterwards painted. But a glance suffices. They were borne forward in their oilcloth cases through the dust, to be uncased only when the regiment formed to receive a salute or to enter a town. And where they went, in those last days of preparation, the army went. The order of advance had been drawn out upon the maps and committed to writing. Upon the left wing, screening the roads to the Baltic, marched Marshal Etienne MacDonald with the 10th Corps, which numbered in the neighbourhood of 30,000 men. A great part of them Prussians, whom MacDonald regarded with the patient suspicion of a soldier who knew they would obey their orders only so long as the orders were unambiguous. In the centre marched the Emperor himself, with the Imperial Guard and the corps that had been collected about him, with the guard of some 47,000 men, the strongest of all the columns, and the most tightly held in hand. To the centre right rode the youngest brother, Jérôme Bonaparte, King of Westphalia, with a column of perhaps 62,000 men under his orders. He was a young man, whose head had grown rather rapidly to the size of his crown, and the staff officers attached to him by the Emperor were instructed to ride often. Upon the far right, anchoring the line toward the marshes of the south, stood the Austrian field marshal, Karl Philipp zu Schwarzenberg, with a corps of perhaps 34,000 of his countrymen, sent by the Habsburg Emperor in the proper spirit of an ally, and trusted by no one in the French command beyond the precise terms of their treaty. 5 great columns in all, and behind them, in echelon, the depots, the parks, the trains of pontoons, the herds of beef cattle on the hoof, the sutlers, the wives of the soldiers who had refused to be left behind, the wives of officers who had been told to stay and had not, and the chaplains and the surgeons and the engineers. The crossing was made on the 24th of June, 1812, a Wednesday, near the town of Kovno, upon the river Niemen. 3 pontoon bridges were thrown across in the night by the engineers, who worked in the soft rain that comes off the Baltic plain at that season. The first companies were over before dawn. The Emperor himself rode down to the bank in the small hours and watched a long while as the columns filed across. He was thrown from his horse upon the eastern shore shortly after crossing, by a hare that started under the animal's hooves, and certain of the suite took the omen and said nothing. But the Emperor, who had no use for omens that were not his own, mounted again and gave his orders. The eagles went over with the regiments, the gilded poles of the French eagles, and beside them the white eagles of Poland and the iron crowns of Italy, planted upon the staffs of so many nations that no one count was easy. They crossed eastward in a column whose head was already at Kovno, when its tail had not yet broken camp upon the further bank. Cossacks watched from a low ridge across the river and wheeled their horses, and were gone. The crossing took 3 days and 3 nights to complete in its entirety. The columns came down through the woods to the river in the order that had been written into them, with the bands at the head of each regiment, and the artillery trains halted upon the further bank to let the infantry pass. And from a knoll above the bridges, where his tent had been set up against the weather, the Emperor watched in his grey overcoat as the corps of his army filed beneath him. He spoke now and then to those officers whom he summoned, and was otherwise silent. Reports came up the bank from time to time of the dispositions upon the further side. The cavalry advance guards already pushing toward Vilna, the engineers searching the country for forage, the Cossack patrols of the Russian outposts dispersing without contact. There was no resistance at the river. There was nowhere along the wide green plain of Lithuania that the soldiers of the Emperor first set foot in upon Russian soil, any sign that an enemy intended to defend the frontier. The country opened to receive them as a sleeve receives an arm. It had been understood in advance by all but the most sanguine of the Emperor's counsellors that the first battle would not come at the river. The Russian armies, which lay in two great masses across the western provinces of the Tsar, a first army under General Michael Andreas Barclay de Tolly, the Baltic German general who held the post of Minister of War, and a second army to the south under the Georgian Prince Pyotr Bagration, would not stand at the frontier. Together they numbered, according to the figures that reached headquarters and were turned over by the staff with the customary skepticism, somewhere between 180,000 and 220,000 for the First Army alone, with the Second Army added to it, an army inferior in numbers to the Grande Armée, but superior in the one resource it had been given by its geography, which was distance. Barclay had laid down a strategy of withdrawal. He would not engage. He would draw the invader into the interior. He would burn what he could not carry. He would let the bad roads and the inadequate magazines and the heat of the white nights do the work that his soldiers had been forbidden to do. It was not a popular strategy at his own court, where the noble officers who served under him muttered openly that the Baltic German was no Russian and no fighter. But it was the strategy that was followed in those first months, and it was followed with discipline. There remained the question of provisions, which had been studied by the Emperor's commissaries, with the care that the Emperor demanded of his commissaries, and which had been provided for upon paper with magazines at Danzig, at Königsberg, and along the line of the Vistula and the Pregel. But the magazines lay behind the army, and the army moved faster than the magazines could be brought forward. The soldiers had been given rations for some 20 days at the crossing. They were on full ration as far as Vilna. Thereafter, by the orders of the corps commanders, the rations were reduced, and the rest was to be made good by what the country could yield. The country yielded little. So the great army went east into a country that drew back before it like a tide. The roads were not the roads of France or of Italy. They were tracks of black earth that turned to black soup in the rains, and to fine grey dust in the sun. The villages were small and wooden, and frequently empty when the cavalry advance guards rode in. The wells had often been fouled. The forage that the columns counted upon for the horses was scant, and the horses, which had been selected with care in the depots of Picardy and the Rhineland, began to die in numbers no quartermaster had reckoned. The summer was unusually hot. Cholera, or what the surgeons called cholera, ran in the camps. Stragglers fell out by the side of the road and were not always picked up by the rear guards. The columns marched in clouds of their own dust, with the dust caking the eyelashes and the lips of the men, until they appeared, in the bulletins of the army's own correspondents, as a procession of grey statues moving slowly through a country that did not want them. The Cossack screen, which the army had first seen at the river, was thereafter never absent from its flanks. The light horsemen of the Don and of the Kuban hovered upon the horizon at every halt. They cut off stragglers. They fell upon foraging parties that wandered too far from the column. They vanished when cavalry was sent against them, and reappeared upon another road an hour later. They did the army no great harm in any one engagement. They did the army much harm in the aggregate, for they made the foraging parties go out in greater numbers and bring in less, and they bled the cavalry that was sent against them, of the horses that could ill be spared. The Russians fell back. They fell back from the Niemen to the Vilia, and from the Vilia toward the Dnieper, and they fell back without giving battle. Barclay would not be drawn. The Emperor's plan, which had been to find one or the other of the Russian armies before they could unite, and to crush it in detail, was outpaced at every halt. Vilna, the chief city of Lithuania, was occupied upon the 28th of June without resistance. It was a rich entry, but it was not the entry the Emperor had wanted. The youngest brother, who had been entrusted with the column upon the centre right, and who had been ordered to press the Georgian prince's army before it could join Barclay's, manoeuvred slowly and was complained of bitterly at headquarters. The Emperor took the command from him in July and gave it to Davout, the Iron Marshal, who pressed harder, but who could not now retrieve the lost days. Jérôme went home to his kingdom in some sulkiness. The two Russian armies, by hard marching of their own, joined hands at last at Smolensk in the first half of August, having drawn the invader after them 300 miles into the interior of his enemy's country, and given him not one battle in exchange. At Smolensk, the Emperor at last believed that he had cornered them. The town stood upon a bluff above the upper Dnieper, with old walls of red brick that had been raised by the Tsars before Peter, and the road to Moscow ran out of its eastern gate. To abandon it was to abandon the road to the ancient capital. On the 16th of August, the Grande Armée came up under its walls, and the assault was opened on the 17th, and pressed into the night. The fighting was severe. The suburbs were taken by storm. The town was set ablaze. Whether by French shells or by Russian incendiaries, it cannot now be said. And on the morning of the 18th, the French entered through gates that had been emptied in the night. For Barclay, having satisfied honour by the defence of one day and the burning of one city, had withdrawn his army in good order eastward along the road to Moscow. It was a tactical victory of a kind. It was also the second occasion within a month on which the Emperor had failed to bring the Russian field armies to the decisive engagement which the whole conception of his campaign required. He stood at Smolensk with his army much reduced by sickness and by garrisons left along the long line of communications, with autumn approaching upon a country in which his magazines could not be replenished, and with the enemy still intact and still receding. And he had to choose. He could winter at Smolensk and resume in the spring, or he could press on to Moscow and seek the battle there. He chose Moscow. It was perhaps the choice that no other man in his position could have refused, having come so far. Upon the Russian side, a change was in train at this same hour. The court at St. Petersburg, which had been displeased with Barclay's withdrawals from the beginning, found in the loss of Smolensk the occasion to remove him from the supreme command. On the 20th of August, by the imperial ukase, the old general Mikhail Illarionovich Kutuzov was named commander-in-chief of all the Russian armies in the field, the old Russian who had served the Empress Catherine and had received at Ochakov in his youth the wounds that had scarred his face, who had been beaten by the present emperor at Austerlitz, and bore the memory of that day as a man bears an old debt, who was 67 years old, much given to dozing in his carriage upon the march, and to praying before the icons in the wayside chapels, but who was a Russian of the Russians, which Barclay was not, and was acceptable to the army and to the court for that reason, if for no other. The old Russian joined his army at Tsaryovo-Zaymishche on the 29th of August, and was received by the troops with cheers. He was not loved by the Baltic German general, whom he superseded, nor did he love him in return. But he kept Barclay in command of the First Army under his orders, for he understood the use of a competent subordinate, even when the subordinate was a rival. He surveyed the positions. He continued for some days the withdrawal that Berkeley had begun, in spite of the cheers with which he had been welcomed, and in spite of the urgent letters that came up to him from the capital. But he understood, as Berkeley understood, that a battle would now be required of him before Moscow, if only that the city should not be given up without one. He chose his ground at a village called Borodino, some 70 miles short of the capital, and dug himself in. There was, in the choice of the ground at Borodino, the calculation of an old soldier who had decided that he must give battle, and meant to give it upon terms that would limit the harm. The position was not brilliant. The right was strong. The centre was strong. The left, where the ground fell away toward the old Smolensk road, was weaker, and there it was that the works were thrown up in haste through the first days of September. 12,000 peasants from the surrounding villages were brought in with shovels and with picks. The earthworks rose. The abatis were laid in front of them. The batteries were sighted. The regiments were brought up from the rear and put into line. By the evening of the 6th, the position was as ready as the time and the hands available had permitted. The old Russian rode along the line with the icons of the saints carried in procession before him by the priests of the army, and the soldiers knelt as the icons passed and crossed themselves. And when the procession was over and the priests had gone back to their tents, the men slept in their coats upon the line where they would fight in the morning. The field he chose ran along a low line of heights west of the village, with the Kolocha stream covering the front and the road to Moscow passing diagonally across it. Upon the right of the Russian line, where the ground rose to a knoll above the stream, was thrown up a great earthen redoubt, which the army afterwards named for the General Raevsky, who held it, and upon the left, in advance of the line, were thrown up a series of arrowhead works, which the French called flèches, and which were given over to the corps of the Georgian prince. 637 Russian guns were sighted along the line. About 122,000 Russian soldiers, of whom a portion were Cossack irregulars, awaited the morning. Across the stream, the Grande Armée came up by the Smolensk road and deployed in front of them. The figures upon the French side are given variously, as such figures are. But it is reasonable to speak of about 109,500 men engaged upon the day, with a total nominal strength upon the field somewhere between 103,000 and 135,000, and with 587 guns brought up to the firing line. The Imperial Guard, some 18,500 men, the finest infantry that Europe had ever assembled under one standard, stood in its squares behind the centre and did not move. On the morning of the 7th of September, 1812, near the village of Borodino, some 110 kilometers west of Moscow, the bloodiest day's fighting of the wars of the Empire opened with a cannonade that shook the windows of villages many leagues away. The mist was on the Kolocha. The Emperor, who had been ill for some days with a chill caught in the cold nights, took his post upon a low knoll behind the centre, where his marshals could find him, and where he could see, through such gaps as the smoke would permit, the action of his line. He had not slept. He was hoarse. He was, by the testimony of the staff officers about him, not the man he had been at Austerlitz, nor at Wagram, but a man who watched the day from a distance, and gave his orders in a voice the staff had to lean forward to hear. He did not appear upon the line during the worst of the fighting. The conduct of the battle in detail was left to those whose business it had always been to fight battles in detail, to Davout, the Iron Marshal upon the centre left, who was wounded early in the day, to Ney, the red-haired marshal in the centre, who fought with the unreason of his nature in the smoke before the flèches, to Murat, the king of cavalry, the brother-in-law king, who rode hither and thither upon his white horse, with his ridiculous plumes, gathering the cuirassiers for the great charges, and upon the French left, opposite the village of Borodino itself, to Eugene the stepson, who carried that village in the morning and pressed the assault upon the Revsky redoubt through the long afternoon. The first attacks were upon the flèches of the left. They were taken, they were lost again, they were taken, they were lost again. And so it went through the morning, with the Georgian prince directing the defence in person from a position close behind his works. About 11 o'clock, a fragment of a French cannonball struck the Georgian prince in the leg and shattered the bone. He was carried from the field still giving orders. His command devolved upon another, and his absence was felt at once in the Russian line, for the soldiers of the Second Army had loved him as Russians love a prince who fights as one of them. He lingered in great pain for 17 days and died of his wounds upon the 24th of September, far behind the army he had not lived to see again. Of his fall, only this need be said, that he was one of some 23 Russian generals killed or wounded that day, and that the loss of 23 generals upon a single field is the sort of figure which, by itself, indicates the character of the action. The flèches taken, the weight of the assault shifted to the Raevski redoubt in the centre. It stood upon its knoll behind a screen of cannon smoke, vomiting fire as fast as its pieces could be served, and twice the French infantry, who climbed its glacis, were thrown back over their own dead. In the early afternoon, the order was given for the cuirassiers to take it by storm. They formed for the charge in the smoke. They came up the slope, with their breastplates, catching what little sun the day permitted, and at the head of one of the columns of horse rode a young general named Auguste Jean-Gabriel de Caulaincourt, who is to be carefully distinguished from his elder brother Armand, the Duke of Vicenza, that Armand who had served as ambassador at St. Petersburg, and who was at this hour with the Emperor's headquarters, and who would survive these wars to write of them. Auguste did not survive. He was killed at the foot of the redoubt, at the head of his charge, struck down within sight of the parapet his men carried over him, and the cuirassiers, having lost their general, took the work in his honour and held it. The news was carried back to imperial headquarters in the afternoon, where the Duke of Vicenza received it with the silence which men of his composure are capable of in such moments, and where the Emperor, when it was put to him, observed only that he had lost a brave officer and turned to other business. The Raevski redoubt was the apex of the day. After it was taken, the Russian centre had been pushed back perhaps 1,000 paces. The line still held. The Russian gunnery, which had been formidable from the opening cannonade, continued to play upon the French positions with a steadiness that no superiority of French valour upon the ground was able to silence. The marshals who came up to the Emperor through the afternoon, including those who had been longest of his old officers, urged him to commit the Imperial Guard. To throw in the Guard, they argued, was to break the Russian line at last, and to gain the strategic destruction of the enemy that the campaign required. The Emperor refused. He observed, by all accounts, that he was 800 leagues from Paris, and that he would not risk his last reserve upon the issue of a battle he had already won. The Guard remained in its squares behind the centre, and the 18,500 grenadiers and chasseurs of the old and young Guard stood with their muskets at order arms, while in front of them the line companies of the army died at the redoubts. It is a moment over which historians have argued ever since, and over which they will argue while the chronicle of the empire is read. The argument will not be settled here. He records only that the guard was not committed. The day burned out toward evening. The Russian artillery slackened. The French artillery slackened. The cavalry, which had charged and countercharged through the smoke until the squadrons could no longer be told apart, drew off upon either side. The fires of the burning villages along the line flared up in the gathering dusk. When the firing died at Borodino, on the evening of the 7th of September, 1812, more than 70,000 men lay killed or wounded between the redoubts. The French slept upon the field. The Russians withdrew in good order through the night, and on the morning of the 8th, the Emperor, who had been ill for some days and had not appeared upon the line during the worst of the fighting, sent his marshal of the cavalry forward in pursuit. The road to Moscow was open. He took it. Chapter 19. The Burning City. It is said that he saw the city for the first time, from the height called the Sparrow Hills, on the afternoon of the 14th of September. The day was clear. The long ride from Borodino had brought the head of the column up out of the woods and onto a low rise above the Moskva, and from that rise the capital of the old Russian Tsars lay spread before him, as in a coloured plate. White walls, painted roofs, the gilt of cupolas struck by the western sun, and beyond the river, the bristle of crosses upon 500 churches. The holy city, called Mother by those who lived in it, second among the seats of the Romanovs, and first among the seats of their faith. The army that came up behind him to look, staff officers, troopers of the guard, the soldiers of the leading divisions, broke into the cheer that greater armies than this one had broken into upon the same view, and continued for a long minute, and then fell silent. The Emperor sat his horse at the front. He is reported to have said little. He had been ill the days before, and he had ridden much. What he expected, by every precedent of his 15 years of war, was an embassy. The cities of Europe had sent embassies. Vienna had sent its keys upon a cushion. Berlin had sent its magistrates in their black gowns. Madrid had sent its prelates, and Milan its podestas. Even Cairo, after the field of the pyramids, had sent its sheikhs. The forms were known, and the figure that the boyars and the metropolitan would cut as they came up the road from the Dorogomilovo gate had been turned over in his mind, in idle moments, all that week. He waited. The road from Borodino had been a procession across a country largely emptied of its people. The villages along it stood with their doors open and their hearths cold. The harvests of the previous month had been carried away or burnt. Here and there a peasant remained to be questioned, and was found to know nothing or to say nothing, which in such times comes to the same thing. The army's columns had marched in good order through the soft September weather, and the soldiers, sensing the proximity of a great prize, had recovered something of the spring of their step. It had been 7 days since the cannonade of the 7th. The Russian army had drawn off slowly toward Moscow, under the protection of its rear guard, and at no point had given a serious engagement, and the king of cavalry, sent forward in pursuit, had touched the Russians at every halt without bringing them to a stand. By the morning of the 14th, the head of the column was at the gates of the holy city, and it is worth pausing to say that no army from the west had stood at the gates of Moscow since the Poles, 2 centuries before, and no army at all under the command of a single foreign sovereign. Behind that view, on the previous day, in a low timber house at the village of Fili, on the western outskirts, the heavy-lidded Russian had presided over a council of his generals. The Council of Fili, as it would afterwards be called, had been a brief and unhappy meeting. Some of the generals had urged a second battle before the gates. Others, observing the state of the army that had come back from Borodino, had counselled withdrawal. The heavy-lidded Russian had heard them out, and had ended the council with the decision that abandoned the city. A capital, he is said to have observed in some form of words, was not Russia. An army was Russia. So long as the army existed, Russia existed, and it was therefore the army that must be saved. He gave the orders that night. The Russian columns withdrew through the southern gates and out upon the road to Ryazan, and at first light, on the 14th of September, the rear guard followed them, leaving behind only such citizens as had not the means or the will to depart, and such convicts and incendiaries as the governor had unloosed in the streets for purposes of his own. The governor was Count Fyodor Vassilievich Rostopchin, the governor of Moscow, military governor by the Tsar's appointment, and a man of strong religious feeling, of strong dramatic feeling, and of the particular kind of patriotism that prefers a holy ash-heap to a profaned palace. He had been told, perhaps not officially, but in the manner that such things are told between a sovereign and his great servants, that the Tsar would not regard with disfavour any measures, however extraordinary, that should deny the city to the invader, and he had read the order in the broadest sense it would bear. In the days before the abandonment, he had gone about the streets in a closed carriage, addressing the people from broadsides pasted upon the walls, in which the French were spoken of as devils and Antichrist. He had ordered the public fire engines removed or disabled. He had emptied the prisons of those of their inmates, whom he judged useful, and provided them with combustibles. He had given out, in his own house upon the Lubyanka, that if the city must fall, it would not fall whole. He had then locked the doors of his palace, signed an order to fire it himself when the time came, taken his daughter and what plate could be carried, and ridden out by the Kaluga gate. Some weeks afterwards, when the French foragers approached his country house at Voronovo upon the road south, he set fire to it with his own hand, by some accounts, and left there a notice in French informing whoever should pass that the Russian gentleman would not leave to the foreigner a roof under which to sleep. What was understood by the Tsar in St. Petersburg, what was understood by the heavy-lidded Russian on the Ryazan road, what was understood by the governor on the Kaluga road, was the same thing in 3 different keys, that there would be no negotiation upon Moscow, and that the city was to be made, by such means as the hour permitted, useless to the army that was coming to lodge in it. The emperor on the Sparrow Hills did not yet know it. He sent forward Murat, the king of cavalry, with orders to enter the city and to receive its delegation. The king of cavalry rode down to the Dorogomilovo gate, and at the gate found no one. The streets within were empty, the shops were shuttered, the doors of the great houses stood open or closed without distinction. In the squares, the dogs slunk between abandoned carts. From windows here and there a face looked out and was withdrawn. The king of cavalry rode on through silent thoroughfares for the better part of an hour, with his trumpeters at his back, before he sent word to the emperor that there was no embassy and no magistrate, and that the city had been emptied as a barn is emptied before the threshing. The emperor came down to the Dorogomilovo gate in the late afternoon, and waited there a little, scanning the road for any figure that might bear the long-rehearsed cushion or the long-rehearsed petition, and then was persuaded by his staff to enter, and entered. He took up quarters that night, not in the Kremlin, the citadel of the old Tsars on its high ground above the Moskva, but in a merchant's house near the gate, for he had been told that the Kremlin was not yet secured, and that the keys which by precedent should have been waiting upon a tray within its first courtyard, were not there either. The keys, indeed, were never delivered. There would be no formal surrender of Moscow to him, then or afterwards. The city had not been surrendered. It had been put down, like a piece taken from a board, and left for him to pick up, if he could. About 100,000 of the army filed into the city behind him through the long evening and the night, and bivouacked in the squares, and broke open such houses as offered shelter. The soldiers, finding no inhabitants to challenge them, went room to room with the polite curiosity of men in a museum, and then with less politeness, and toward midnight the first plumes of fire were observed. They began in the Kitai-Gorod, the district of the merchants northeast of the Kremlin, where the great trading rows ran row upon row with their goods of cloth and tea and skins and wax. They began also in the Solyanka and at the bazaar. They began at the Yauza Bridge. They began, presently, in 20 places at once. The wind, which had been moderate at sundown, rose in the night to a westerly gale, and the fires under it ran from row to row of the wooden houses with which the city was for the most part built. The pumps in the engine houses had been carried away or sabotaged. The men who knew how to work them had departed, and where the army's own soldiers tried to beat down the flames, they were beaten back by the heat, or shot at from the upper windows of the burning houses by men whose presence in those houses had not been suspected. Through the small hours, the bivouacs in the squares stood up to watch, and the sky reddened until it was as a furnace mouth open upon the city. By the morning of the 15th, the fire had crossed the Moskva and was working in the Zamoskvorekhye, the quarter beyond the river. By the afternoon, the wind had carried it under the very walls of the Kremlin, where the emperor had now taken up quarters in the apartments of the Tsars. The cinders fell upon the courtyards. The heat broke window glass in the imperial chambers. The powder train of an artillery park within the citadel was found smouldering, and was put out only with difficulty. By the afternoon of the 16th, the staff prevailed upon him to withdraw. He left the Kremlin by the gate that gave upon the Sparrow Hills Road, with a small escort, and rode through streets that were no longer streets, but corridors of flame between standing walls. The bells of the churches, abandoned in their towers, rang of themselves where the heat shook them, and at one place a marshal of his suite afterwards reported that the imperial party had to dismount and to lead the horses on foot through a quarter where the burning timbers crossed overhead like the rafters of a roof. By the evening of the 16th, he reached the Petrovsky Palace, a small summer residence of the Tsars, some 8 versts to the northwest, and slept there that night, and the next, and the night after. For 4 days the city burned. From the windows of the Petrovsky Palace, the emperor watched what looked in the night like the working of a great forge upon the southern horizon, a long line of red beneath a low ceiling of smoke, with here a tower of flame standing up where some larger building had taken at last, and here a sudden brightness where a powder store had gone, and over all the steady high noise that great fires make, which is heard at distance like the noise of the sea. By day the smoke lay upon the city as a brown lid, low enough that one might have laid a hand on it from a high window, and through the smoke the sun stood as a copper coin without rays. The painters of the suite who had come to record triumphs found themselves recording instead a destruction such as no painter of theirs had had occasion to record before, and several of them, by their own afterwards published accounts, set down their brushes and looked. Of the 9,151 residential buildings standing within the walls on the morning of the 14th, 6,496 were destroyed before the rains and the falling wind together brought the fires under. About 7 of every 10 houses in the capital. The arsenal stood, the Kremlin stood, the foundling hospital stood, defended by its director with such servants as remained. Certain stone churches and certain stone palaces stood. Of the wood of Moscow, however, of the painted houses with their carved eaves, of the great trading rows of the Kitai Gorod, of the long suburbs, little remained but the chimneys upright over heaps of charcoal, and the smell of burnt bread and burnt cloth and burnt fat that hung over the ruins for many days. Officers riding through the Kitai Gorod a week later spoke of a silence upon those streets such as men of the army had not heard since the deserts of Egypt. No dog, no bell, no human cry. Only here and there the small subsidence of a beam settling deeper into its ash. The Emperor returned to the Kremlin on the 18th of September, the wind having shifted and the rains having begun. He took up his apartments in the Tsar's palace once again, and found about him a city in which a quarter of the buildings still stood, and 3/4 did not, in which the stocks of food had for the most part been carried away or burnt, in which there were perhaps 15,000 inhabitants left, of a population that had been some 250,000, in which his own army, that had entered as 100,000, and that was now lodged among the embers, had lost its discipline almost upon the first night, and had not yet recovered it. For of the strange spectacles of those autumn weeks in Moscow, the army's carnival was the strangest. The soldiers, finding the houses of the great empty and the cellars full, fell upon them. They drank what they could carry. They wore what struck their fancy. From the wardrobes of the merchants and the boyars, they took silks and furs against the cold that they already felt coming. From the sacristies of the abandoned churches, they took copes and chasubles and dalmatics and put them on over their uniforms, so that a visitor walking the streets in the second week might have seen grenadiers in the vestments of archimandrites and chasseurs in the long brocaded mantles of court chamberlains, and horses tethered to the railings of the foundling hospital in saddle-cloths that had been altar-frontals. From the libraries of the Russian noblemen, they took books that they could not read, and used them for kindling. From the cabinets of curiosities, they took icons whose silver they prized off in the bivouacs, and whose painted wood they then burnt. From the cellars, they brought up champagnes laid down in the time of the elder Catherine, and drank them out of cups taken from the altar furniture, with the unconcern of men whom no immediate hand seemed likely to restrain. The army of the conqueror of Italy and of Austerlitz, which had been the wonder of Europe for the steadiness of its order, behaved for those weeks as armies are said in the chronicles to behave when they have outrun the discipline of their officers and have not yet found the discipline of necessity. Officers of the staff did what they could to recall the men to order, and were obeyed when they were heard, and were not always heard. The emperor caused proclamations to be posted. Courts-martial were sat. Certain incendiaries taken. In the streets were shot, by some accounts to the number of several score, less for the deterrence of an arson that was now in any case substantially complete, than for the satisfaction of a justice required to be seen. A municipality of the few notables that remained was instituted under a French commissary, and undertook, in the language of such proclamations everywhere, to assure the safety of persons and property in a city that had neither. A theatre was opened in one of the surviving palaces, and a small troupe of French players, who had been resident in Moscow before the war, and had not departed in time, were prevailed upon to give comedies for the diversion of the staff. In the squares, the Imperial Guard kept its order. In the side streets, less. At night, when the wind was off the river, the gleam of the bivouac fires of the guard upon the cobbles of the Kremlin courtyards lit the gilded onions of the Cathedral of the Annunciation in a manner that those who saw it long remembered. An army camped in the bedchamber of an empire, with no master of the house anywhere to be found. And there was waiting. Through the latter half of September and through October, he waited for the answer that the precedent of his life had taught him to expect. A defeat had been administered upon the field of battle. A capital had been entered. By every reading of the European book of war, an embassy must now come, asking terms. He sent letters of his own. He wrote to the Tsar in St. Petersburg in a tone of personal regret for the misfortune that had befallen the city, and of personal warmth toward a sovereign with whom he had once embraced upon a raft on the Niemen. He sent the letter by a Russian officer paroled for the purpose. No answer came. He sent a second by a Russian nobleman of Moscow, the Count Yakovlev, who had asked leave to depart to his family, and to whom he gave a letter to be delivered to the Northern Tsar. No answer came. In the first days of October, he resolved upon a more formal step. He summoned to him the General Jacques Alexandre Bernard Law, Marquis de Lauriston, who had been French ambassador at St. Petersburg in the years before the rupture, and who knew the manners of the Russian court. Lauriston was a Scotsman by descent, a soldier by profession, a diplomat by a kind of accident, and a personal friend of long standing. If any French officer was placed to be heard by the Russian High Command, it was he. He directed him to ride out under flag of truce to the headquarters of the heavy-lidded Russian, which was now at Tarutino, some 80 versts to the south, and there to propose, as one soldier to another, the opening of a negotiation. Lauriston went, and on the 5th of October was received in the Russian camp with such cold civility as the Russian general thought due to a former ambassador and to a parlementaire, and was given to understand that no proposition for peace would be accepted, that any letter brought would be forwarded to St. Petersburg only at the speed at which Russian couriers travelled in autumn, and that the army of the heavy-lidded Russian had no other instruction from its sovereign than to continue the war. The Russian general, who knew his business, kept Lauriston a day at the Russian outposts to let him see how the Russian army had grown, and how its lines were ordered, and how its supply was assured. Then he sent him back. Lauriston returned to Moscow with no terms, no embassy, no answer. The Northern Tsar, in his cabinet at St. Petersburg, had given his ministers their instruction in a single sentence, that he would not treat with an army upon Russian soil, and that he would sooner retire to the steppes and let his beard grow as a peasant than sign such a peace as the Emperor of the French was said to wish. That refusal was the new fact upon which the rest of the campaign turned, though it would take some days more before the Emperor, in his apartments at the Kremlin, would let himself fully entertain it. He had broken Austria twice, and Prussia once, and an Italian coalition by the speed of his marches, and in each case the breaking had ended with an embassy and a treaty within weeks of the loss of the capital. He had assumed, by the long and unbroken precedent of his career, that Moscow would be a kind of Vienna laid further east. And now he was being instructed, by a silence at St. Petersburg and by a polite dismissal at Tarutino, that the rules of the game upon which he had been relying did not, in this country, obtain. The Northern Tsar, whom he had embraced as a brother on a raft on the Niemen 5 years before, had become a different man, or had perhaps, all along, been a different man, and the brotherhood of the raft had been a pose. The army at Tarutino, daily growing, was no longer the army of Borodino. It was being supplied from the south, where the harvest was in, and reinforced from the depots at Kaluga and Tula, and prepared at leisure for what would come next. The dispositions that had been made at St. Petersburg were the dispositions of a court that had decided to let geography and the calendar do its work for it. So the long wait stretched out, and the autumn of central Russia, which is brief, began to close. In the first week of October, the trees in the parks of Moscow turned yellow, and in the second week began to be bare. The rains, which had quenched the last of the fires, were succeeded by mornings of clear cold. The puddles in the squares carried, before sunrise, a thin glaze that broke under the boot. The cobbles of the Kremlin courtyards rang of a morning with a harder note than they had in September. It may be said that the stone itself was beginning to grow cold, and that the army, which walked upon those stones in its summer boots and its summer linen, had begun to feel through the soles of its feet the first warning of what the country was preparing to do to it. The horses, of which the army had brought some 150,000 across the Niemen, had been thinned by the marches, by Borodino, by want of forage, in a country where the grass was over and the granaries burned, and what now stood at the picket lines of the cavalry began to die in the cold of the night, by the dozen, and then by the score, the men cutting away what flesh could be eaten and leaving the rest for the kites that wheeled above the city, as they had wheeled in earlier years above other fields. Officers walking out of an evening across the embers of the Kitai Gorod observed that their breath smoked. The first frosts came in the early days of October. October itself was a chill and wet month, rather than a frozen one, but the chill was a warning of what was preparing, and the killing cold, which would arrive only in November, was being sharpened somewhere beyond the northern horizon. Foragers sent out for hay, and grain found neither. The parties had to ride farther each day, and to ride in larger numbers. For the Cossacks of the steppe were already upon the outposts, fast riders on shaggy horses, who took a courier here, a forage party there, and slipped back into the woods before the cuirassiers sent after them could come up. The roads west, by which couriers must go to Smolensk and beyond to the Niemen, were beginning to be uncertain. 5 weeks the army stayed in the burnt city, and as the days shortened, the question that no one in the emperor's chamber yet wished to put aloud became at last unavoidable. There was no winter quarters in Moscow, for there was no Moscow. There were no provisions for an army of 100,000 in a city emptied of its grain. There was no answer from St. Petersburg, and would be none. The heavy-lidded Russian sat at Tarutino on the southern road, his army growing daily, fed from districts that had not been ravaged. The Cossacks of the steppe were already upon the outposts, picking off foragers and couriers. The snow, which was the great enemy, and which may here be named for the first time as the enemy that would prove itself, had not yet fallen, but the cold had come to announce it. To stay was to pass the winter in a charred warren, eating horses, watching the army shrink at the picket lines and the hospital doors, until the spring released the Russians upon a force that would by then have neither cavalry, nor draft, nor strength of leg. To go was to admit, before Europe, that the campaign had reached its term, and that the term was not victory. He was slow to admit it. Through the first half of October, he held councils in the Kremlin, and dictated dispatches as if the campaign were yet to be conducted from where he sat. He gave orders for a march upon St. Petersburg, then countermanded them, the marshals having pointed out that the roads to the north were no better supplied than those to the east, and that the season was against any such enterprise. He gave orders for winter quarters between the Dvina and the Dnieper, then deferred them. He spoke at table of new operations against the heavy-lidded Russian. He read, by report, much of an evening, the histories of Charles XII in Russia, of which his secretaries had found a French copy in some boyar's library, the letters of Voltaire to the second Catherine, the bulletins of his own previous campaigns. He played at 21 with the marshals, and was observed to be careless of his stakes. He had moments of his old vigour and moments of an unfamiliar abstraction, would dictate 3 dispatches at once in 3 different directions, then sit a half-hour at the window without speaking. The marshals, who knew his moods, understood that the order to march was being delayed and that it would come. What was being weighed behind the dictations and the readings and the cards was the ledger of an army. It had put into motion against Russia, across its several echelons, something near 600,000 men. Of these, the first great wave of about 450,000 had crossed the Niemen in June. It had lost some 30 to 40,000 at Borodino. It had lost more in the marches between Smolensk and Moscow than in the battles. It had lost a further unknown number to the desertions of unwilling allies, to the cholera of the summer, to the foragers who never came back. And a great part of the second echelon had been consumed along the lines of communication without ever coming up to the front. What stood now in Moscow and in the cantonments around it, fit to march and to fight, was perhaps 110,000, a great army still, by the standards of any war but his own, but a fraction of what had been set in motion in June. Of cavalry there was scarcely a third left, of artillery teams less, of bread none that had not to be carried in. The capital, that had been entered as a winter haven, was a haven for no one. To delay further was to begin the retreat in the snow rather than in the rain. It came at last. He gave the order on the 18th of October. The army would march. It would march by way of Kaluga, into the southern districts that had not yet been ravaged, and it would winter on the Dnieper. The wagons were loaded with what could be carried out of the wreck of the Kremlin: vestments, plate, trophies, the cross from the tower of Ivan Veliki. On the morning of the 19th, the head of the column was already upon the road. Behind them, in the burnt city, the wounded who could not be moved were left in the care of those whose mercy the army had recently had occasion to hope for. Chapter 20. The Long Retreat. The first check came at a place called Maloya Roslavets. It was a small town set upon a height above a river, on the road that led south into the Kaluga country, into the unburnt districts in which the army had hoped to winter. And it was held on the morning of the 24th of October, 1812, by the corps of Dokhturov, sent forward in haste by the scarred Russian, who had read the Emperor's intention some hours before the Emperor had completed it. The action was begun by the stepson, who had the advance, and who pushed his Italian divisions across the bridges into a town already partly afire. The Iron Marshal came up in support. The Emperor himself rode forward to within musket shot of the houses, and the houses changed hands 7 times in the course of the day. General Delzens, leading the first assault, was killed at the head of his column. By evening, the French and the Italians were in possession of what remained of the place, and the Russians had drawn off to a fresh position a little to the south, where they barred the way to Kaluga with 30,000 fresh men and the bulk of their artillery. About 6,000 of the army were dead or wounded in the streets and the gardens. The Russian loss was somewhat heavier, perhaps 8,000, and these were figures the army of Moscow could no longer afford to spend. A council was held the next morning at a village some leagues to the rear, in which the marshals were of various minds. The Iron Marshal urged a fresh attempt to the south. Others, less sanguine, considered that what had been bought at Maloyaroslavets at the cost of 6,000 was not worth bidding upon a second time, since beyond the Russian position lay the army of the scarred Russian, fed and rested, athwart the only practicable road. The Emperor heard them out, rode forward once more to look at the Russian line, and turned back. There was, between the morning's reconnaissance and the evening's order, an incident that the army afterwards remembered. A party of Cossacks, riding out from a wood, had nearly carried off the Emperor himself before his escort closed about him, and the small skirmish was made much of in the bivouacs that night, less for what it had been than for what it might have been. He gave the order to retire by the road by which the army had come. It was the road through Mozhaisk and Borodino and Smolensk, the road across which the army had already eaten its way once that summer, the road upon which there was no longer a village standing, nor a granary unsacked. And from the moment the head of the column turned its face northwest, the campaign of Russia had ceased to be a campaign, and had become a passage to be survived. The sequel may be set down as a series of stages, but the men who endured it knew it as a single condition, prolonged. The army that turned back was not the army that had marched out. It had with it still its eagles and its colours. It had with it the wagons of plunder from the Kremlin. It had its imperial guard, whom no privation had yet reduced to disorder, marching as it had always marched, in step and in silence. But its trains were already swollen with sick, with wounded from Borodino, who had been brought down from Moscow upon what carts could be found, with women of the city who had attached themselves to the column, and whom no one had thought to dismiss. And the road upon which it now set itself ran for some hundreds of leagues through country, in which the standing crops had been burnt by retreating Russians in the summer, and the standing structures by advancing French. There were the bones of horses by the roadside that had fallen on the way out, and now offered nothing. There were the unburied dead of Borodino, when the column passed by them in early November, lying in the postures in which they had fallen, preserved by the cold under a thin sheet of snow. The cold set in by degrees. There had been frosts since the first week of October. In early November, the snow began in earnest, and the temperature, which the army's thermometers ceased after a time to record, fell to a depth at which the breath froze upon the beard, and the eyelashes glued themselves together at every blink. The horses, which had been ill-shod for ice and ill-fed since Smolensk, went down by hundreds in a night. Their carcasses were stripped where they fell, and the men ate them raw or half-cooked over fires of broken cartwood. The wagons, which had been loaded at the Kremlin with vestments and plate, and the great cross from the tower of Ivan Veliky, were abandoned by stages along the verges, with their loads spilled into the snow. The guns went with them. A piece for which there were no longer horses was spiked or rolled into a ravine, or left standing in the road, its muzzle filling slowly with white. The eagles of certain regiments, which had been carried at the head of every march since the camp of Boulogne, were buried in the snow by the standard-bearers, when there were no longer enough men to defend them. Some were dug in beside the road, and the place marked, in the hope that they might one day be recovered. Some were merely cast away. They were not all so saved. A staff might be broken across a knee, and the gilded bird thrown into a drift. and that was the last of it. The Cossacks of the hetman Platov rode at the flanks of the column day and night, and took whatever wandered or fell behind. Stragglers, who by November numbered a host in their own right, drifted between the marching divisions in a long, unarmed train, sometimes overtaking, sometimes lost. They were not pursued. They did not need to be. The country pursued them. Villages that had been burnt on the way out offered no shelter on the way back. The peasants, who had had occasion to remember the army of the summer, were not now disposed to be hospitable. A man who left the road for an hour in search of a barn was apt not to return. At Vyazma, on the 3rd of November, the Russian advance under Miloradovich came up with the rear, and there was a sharp action in which the cause of the Iron Marshal lost heavily and was extricated only by the resolve of the red-haired marshal, who had been given the duty of the rear guard, and who from this point forward held it without relief. The corps that came up from Vyazma had the look already of survivors rather than of soldiers. Arms had been cast away by men too cold to carry them, and certain regiments had ceased to keep their colours in the centre, having lost the men who had borne them. At Smolensk on the 9th, the army arrived at the magazines that had been laid up in the summer, only to find them already disordered by the corps that had reached them first. What had been intended as a rest of some weeks became a halt of 4 days, in which the divisions came in by stages, ate what was at hand, and went on. The walls of the city, which had been broken in the August assault and not repaired, gave little shelter from the wind. Bread was issued, and was eaten frozen. Spirits were issued, and were drunk by men who fell into a sleep from which the cold did not permit them to wake. The army that had marched out of Moscow some 100,000 strong, by the most generous reckoning, was already scarcely half that number. And, of the half that remained, a large part was no longer of any service in the line. The cold had become the great enemy. It thinned the ranks more surely than the Cossacks did, and against it there was no stratagem. It was at this stage, with the army still upon the road between Smolensk and Krasnoy, that there reached the Emperor's headquarters the first reports of an affair that had taken place in Paris, while he had been at Moscow. The dispatches had been a long time on the road. They bore dates of the closing days of October. The narrative must here turn aside from the snow for a moment, and follow a courier westward, into a city whose lamp-lit boulevards had not been seen for half a year. In the small hours of the 23rd of October, 1812, while the army at Maloyaroslavets was still laying out its bivouacs for the morrow, a man named Claude François de Mallet had walked out of a private sanatorium in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, in which the police had thought it sufficient to keep him under a loose surveillance. He was a general of brigade of the Republic, of pronounced Republican opinions, who had been in detention for some years, and who had used his confinement to perfect a project of singular boldness. He had with him a clerical assistant in a cassock, a few accomplices, and a sheaf of forged documents purporting to bear the seals of the Senate. The documents declared that the Emperor had died beneath the walls of Moscow on the 7th of October, that the Empire was at an end, and that a provisional government had been instituted under the presidency of certain senators. With these papers in his hand, and a borrowed uniform on his back, General Mallet presented himself at 4 in the morning at the barracks of the 10th cohort of the National Guard in the Rue Popincourt, was admitted by a sleepy officer of the watch, read out the proclamation of the Emperor's death, was acclaimed, and at the head of his unwitting cohort marched first to the prison of La Force, from which he released 2 old companions, the generals Lahorie and Guidal, thence to the hotel of the Minister of Police, the Duke of Rovigo, whom he arrested in his bed and conducted in a state of nightshirt and bewilderment, to the same prison, thence to the prefecture, where the prefect of police was likewise seized. The conspiracy had then about an hour of life left to it. It collapsed as soon as it presented itself to a single officer who had read the bulletins. Colonel Doucet, commanding at the Place Vendôme, listened to the proclamation, observed that the seals were ill imitated and the signatures unfamiliar, and arrested Mallet on the spot. The cohort was returned to its barracks. The Minister of Police was let out of La Force in his nightshirt, and by the middle of the morning, Paris, which had been a republic for an hour, was an empire again. Mallet, Lahorie, and Guidal were tried by court-martial within the week, and shot at the plain of Grenelle on the 29th of October, the same day on which, some hundreds of leagues to the east, the head of the army was passing the field of Borodino. Order was restored before the populace had had occasion to remark upon its absence. It was the report of this affair, more than the snows themselves, that altered the Emperor's calculation. He had heard the news at Smolensk. He heard it in greater detail upon the road, and what he heard was less the closeness of the danger than the silence that had attended his death. Not one of the conspirators, in the hours that he had had the city in his hand, had thought to invoke the name of the Emperor's son. The Senate had been ready to accept a provisional government. The cohort had cried, as it was bid, for the Republic. The Minister of Police had been arrested in his nightshirt without an officer raising a finger in defense of the dynasty. The Empress, who was in the palace, had not been mentioned. The King of Rome, who in the cradle was the next Emperor of the French, had not been mentioned. It was a circumstance to give a sovereign pause, and it gave him pause. The empire that he had built upon a senatus consultum and a plebiscite, that he had crowned at Notre Dame and married into the house of Habsburg, that he had provided with an heir at the cost of his first marriage and the cost of much else, besides that empire had been demonstrated in his absence to rest upon the rumour of his being alive. He began, from that day, to consider the question of his return. In the meantime, the road went on. At Krasnoy, between the 14th and the 18th of November, the corps of the Iron Marshal and of the stepson and of the Emperor himself were obliged to fight their way through Russian columns that had got across the line of march. The Imperial Guard came forward, and the Russians gave way, but at the rear the corps of the red-haired Marshal, which was last upon the road, and which had paused to bring up its wounded, found itself cut off altogether. It was supposed in the camp at Orsha that he was lost. He came in some days later with about 900 men at his back, having marched north in a wide arc, having crossed the Dnieper upon the ice by night near a hamlet called Sirokorenye, having lost the greater part of his corps in the snow. He came in stiff with cold, his red hair grey with hoarfrost, his musket in his hand. The Emperor, who heard the news at his table, is reported to have remarked that he had 100 millions in the cellars of the Tuileries that he would have given to save such a man, and to have called him, from that hour, the bravest of the brave. The epithet stuck. From Krasnoy onward, the army knew Marshal Ney by no other name. By the last week of November, the army was approaching the river Berezina, beyond which lay Vilna and the magazines, and what remained of the line of communication. There were 3 Russian armies converging upon the crossing, and any one of them, met on equal ground, would have been more than a match for what the Emperor still had under his hand. The one-eyed Russian was perhaps 60 kilometers to the east, marching with deliberation. Field Marshal Wittgenstein was coming down from the north with some 30,000 men. Admiral Chichagov, who had brought up a Russian army from the Danube, lay across the western bank with 35,000. The bridges at Borisov, at the obvious crossing point, had been already taken by Chichagov and burnt. The river, to the surprise of those who had counted on the season, was not yet frozen hard enough to bear the army. A thaw of some days had broken the ice into floes and made of it a deeper enemy than a frozen one would have been. It was at this pass that the engineer-general of the Berezina performed the service for which the chronicle keeps his name. Jean-Baptiste Eblé was an old gunner of the artillery, lately appointed to the engineers, who had been ordered some weeks before, in one of those sweeping commands by which the emperor had then been disposing of impedimenta, to destroy his pontoon trains and his portable forges, so that the army might march faster. He had not destroyed them. He had concealed 2 forges and several wagons of charcoal and clamps and tools among his remaining transport, and he had brought them through the snows. At a hamlet called Studenka, some leagues north of Borisov, where the river ran in 2 channels separated by a marshy island, and where the western bank was thinly held, his pontooniers entered the water on the morning of the 26th of November. The water was breast-deep and laced with floes. They worked in shifts of an hour, the men on the trestles below and the men on the planking above, and they worked under the eyes of the emperor, who stood upon the eastern bank in his grey overcoat and watched. By 1 in the afternoon, the first of the 2 bridges intended for the infantry was complete. The corps of the Marshal of Oudinot crossed at once and established a bridgehead on the western bank, against which Chichagov, who had been deceived by demonstrations to the south, brought up his troops too late and in too small numbers to throw it back. By evening, the second bridge, intended for the artillery and the wagons, was also open. The crossing began. It went on through the 27th and the 28th, and into the 29th, by day and by night, in a press of men and beasts and wagons that had at certain hours the look of a town being moved across a river upon 2 narrow planks. The 2 bridges broke and were repaired and broke again. The pontooniers, working all the while in the freezing water, lost nearly their whole company to the cold. Wittgenstein came up from the north on the 28th and engaged the corps of Marshal Victor, which held the eastern bridgehead. Chichagov came up from the west and engaged Oudinot. The army crossed between 2 battles. The disciplined corps were got over without great loss. The host of stragglers, who had been told the night before that they might cross at their leisure, and who in their thousands were sleeping in the open beside their fires, did not understand what was wanted of them when at last they were told to come forward. They came on slowly, in a press. They were caught on the bridges by Cossack lancers and by the Russian cannon that had got within range of the crossing. Many were ridden over, many were trampled into the water, many were taken, many simply did not move from their fires. At first light on the 29th of November, the engineer-general gave the order to fire the bridges. There were still on the eastern bank several thousand stragglers who had had the night to come over and had not. They saw the smoke rise from the trestles, and they ran for the water, and certain of them were on the planking when the planking gave way, and some swam, and some were carried away, and some were left standing upon the ice fringes of the eastern shore as the structures collapsed into the river behind them. The flames went up in 2 columns into a grey morning. The army marched on. The Russian losses had been about 10,000. The army's losses, between combatants and the host of stragglers, ran into the tens of thousands and were never exactly counted. Eblé himself, who had been wet through and at his work for 4 days and nights, fell ill within the week and died at Königsberg before the year was out. From the Berezina, the army marched upon Vilna by stages of unrelieved misery. The cold grew sharper. The thermometers, where any were still kept, were said to have shown some 30 degrees of frost on certain mornings. A march of 12 leagues might cost a regiment a third of its strength. At the bivouacs, the men crowded so closely about the fires that those nearest the flames burnt, and those furthest froze, and many fell asleep and did not rise. The Imperial Guard, which had marched out of Moscow with its bearskins and its drums, marched now in a silence broken only by the creak of the snow under its boots. The bearskins had given place to such furs and rags as could be had, and the eagles at the head of each regiment were wrapped against the frost. The Emperor rode for some days at the head of the central column, then dismounted and walked with a stick, then rode again. He spoke little. At the village of Smorgoni, on the evening of the 5th of December, 1812, he assembled the marshals at his quarters, told them that what had remained of his presence with the army could no longer serve it, that affairs in Paris required him, and that he was leaving for France that night. The marshals heard him without comment. Command of what remained was confided to the King of Cavalry, his brother-in-law, and at about 10 o'clock, in a covered sled, with an escort of a few Polish lancers, he left the army. He took with him the Duke of Vicenza, his master of the horse, together with Duroc and Mouton. This was Armand de Caulaincourt, the elder of the two brothers of that name. The younger had been killed 3 months earlier in the cuirassier charge upon the Raevski redoubt at Borodino, and the elder had not seen his body. The Duke, who knew Russia as he knew few other countries, having been the Emperor's ambassador in St. Petersburg, sat with him in the sled, hour after hour through the white nights, and listened to him talk. And from his memoir, written long afterwards, comes the larger part of what is known of that journey. Behind him, in the days that followed his departure, perhaps 20,000 more men of what had remained of the army died of the cold, or of disease, or of exhaustion. The King of Cavalry, finding the command beyond him, in his turn handed it to the stepson, and rode for Naples and his throne. The red-haired marshal kept the rearguard. He held it across the frozen plains of Lithuania, and into Kovno, and at Kovno, on the night of the 14th of December, with a handful of men and a musket in his own hands. He is said by tradition to have been the last French soldier to step from the bridge across the Niemen onto the further bank. Behind him, the river ran black between its banks, and the campaign of Russia was over. The Emperor, in the meantime, was in his sled. The road by Vilna and Kovno and Gumbinnen and Königsberg and Posen was long, and the sled went on day and night with relays of horses obtained at the post-houses, and the curtains were drawn, and the Duke kept his vigil. At Warsaw, where the sled was halted on the 10th of December for a few hours, so that the Emperor might confer with the French ambassador to that city, and with the President of the Council of Ministers of the Duchy, Dominique de Pradt, the Archbishop of Mechelen, who saw him pass through Warsaw, afterwards reported that he had remarked that from the sublime to the ridiculous there was but a single step. The Archbishop set the sentence down in his memoirs. It will not be vouched for further, save to say that of the apocrypha that have attached themselves to this campaign, it is among the more credible. The interview lasted some hours. The Emperor took a meal in a private room of the Hôtel d'Angleterre, drank a cup of tea, returned to the sled, and resumed his journey westward. He passed through Dresden by night, and saw the King of Saxony for an hour. He passed through Leipzig and Erfurt, where 4 years before he had been the host of a congress of kings. He crossed the Rhine at Mainz. The road thereafter ran straight for Paris. Through the German states, where the news of the army's destruction had begun to be whispered before it was openly told, the post-houses turned out their fastest horses, and the curtains of the sled were not drawn back. The Duke of Vicenza, who sat opposite the Emperor through hour after hour and league after league, was the only witness, and from his memoir, written long afterwards, what is known of the journey has come down. The sled passed at speed. The fields on either side were under snow. The army he had left behind was already beyond saving. What crossed the Niemen was not an army, but the wreck of one. Of the near 600,000 men whom the Empire had put into motion against Russia that year, and of the first great echelon of some 450,000 that had crossed the river in June, perhaps 25,000 recrossed it under arms. The remainder were dead, taken, or vanished, and of these about half had died, not in battle, but of cold and hunger, and the sicknesses that had ridden with them since Smolensk. The horses, of which there had been 150,000, were nearly all gone. The artillery, of which there had been 1,400 pieces, was almost all spiked or abandoned. The eagles of perhaps a third of the regiments lay in the snow between the Berezina and the Niemen, where they had been thrown or buried, and where, except for a few, they were never found again. The chronicler will mention them once, and not again. They had been carried at the head of every army of the Empire since the Champ de Mars. They had been planted at Austerlitz, at Jena, at Friedland, at Wagram, at Borodino. They were now under the snow. He reached the Tuileries toward midnight on the 18th of December, 1812, having been driven the last leagues in a sledge with the curtains drawn against the cold. Caulaincourt, who had ridden with him from Smogony, descended first to make his report to the household. The Empress was woken. She rose and came down. The Emperor, observing perhaps that the corridors had a strange quietness for the small hours, embraced her, took a cup of soup, and went to bed. By the next morning, the bulletins were already in the streets, and the city, which had had Malet for an hour and the King of Rome for a year, learned of the Berezina. Chapter 21. The Battle of Nations. The conscriptions began at once. Before the bulletins of the Berezina had ceased to be read aloud in the cafes, a Senate that had not yet been asked its opinion was already preparing the decrees by which the classes of marriageable youths would be summoned to the depots. The class of 1814 was called early, by anticipation, in such fashion that boys whose fathers had not yet given them leave to grow their first beards were now to be issued the haversack and the white belts. The old guard had been left in the snows. The cavalry, which was the arm by which the Empire had moved, had been left with the horses. The artillery itself, which more than any other army had been the Emperor's pride, had been left in long lines of overturned caissons along the road from Smolensk. What remained in France were the depots, the conscript offices, the prefects, and the names. And from these, in the first months of 1813, an army was to be made. It was made. The decrees called up the National Guard cohorts, which had been raised for the defense of the territory, and which were now reclassified as line troops. They called up the class of 1814, and a portion of the class to follow. They called up the Marines, of whom there had been no employment since Trafalgar, and turned them into infantry. They called up the gendarmes, or such of them as could be spared from the policing of the interior. They recalled the convalescents from the hospitals. They reached even into the elder classes. the men of 26 and 27, who had once paid a substitute, and who now found that the substitute they had paid no longer stood between them and the colours. By the spring, some 250,000 new soldiers had been gathered, of whom many were children, with the down upon their cheeks. They were called the Marie Louises, after the empress in whose name the levy had nominally been ordered, and the chronicle of the year is in good part the chronicle of what was done with them, and what they did. What was lacking could not be replaced by any decree. There were uniforms of a kind. There were muskets of a kind. There were officers, both old and very young, but of the trained cavalry, which had perished beyond the Niemen. There could be no immediate substitute, since the horse takes longer to make than the rider. The remount depots of Germany were stripped. The train was rebuilt with such animals as could be found. Squadrons of guards of honour were raised from the sons of the rich, who were to be at once cavalry and hostages for the loyalty of their fathers. And yet, when the army marched into Saxony in April, it had with it only a small fraction of the horse with which it had marched east the year before. This was no detail. It was the lack of cavalry that, throughout the year, would deny the emperor the means to convert his battles into campaigns, that would let beaten armies withdraw in good order, that would leave him in possession of the field in the evening and unable to find the enemy in the morning. The empress had been declared regent in his absence. The king of Rome, who was 2 years old and could speak some words, was shown at the Tuileries to the deputations of the Senate, and the emperor, who through the long winter sat at his desk until the candles guttered, dictated orders by the hundred to the prefects of departments and to the marshals at their commands in Germany. Beauharnais, his stepson, the viceroy of Italy, had been left in the place of the king of cavalry to gather what could be gathered of the Russian wreck, and through January and February held a thin line upon the Elbe, with garrisons that did not amount to soldiers and reinforcements that arrived in driblets. The Marshal of Dalmatia, recalled at last from Spain, was given the command of the Imperial Guard in Germany. Marmont was given the command of a new corps, Bertrand another. The Marshal of the Cavalry, the brother-in-law, King Murat, who had departed the army at Posen, pleading the duties of his throne, made his way home to Naples to write letters to Vienna, which he hoped would not be read. The Iron Marshal, Davout, had been ordered to Hamburg, which had risen in the new year against the imperial governor, and was retaking it with that severity which had been his first virtue. The Prussians had not waited. The convention by which a corps of theirs had been left under French command in the Baltic provinces was repudiated by a general acting on his own, the Convention of Tauroggen, at the end of December, and the King of Prussia, who had been one of the emperor's most reluctant subjects, found himself carried by the temper of his country toward what he could not for many months bring himself openly to declare. He declared it in March from Breslau, and on the same day issued a call to arms, to which the youth of his small kingdom responded with a fervour of which their fathers, who had seen Jena, would not have believed them capable. The northern Tsar, having driven the wreck of the Grande Armée beyond the Niemen, came across in turn, embraced the King of Prussia at Breslau, and continued westward. By the end of April, the two sovereigns were in Saxony, in concert, with armies that had been refilled by the long winter, and were no longer the ones the emperor had defeated in the years of his prime. He went out to meet them. He had left Paris in mid-April, having entrusted the regency to the empress. He had crossed the Rhine. He had passed through the lands of the Confederation, whose sovereigns received him with the proper anxieties, and on the 2nd of May, 1813, he engaged the Allied armies near the village of Lützen, in Saxony, upon ground over which a Swedish king had been killed in another century. The young soldiers who had not seen a battle advanced with that headlong willingness which was the mark of the year's army. What they could not yet do was move quickly when ordered, or stand quietly when not. Ney's corps received the first weight of the Allied attack at Kaya and Gross-Gerschen, and held it. The Emperor came up at the gallop with the Guard and the reserves, and broke the Allied centre by the evening. The field was his. The Tsar and the King of Prussia withdrew in good order through the night. There was no pursuit worth the name, for the cavalry was not there to make it. Some 20,000 Allied casualties were afterwards spoken of. The French casualties, by all accounts, were not less. The conscripts, having seen the Emperor pass among them under fire, are said to have advanced with the gaiety of children at a fair, and many of them, by the evening, were lying upon the meadows where the Swedish king had fallen in another century. The Emperor rode the field in the dusk, and dictated his bulletin in the laconic register he had made his own, naming Ney as the chief instrument of the day, and the conscript regiments as worthy of the line. Bautzen, 3 weeks later, was the same lesson taught a second time. On the 20th and 21st of May, upon a strong Allied position behind the river Spree, the Emperor turned the right flank with Ney, while pressing the centre, and by the evening of the second day had driven the Russians and Prussians from their lines. Once more the field was his, and the casualties on either side approximately equal. Once more, in the absence of cavalry, the beaten army moved off eastward at its own pace, leaving few prisoners and few guns. 2 victories had been won in 3 weeks by an army of conscripts, and yet it was perceived, both at the imperial headquarters and at the headquarters of the Allied sovereigns, that 2 such victories more would leave the victor in a worse case than the vanquished. After Bautzen, the army moved eastward in the manner of pursuit and the manner of fatigue, the Russians and Prussians falling back upon Schweidnitz and into the foothills of Silesia, the French marching after them through villages whose inhabitants had been reduced to cabbage and water, and which they could not in any case have plundered for want of carts, the roads choked with stragglers, the field hospitals at Bunzlau filled and emptied. The conscripts began to fall sick of a fever that the surgeons of the Guard could not name. Couriers came in from Magdeburg, from Hamburg, from Wessel, with reports of long depots empty of recruits, and of the prefects of the Rhenish departments, writing in tones less obedient than they had used the year before. It was at this juncture that the Habsburg court, having neither declared for the coalition nor remained in the alliance with France, offered its mediation. An armistice was concluded at Pleswitz on the 4th of June, to last until the middle of August, and the Emperor, who had perhaps never made a graver error of judgment, accepted it. He had time, it was said, to bring up reinforcements. The Allies had time to bring up more. He had time to rebuild his cavalry. The Allies had time to receive into their councils the army of 300,000, which the Habsburg Emperor was now arming behind the Bohemian frontier. It may be remarked, against the language of the bulletins, that the armistice of Pleswitz was the longest pause the Emperor ever granted to enemies who were arming against him. During its weeks, the Austrian Chancellor, Clemens von Metternich, came down from Vienna to Dresden, where the Emperor had established his headquarters, and was received in the Marcolini Palace on the 26th of June. The interview that followed lasted some 9 hours, and it was held in private. What passed within is known only by what each man afterwards reported. The Chancellor offered, in the name of the 4 powers, terms that would have left France within what were called her natural frontiers, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the Rhine, but which would have stripped from the empire the Confederation and the Italian and Illyrian dependencies. The emperor, by the chancellor's account, refused to be lectured upon his position by an envoy from a court whose archduchess he had married. He is said to have thrown his hat into the corner and to have spoken of the willingness of a ruler born to a throne to lose 6 battles before he is troubled, and the inability of one who has come to a throne by his own hand to lose even one. The empire of his founding, he said, had been built upon victory and could not, like an empire of inheritance, sustain a peace of concession. The throne he had made was of a different metal from the thrones his enemies had been born to, and what would dignify the Habsburg would dishonor him. Metternich, in his blue coat and his calm, replied that he had now seen the emperor for the first time, and that France was lost. He went out and made his way back to the Habsburg emperor at XVIII, and Austria, which had spent a year arming, declared for the coalition on the 12th of August. The renewed war that opened on the 17th of August found the imperial position strategically reversed. There were now 3 allied armies converging upon Saxony: the army of Bohemia, under the Austrian Field Marshal Schwarzenberg, with the Habsburg Emperor and the Northern Czar and the King of Prussia in attendance, and with 215,000 men under his orders. The army of Silesia, under the Prussian general, called Old Forwards by his soldiers, who had 100,000. The army of the North, under the former French marshal, who had become Crown Prince of Sweden, Charles XIV John, once Bernadotte, with about 120,000 of Swedes, Russians, and Prussians. To these would be joined, in October, the army of Poland under the Hanoverian general in Russian service, Bennigsen, with 60,000 more. The coalition's strategy, drawn in July at the conference of Trachenberg in Silesia, was that any army into which the emperor in person advanced should withdraw. Any army from which he was absent should be attacked. The 3 armies should converge by stages upon a single point in Saxony, and there give the decisive battle in such overwhelming numbers as to make resistance arithmetic. The strategy was modest in its conception and ruinous in its results. It surrendered, in advance, the conduct of the campaign to one factor alone, the multiplication of force, and against that factor the emperor's particular gifts had no scope, since one cannot maneuver against numbers if one cannot first overtake them, and one cannot overtake them without cavalry. He set out from Dresden against Old Forwards, who withdrew east beyond the Katzbach as the strategy required. He turned back upon the army of Bohemia, which had emerged from the Bohemian passes and was advancing upon Dresden. On the 26th and 27th of August, before the gates and in the suburbs of his own headquarters, with 120,000 men against more than 200,000, he gave the coalition the most brilliant of his late battles. The driving rain on the second day soaked the powder of the allied infantry. Murat upon the right, and Mortier and Marmont in the centre, threw back the columns and took or scattered the flanks. The King of Prussia, who had stood beside the Tsar upon the heights of Racknitz, watched his troops driven down the slopes. The coalition lost some 38 to 40,000 men, of whom 25,000 were prisoners. 26 guns were taken, and 15 colours. The French casualties did not reach 10,000. Among the wounded upon the Allied side was a former general of the Republic, Jean-Victor Moreau, who had been brought home from his American exile to advise the Northern Tsar, and who, standing beside him on a height, was struck by a French cannonball that took off both his legs. He died at Laon on the 2nd of September. It was the last of the great victories. while the emperor at Dresden contemplated a pursuit which the reign and the state of his cavalry would not permit. The corps he had detached under General Vandamme, ordered to seize the passes by which the defeated allies were retiring into Bohemia, fell at Kulm on the 30th of August into the very trap he had himself taught his enemies to set. Surrounded upon three sides by Russians, Austrians, and Prussians, the corps of some 32,000 men was cut to pieces. Some 10,000 were taken, with their general. 81 guns were lost. What remained crawled back over the mountain. Within the same week, MacDonald, whom the emperor had left to face old forwards on the Katzbach, was beaten upon a wet day by the Prussians, his men lost or drowned in the swollen river, and many of his guns with them. Oudinot was driven back at Grossbeeren by the Crown Prince of Sweden's Prussians. Ney, who had been sent to retrieve that movement, was beaten at Dennewitz on the 6th of September. Each defeat was at the hand of a corps from which the emperor was absent. Each victory of his own was at the head of an army that, by the time the news of the next defeat reached him, had already to be marched back across some 50 miles of bad road to repair the damage. The Trachenberg plan, in its modest way, was working. So the September of 1813 passed, a victory at the centre, defeats upon every wing, and the slow, methodical closing in of the three Allied armies upon the Saxon plain. There was, besides, in the south of the same year, that other reckoning which the chronicle is not entitled to leave aside. In Spain, where the brother who was nominally king had for 5 years occupied a throne which the country had never accepted, the sepoy general had emerged from his lines in May with some 90,000 men of 3 nations, had drawn the French armies northward in a series of marches that left them no time to concentrate, and, on the 21st of June, at Vittoria, had fallen upon the army of the elder brother and of Marshal Jourdan in such fashion as to break it into fragments that fled toward the Pyrenees. The royal carriage and the silver plate of Madrid were taken. 151 guns were taken. The elder brother rode for the frontier and did not see Spain again as a king. The Marshal of Dalmatia, Soult, was sent down from his command of the Guard in Germany to take command of what remained, and through the autumn fought a defensive campaign upon the Bidassoa and the Nivelle that was the work of an old craftsman with a few good tools and many indifferent ones, but it could not affect the main reckoning in Saxony. The sepoy general, having driven Joseph from Spain, prepared in his methodical way to cross into France. By the first week of October, the emperor at Dresden had to choose between holding the Saxon capital and saving the army. He chose the army, evacuated Dresden, leaving a garrison of 25,000 under St. Cyr to be lost in due course, and concentrated upon Leipzig, where the rivers Pleiss and Elster and the Pater come together in a low, marshy plain. On the 15th of October, the imperial headquarters was established in the suburb of Reudnitz. About 190,000 French and Allied troops, with 700 guns and more, lay in a great half-circle south and east of the town. Against them were closing the 4 Allied armies, 3 of which had reached the immediate vicinity by the morning of the 16th. In all, before the end of the engagement, more than 380,000 men with 1,500 guns. It was the largest battle Europe had ever seen, nor would it be exceeded for 101 years. The first day was fought upon 2 fields. To the south, around the village of Wachau, the emperor faced Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia and held him with such effect that toward 4 in the afternoon, a mass of French and Saxon cavalry under Murat broke the Allied centre at Liebert-Volkwitz and rode within range of the height upon which the three sovereigns watched, and were turned only by the Russian Cossack regiments of the Tsar's own guard. To the north, at Möckern, old forwards Prussians threw themselves against the corps of Marmont, the Duke of Ragusa, and after a day of slaughter took the village. Each side claimed the day. The casualties were perhaps 30,000 on each. Night fell with the French still in their positions, but with the conviction, at the imperial headquarters, that the day's effort had not been enough. The 17th was a Sunday, and a day of comparative quiet, partly from the exhaustion of the troops, partly from the rain, partly from the negotiations the emperor opened by way of an Austrian general taken prisoner the day before, in which he proposed terms not unlike those Metternich had offered him in June. There was no answer, for during that day the army of the north under the Crown Prince of Sweden and the army of Poland under Bennigsen were arriving upon the field, and the coalition saw no reason to negotiate with an enemy who would on the morrow be outnumbered by 2 to 1. The coalition headquarters that night was at Rothe, where the three sovereigns sat at supper, and the Field Marshal Schwarzenberg, who was their nominal commander, drew up the dispositions for the morrow, with the deference of a host serving distinguished guests. On the French side, in the suburb of Reudnitz, the emperor wrote orders to the Marshal of Dalmatia in Spain, which would not in any case reach him in time to matter, and to the Empress in Paris, which would. The 18th was the great day. Upon a front of some 20 miles, drawn in a tightening arc from north to south and east, the four allied armies advanced together. The French line, contracted now upon the suburbs of the city, held. The old guard was committed. The artillery, of which there were still 700 pieces, fired all day. Toward the middle of the afternoon, in the village of Ponsdorf upon the east, a Saxon division of some 5,000 men, with the Württemberg cavalry attached, marched out of the French line, faced about, and fired upon their late comrades. The defection of the Saxons, occurring in the centre of the action, opened a gap that the French closed only at the cost of the last reserves. By evening the line still held, but the city behind it was already filling with wagons, with wounded, with the impedimenta of an army preparing in the dark to retire. The order to retreat was given that night. The casualties of the 4 days were such as no European battle had counted before. Of the coalition, between 54 and 80,000 men, with the official return at some 53,800. Of the French, between 60 and 79,000, of whom 38,000 were killed or wounded, and as many as 36,000 taken in the days that followed. 300 guns and many thousand muskets were left in the streets and on the field. It was the largest battle in Europe before the great war of the next century, and it was lost. The emperor took leave that night of the King of Saxony, who had remained in his palace through the 4 days, and who was now to be left to whatever the conquerors should decide for him. The leave was correct and brief, in the manner of two sovereigns who have known each other long and have nothing further to say. The retreat was to be by a single causeway across the Elster and a single bridge at the western edge of the town. Throughout the night and the early morning of the 19th, the columns moved through the streets of Leipzig in such order as the streets allowed, which was not great, the avenues being filled with overturned ammunition wagons and broken caissons and the wounded of both nations. Many a man went under foot in the press. Many a regiment lost its standard among the houses. Many a horse, falling through the boards of the causeway, was left where it fell. The rearguard was under the bravest of the brave, under MacDonald, and under the Polish prince, Józef Poniatowski, who upon the 16th had been handed his marshal's baton in the field by the emperor himself, in recognition of the conduct of his corps and of the Polish nation that had followed him into the wreck. The emperor took leave of his marshals at a tavern in the suburb of Lindenau, mounted, and crossed the bridge himself in the small hours. The bridge was to be blown at the moment when the last troops were across. A colonel of engineers had been ordered to see to it. The colonel had set a corporal upon the work, and the corporal, observing some Russian skirmishers entering the eastern outskirts, lit the fuse. The roar that followed lifted the centre of the structure into the air, and the noise of it was heard at the western edge of the marsh, where the columns of the army were already on the road to Erfurt. The men, knowing what it meant, marched on without turning their heads. The retreat from Leipzig to the Rhine was conducted in something less than 3 weeks, and in considerably worse order than the retreat from Smolensk to the Niemen had been, since the country through which it passed had not been preemptively burnt by its inhabitants, but was now to be plundered by an army that had ceased to receive its rations. The coalition pursued, but not closely, for the same plan that had been drawn up at Trachenberg required the same convergence in slow majesty, and the Tsar and the King of Prussia and the Habsburg Emperor, having between them won the largest battle in the history of Europe, were not minded to risk a small one. At Hanau, on the 30th and 31st of October, the army of the King of Bavaria, for Bavaria too, having read the bulletins, had now changed sides, attempted to bar the road to the Rhine. The emperor, with the remnant of his guard and what remained of his cavalry, drove through the Bavarians at the point of the bayonet, and was across the Rhine at Mainz on the 2nd of November, with such men as had kept up. Behind him, the long road was littered with the same accidents as the road from Moscow had been, save that the snow was not yet upon them. The typhus, which had begun in the depots of Saxony, finished what the cannon had begun. By that time, the German world that he had organized in the year of Tilsit had ceased to acknowledge him. The Confederation of the Rhine, which had been the principal monument of his settlement of Central Europe, dissolved as its sovereigns made their accommodations one by one with the Habsburg court. The kingdom of Westphalia, whose throne the youngest brother had occupied for 6 years, fell at the approach of a Cossack patrol. Jerome rode for the Rhine. In Holland, where the brooding brother had once reigned, and which had since been annexed to the empire, an old House of Orange was acclaimed in the streets of The Hague in the 3rd week of November, and a British squadron came in to give it countenance. In Italy, where the stepson held the line of the Adige with diminishing forces, the Austrian armies were already across the Isonzo. Murat, at Naples, opened in earnest the correspondence with Vienna, which he had begun in jest, and would soon, in his turn, change sides. The chronicle is not required to follow each defection by name. It is enough to record that the system raised at Tilsit and ratified at Erfurt had, between Borodino and Hanau, ceased to exist. On the morning of the 19th of October, 1813, the rearguard at Leipzig found itself cut off, for the bridge over the Elster had been blown too soon. The Polish prince, who had been made a Marshal of France only 3 days before, attempted the river on his horse, was wounded and drowned. Many thousands more were taken. The army that recrossed the Rhine in November was less than 1/3 of what had marched east in the spring. The Confederation of the Rhine had ceased to exist. Holland had risen. Italy was lost. The Allies, who had crossed the Niemen at the head of 50,000 men a year before, prepared to cross the Rhine at the head of 300,000. Chapter 22. The Campaign of France. They came across in the last days of December, 1813, and the first days of the new year. The Rhine, which since the time of Caesar had served as a frontier in the imagination of the West, ran broken with flows that winter, and was passed at half a dozen places by armies that had never until then crossed it. The Austrian Field Marshal Schwarzenberg, with the army of Bohemia, some 200,000 strong, came over by way of Switzerland, whose neutrality was set aside without ceremony, and pushed up through Basel and Belfort onto the upper waters of the Saône, with the avowed aim of marching by Langres upon the heart of France. The Prussian Blücher, called Old Forwards by his soldiers and his sovereign alike, brought the army of Silesia, some 100,000 of Prussians and Russians together, over the great river on the night of the 31st of December, at Mannheim, at Koblenz, at Kaub between, and made his way up the valleys of the Saar and the Moselle, with Russian and Prussian corps, under York, Sacken, Olsufiev, Kleist, the Crown Prince of Sweden, the former French Marshal, who had thought it prudent to be born again as a Bernadotte of the North, came down upon the Low Countries with the army of the North, accompanied by such Hanoverians and Hanseatic levies as the disintegration of the Confederation of the Rhine had set free. The frontiers of the empire, which for 15 years had been shifted upon the eastern margin of every map by the emperor's own hand, now closed in upon the older boundary of the kingdom. And the kingdom, in the second week of January, found itself everywhere invaded. There was an irony in this, which the dispatches of those weeks did not fail to register. The treaty offers carried by coalition couriers spoke now of the natural frontiers, the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, as a possible peace. Offers which 6 months earlier the emperor would have signed without rising from his table, and which 6 months earlier the coalition would not have made. He let the offers lie. By the beginning of February they had been withdrawn, and the proposal that succeeded them spoke only of the boundaries of 1792, that is, of the kingdom of Louis XVI. By March they would speak of nothing at all. The emperor was at Paris, and at Paris the figures upon the muster rolls were melancholy reading. The conscriptions of 1813 had eaten through the marriageable youths. What remained for 1814 were boys of 17, the so-called Marie-Louises, named for the empress whose decrees had called them up, veterans on furlough, national guards from the departments, depot companies, a hard corps of old guard infantry, and what cavalry the Spanish road and the Russian snow had spared. Against 300 and more thousand Allied effectives advancing in 3 masses, he could put into the field, at any one place, perhaps 70,000, and if the story is told, as historians have told it since, in the form of an account book, the result is settled before the first shot. He was outnumbered roughly 4 to 1. He had no reserves. The powers of the coalition had at last learned not to fight him singly, and the country behind him was, for the first time since the Vendée, a doubtful country. Yet the campaign that opened upon the snow of Champagne and the Marne in the closing days of January 1814 was, by the judgment of soldiers who have studied it since, the most brilliant of his life. He was now in a manner restored to the conditions of his youth. A small army, an interior position, an enemy moving in separated columns, a country he knew the fold of, as a man knows the lines of his own hand. The marches were rapid, the rests were short. He himself was 44, in poor health, growing thick about the waist, but in the saddle as much as ever, and in the order of battle from before dawn until past midnight. The bulletins of those weeks have a clipped and almost youthful tone, as if the Italian campaign of 1796 had been resumed in another country and at another season. He found his opportunity in early February. Old Forwards, with the army of Silesia, was advancing upon Paris by the valley of the Marne, his corps strung out over 50 miles of road in the manner of a man who believes the war already finished. Between the 10th and the 15th of February, in a series of engagements upon the country between the Aube and the Marne that have ever since been known as the 6 Days, the Emperor, with some 30,000 men, fell upon those 50,000 and more in detail, and broke them piece by piece. At Champaubert, on the 10th of February, the Russian corps of Olsufiev was caught upon the road, surrounded, and destroyed. Olsufiev himself, separated from his men in the failing light, was taken prisoner and brought to the Emperor's bivouac, where he is reported to have been asked, in the polite manner suitable to a captured general, how many men he had had at the start of the day. At Montmirail, on the 11th, the Russian corps of Sachsen and the Prussian of York, hurrying up from different directions, were beaten in succession before they could combine. At Château-Thierry, on the 12th, the rear guards of those two corps were driven across the Marne with severe loss. At Vauchamp, on the 14th, Old Forwards, who had collected what he could of his shaken army and turned to give battle, was himself attacked, outflanked, and driven from the field. In 6 days, the Emperor had inflicted upon the army of Silesia some 17,750 casualties, at the cost of perhaps 3,400 of his own. He had taken many guns and many colours. The bivouacs of the Russian and Prussian corps were burning behind him in the woods between Champaubert and Étauges. He had ridden, and his men had marched, in weather that broke down boots and froze the locks of muskets. The old guard had been seen on more than one of those evenings asleep in the saddle, and the boys of 17, who had not yet learned what their fathers had known of war, had marched beside them and learned in a week. The Parisian newspapers, which had had little to celebrate since the Berezina, made what they could of these names, and a generation of soldiers afterwards, in retirement upon their pensions, would reckon the 6 days as the most exquisite passage of arms in their memory. The Emperor himself, between Vauchamp and the next move, is said to have remarked that he had recovered the boots of Italy. But the campaign was not Italy. In Italy, a victory had translated into a province. Here, a victory translated into a few days' delay. While he beat Old Forwards on the Marne, Schwarzenberg, with the army of Bohemia, advanced upon the scene. When he turned to face Schwarzenberg, Old Forwards rallied, was reinforced, and resumed his march upon Paris. The coalition had at last understood that the answer to him was not to be found in any one army, but in the sum of their armies, and they kept moving, by agreement, on diverging axes, so that wherever he struck, he could only strike at a part. He won at Montereau on the 18th of February, where he laid the guns himself, in the manner of his old artillery captaincy, and observed to his staff that the cannonball that should kill him had not yet been cast. He won at Craonne on the 7th of March, by a head-on assault of the Russian position upon the plateau, at heavy cost in men he could not replace. He was checked at Laon on the 9th and 10th, where Old Forwards, who had drawn together his army upon a height, would not be dislodged. He won, after a fashion, at Reims on the 13th, retaking the city in a night attack, and leaving mortally wounded upon the field a French émigré in Russian service, the Count de Saint-Priest. The maps of these weeks, traced afterwards in the staff colleges, present a picture of constant motion and brilliant concentration about a dwindling centre. As of a swordsman of unmatched skill, set upon by 20 men with cudgels, who parries and riposts admirably, and yet in the end is borne down? By the middle of March, his army of 70,000 had become an army of 50,000. The boys of 17 lay in the snow between the villages of Champagne. The cavalry, never restored after Russia, was used up by the constant marching. The depots were empty. The magazines, requisitioned upon a hostile peasantry, yielded less each week. He attempted, in the 3rd week of March, to draw the Allies away from Paris by a march upon their rear at Saint-Dizier, in the country toward Lorraine, calculating that they would turn after him, as in former years they had always turned. But the Tsar, who had taken a copy of an intercepted letter that set out this design, declined to turn, and ordered the march upon Paris pressed. In Paris, the talk had begun to turn. Talleyrand, who had been out of office some years, and who had a long habit of being beforehand with the future, received in his hotel of the Rue Saint-Florentin those persons whom it had become useful to know, agents of the émigré, of the Tsar, of the British cabinet, of every party that might be in office by Easter. Joseph Fouché, who had also been out of office, was again to be seen at certain dinners. The Senate, which since Brumaire had voted what was set before it, began to read its papers with more attention. In the salons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the white cockade, which had been kept 15 years in linen drawers, was being aired. In the workshops of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the workmen, who had less to gain by a Bourbon, watched in silence. The Empress Marie-Louise, 22 years of age, with the King of Rome at 3, sat in the Tuileries, and received the daily dispatches of her husband and the daily counsels of those about her, which began to diverge. Her father, the Habsburg Emperor, was in the field with Schwarzenberg. Her husband was in the field on the Marne, and between her father and her husband, the daughter of the one and the wife of the other was being asked, by men in her drawing-room, what she would do. At the close of March, the question was no longer whether but when. The Emperor, on the 25th of March, attempted by a manoeuvre upon the Allied line of communications to draw them away from Paris. The Allies, advised by intercepted couriers and by the temper of the capital, resolved instead to march straight upon it. On the 28th, with the enemy at the gates, the Council of Regency in the Tuileries took the decision, urged upon them by the elder brother Joseph and by the Arch-Chancellor Cambacérès, that the Empress and her son should leave the city. Marie-Louise resisted, was overborne, and on the morning of the 29th, in tears and with the household in some disorder, the Empress and the King of Rome were placed in carriages and dispatched to Blois on the Loire, with such of the imperial wagons as could be loaded in the time. They did not return. It is to be recorded that the boy, who had been brought to the steps and lifted into the coach by a servant, was heard to protest that he did not wish to leave his house, and that this was the last that the city of Paris saw of the King of Rome. On the 30th of March, the Battle of Paris was fought upon the heights of Montmartre, of Belleville, of Romainville, by the Marshal of Ragusa, Marmont, with the 6th Corps, and by the Marshal of Treviso, Mortier, with the Young Guard, and what could be assembled of the National Guard, against the converging masses of Russians and Prussians. The elder brother Joseph, who had nominal command, withdrew before noon, having authorized, in the Emperor's absence, a capitulation. The fighting cost the city some 8,000 of its defenders and a comparable number of its assailants. By the evening the heights were taken, and during the night, in the mayoralty of Bondy, the surrender of the capital was negotiated. On the 31st of March, the Tsar Alexander, who had set himself at the head of the coalition, entered Paris by the gates of Pantin and rode down the boulevards to the Champs-Élysées, at the head of a procession of his guard and of King Frederick William of Prussia. He took up his lodging at the Hotel of Talleyrand, who had remained behind for that very purpose. And there, in the gilded salon of the limping diplomat, the question of what was to be done with the Emperor and with France was settled for the next 12 months. The Emperor, when this news reached him, was at Fontainebleau. He had marched all night to come to the relief of his capital. He was at Juvisy, at the post-house called the Cour de France, when the couriers met him with the report that the city had fallen and that the Empress had gone. He sat upon a milestone, by some accounts, while the news was given him. He asked questions, in the brief manner that was his custom. He did not rage. He turned aside to Fontainebleau, his old retreat, where the Pope had once been brought as his guest and prisoner, and there he set up such court as remained to him. The marshals, Ney, MacDonald, Berthier, Lefebvre, Oudinot, Moncey, and a few others were with him. The old guard, some 6,000 strong, was encamped about the chateau, and he set himself to the planning of a march upon Paris. He had, by his own reckoning, 60,000 men still in hand or near to hand. The Allies had, in and about the capital, not less than 150,000. The geometry which had served him at Champaubert and at Montmirail did not, in his cabinet at Fontainebleau, refuse him here either, and he laid out the orders with the same exactness as upon the Marne. It did not take place. On the 3rd of April, the Senate, sitting in Paris under the eye of the Tsar and the pen of Talleyrand, voted the deposition of Napoleon Bonaparte from the throne of the French and absolved the army and the people from their oath of allegiance. On the 4th, in the morning, the marshals waited upon the Emperor in his cabinet at Fontainebleau, and informed him, in language that was respectful but not ambiguous, that they would not march upon Paris. They were the men he had raised. Some of them owed everything they were to him, their titles, their lands, their incomes, the very names by which their families were now known in Europe. They had fought for him from the bridge at Lodi to the redoubts of Borodino, and they told him that morning that the army had had enough. Ney, who in the climate of the Chronicle is the bravest of the brave, was their spokesman. He did not raise his voice, but he did not lower his eyes. MacDonald, the Duke of Tarentum, of Scottish blood and steady manner, supported him. Caulaincourt, the Duke of Vicenza, who was both his diplomat and his familiar, did the office of conciliator. The Emperor, who had begun the interview as though it were one more conference of war, ended it, standing at the window with his back to the room. The Emperor, after some hours, sat at his writing table and drafted an act of conditional abdication. He would lay down the throne in favour of his son, with Marie-Louise as regent. The act was short, in his own hand, and contained at the end the formula that there was no personal sacrifice, even that of life, which he was not prepared to make for the interests of France. Caulaincourt, MacDonald, and Ney were dispatched to Paris with the document, charged to negotiate this dynastic settlement with the Tsar. They were, that night, well received in the salon of Talleyrand. The Tsar was a young man still, and disposed at first to be generous. The question of a regency was discussed, and matters might have gone in that direction had not, in those very hours, an accident of Marshal's pride disposed of them otherwise. The 6th Corps, under Marmont, the Duke of Ragusa, lay at Essonnes, upon the road between Fontainebleau and Paris. It was the only formed body of regular troops between the emperor and the capital. Marmont, who had been the emperor's friend from the days of Toulon, and who owed his marshal's baton and his ducal title to that friendship, had concluded, earlier than the others, and without consulting them, that the cause was lost. Through intermediaries, he had on the night of the 3rd of April signed a convention with the Austrian Field Marshal Schwarzenberg, by which his corps would be withdrawn from the imperial army into the Allied lines. On the morning of the 5th, the corps marched. The officers who had not been let into the secret were stunned. Some wept. Some attempted to turn back and were not permitted. The men, who had not been let into it at all, marched into the Allied positions and laid down their arms in the belief that they had been ordered there by the Emperor himself. Within hours the city of Paris and the headquarters of the Tsar knew that the last formed body of French regulars between Fontainebleau and the capital had defected. It was the end of any negotiation upon dynastic terms. The marshals returning from Paris brought the Emperor word that the Allies would now consider only an unconditional abdication. And, on the 6th of April, in the cabinet at Fontainebleau, he signed it. Of the Duke of Ragusa, after that day, there is little more to say. The French language, with the cruelty of which it is sometimes capable, took up his ducal title and made of it the verb ragusade and the noun ragusade, by which a man's neighbours signified an act of treachery, and Marmont, who lived another 40 years, lived them under that shadow. Having been called the Duke of Ragusa, he may henceforth, where it serves, be called the betrayer marshal. There remained the negotiation of terms. Caulaincourt and Ney and MacDonald returned to Paris. The Allied chancellors received them, and on the 11th of April, in the city of Paris, was signed the Treaty of Fontainebleau, by which the affairs of the fallen emperor were to be settled. The signatories were, on the French side, Caulaincourt the Duke of Vicenza, MacDonald the Duke of Tarentum, and Ney. On the Allied side, the Austrian Chancellor Metternich, the Russian Nesselrode, and the Prussian Hardenberg. Britain alone declined to sign. Lord Castlereagh, who knew his own master's mind, would not have his name to a settlement that left the man emperor of anything. By the terms, Napoleon retained the title of emperor. He was made sovereign of the island of Elba for life, with full sovereignty over its little population and its iron mines and its vines. The Empress Marie-Louise was to receive the duchies of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla in northern Italy. He was to receive an annual revenue of 2 million francs from the French treasury. The Empress Josephine, who was still living at Malmaison, was to have an annuity of 1 million francs, and he was to be permitted a personal guard of 400 men. He ratified the treaty on the 13th of April. He had been Emperor of the French 9 years and 4 months. He was now Emperor of one of the smaller islands of the Tuscan archipelago. In the night between the 12th and the 13th of April, before the ratification, an incident occurred at Fontainebleau, which must be offered, as the principal source himself offers it, with Hedge. Caulaincourt, who was with him through those days, and who afterwards wrote it down in his memoir, records that the Emperor, in the small hours of that night, withdrew to his bedroom, and there swallowed a vial of poison which he had carried with him. So the account goes, since the days of the Russian retreat, a precaution then, against capture by Cossacks, kept since in a sachet at his neck. The poison, by Caulaincourt's account, had degraded with the 2 winters, and produced not death, but a violent and prolonged sickness. The Emperor was found by his valet in distress. The physician Ivan was summoned, and applied such remedies as the case admitted. Caulaincourt held his hand. The Emperor vomited the substance, and by morning was alive and weakened. He is reported by his memorialist to have spoken, in the intervals of the sickness, of the empress and of his son, and to have said that it was not so easy to die as he had supposed. The story, in this form, depends almost wholly upon the testimony of the Duke of Vicenza, who was present, and who had reasons both to record and to shape what he had seen. The physician Ivan, who had also been present, fled the chamber at some point in the night, and was not afterwards readily found, a circumstance that has never been satisfactorily explained. It need only be said that something happened in those hours which left the emperor pale and quieted, and which neither he nor those who attended him cared to speak of afterwards in any other voice than a low one. By the morning of the 13th, he was at his desk, ratifying the treaty. The week that followed was given over to the closing of an empire. Trunks were packed, papers were sorted, pensions were arranged for those servants who would not follow him. The household of the old Bourbon kings was already preparing to take possession of the Tuileries. The Comte d'Artois, the brother of the new King Louis XVIII, had entered Paris on the 12th of April, amidst a tepid welcome. The white cockade was being sold in the Palais Royal. The Senate had drawn up a constitution and offered the throne to a brother of the man whose head it had voted 21 years before. The emperor at Fontainebleau read the gazettes that brought him this news with an even face. Of those who had been with him at the height, Berthier, who would shortly withdraw, and who would within months have transferred his allegiance to the returning king. Marmont, of whom we have said enough. Murat, who had been negotiating with the Austrians from Naples through the winter. Many were not now to be seen. Of the old guard, however, there were 6,000 encamped about the chateau, with their bare skins and their long moustaches and their veterans' patience, and these had been told that the emperor would speak to them before he went. Of the empress and the king of Rome, there came, in those days, no satisfactory word. The empress had been at Blois with the imperial baggage, and the elder brother Joseph. The imperial baggage had been intercepted. The elder brother had withdrawn into Switzerland. Marie-Louise, written to by her husband and pressed by emissaries from her father, had begun to incline toward Vienna. She would not come to Fontainebleau. She would not come to Elba. She would, in the event, never see her husband again. The boy, 3 years of age, who had once been baptized in Notre Dame as the King of Rome, was carried by his mother into the dominions of his grandfather, and there set down under another name. The emperor, who knew enough of these arrangements to know what was likely, did not in those days speak of his son in any but the briefest terms. A note remains to be made of the towns through which the news of the abdication spread, in those days, with such rapidity as the bad roads of April permitted. At Toulouse, on the 10th of April, the Marshal of Dalmatia, Soult, who had been holding the southwest against the sepoy general, gave a final battle, lost it, and learned only afterwards that the empire on whose behalf he had fought had ceased a week earlier to exist. The Peninsular War, which had opened with the 2nd of May at Madrid 6 years before, was formally closed on the 18th. At Hamburg, the Iron Marshal Davout, besieged in the place and reduced to short rations, refused to lower the tricolour until orders should reach him in due form from a constituted authority. In Italy, Eugene the stepson, holding northern Italy with such vigour as remained to him, accepted at last the inevitable, and signed his own convention. Murat, in Naples, who had begun the year as a French marshal, and was ending it as the ally of his wife's enemies, contemplated the dispensations of Providence with the hot temper to which he was inclined. The empire had been a great body, and its members did not stop moving at once when the head was struck off. The 4 commissioners appointed by the Allies to escort him to Elba arrived in those same days. They were Colonel Sir Neil Campbell for Britain, a Scot of the Peninsular army, of correct manner and observing eye, who would have charge of him upon the island; Count Pavel Shuvalov for Russia, sent by the Tsar; Baron Franz von Koller for Austria, a soldier of long service who had been at Wagram against him; and Count Truchsess Walburg for Prussia, who took notes. The Emperor received them with civility, and with such trace of irony as the situation permitted. Arrangements were made for the carriages. The guard of 400 men selected from the Old Guard, the route by Briare, Nevers, Lyon, and the south. The road through the country of the Rhône had been chosen for him in the belief that it would be quiet. In the event, as has been related, it was not. He went down to the courtyard on the 20th of April. The Old Guard had been drawn up. The commissioners stood at a remove. He spoke briefly, in the manner of a soldier rather than of a sovereign, embraced the eagle of the standard, and got into the carriage. The road south was long and not always friendly. At Orgon, a crowd burnt his effigy. At one stop, he was advised to put on the coat of an Austrian officer, at another that of a Russian. He embarked at Saint-Raphael on the night of the 28th, aboard the British frigate Undaunted. On the 4th of May, he came ashore at Portoferraio, where the small population had been told to prepare a reception for an emperor and had done their best. Chapter 23. The Island Empire. Elba, in the spring of 1814, was a small, elongated island off the coast of Tuscany, of perhaps 12,000 souls, given to iron and to the vine. It measured some 86 square miles, from its eastern cape to its western promontory. A chain of low hills ran down its spine. The harbour of Portoferraio, on the northern coast, was a deep and well-shaped basin, commanded by 2 old Medici fortresses, and was the only town upon the island that could be called by the name. The other settlements were villages of fishermen and miners, and a few hamlets in the hills, where chestnuts grew, and where the wind off the sea was tempered by the higher ground. The iron mines at the eastern end of the island had been worked since the days of the Etruscans. The wine of its slopes was rough but plentiful. The soil between the rock outcrops was thin. Such was the dominion which the Treaty of Fontainebleau, signed at the close of the previous month between the Emperor and the 4 allied powers, had bestowed upon him in full sovereignty, with the title of Emperor retained, and with an annual pension of 2 million francs to be paid by the French government. The pension, as he afterwards complained, was largely never paid. The title remained and was used, and the dominion, by an arrangement which had no precedent in the diplomacy of Europe, lay some miles off the Tuscan coast, in the warm and indifferent waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea. The reception at Portoferraio on the 4th of May had been such as the small town could manage. The mayor and the principal citizens had assembled at the quay. A salute had been fired. The bells of the cathedral and of the lesser churches had been rung in such cracked tones as their bell ropes permitted, and the Emperor, coming ashore from the British frigate, Undaunted, under the eye of her captain, an officer named Thomas Usher, who had treated his passenger throughout the voyage with the courtesies due to a sovereign rather than the formalities due to a prisoner, had been conducted up the steep streets to the church, and from the church to the modest house that had been hastily prepared for him. The streets, narrow and steep and paved with the rough stone of the island, were lined with such of the inhabitants as had any leisure from the boats or the salt pans. The windows above were filled with women holding small children for the better view. And along the rooftops, a few of the more enterprising boys had crawled to perches from which the new sovereign of their island could be inspected without disrespect to their fathers in the street below. He had thanked the inhabitants in Italian, which they could understand, and had asked the names of the principal officials, which he set himself to remember. By the evening of the same day, he had begun to give orders. The orders were of the kind that any new proprietor of a small estate might give. The flag of his island's sovereignty was designed, a white field bisected by a red bend, on which were set 3 golden bees in the manner of his old imperial mantle, the bee being a device he had worn upon greater fields. The garrison was to be quartered, the fortifications were to be inspected, the customs were to be reviewed. The roads, which were everywhere bad, and in some places impassable to a wheeled vehicle, were to be surveyed with a view to their improvement. He chose his residences with the same address. The town residence was fixed at the Villa dei Mulini, a low pink building set high upon the rocks above the harbour, between the 2 fortresses and within the walls. From its terrace, in the early morning, the channel toward the mainland could be seen as a flat blue plate stretched almost to Piombino. The country residence was fixed at the Villa San Martino, some 3 miles inland on the slope of a hill. The house there was small and unpretending, and was enlarged by his order with a colonnaded gallery in which Egyptian motifs were painted by a local artist who had been a soldier in the army of Italy. To these 2 houses, in the months that followed, he added the use of a hermitage at Marciana on the western part of the island, where in summer he sometimes withdrew for the cool air of the heights, and he visited, in due course, the small dependency of Pianosa, an even flatter and more obscure island some leagues to the south, which had also been included in the cession. The garrison that had followed him from San Rafael, arriving by separate passage in the weeks after his own landing, numbered about 1,000 men, the muster rolls varying between 600 and 1,000, according to the date and the manner of counting. The greater part of them were volunteers from the old guard, men who had asked, after the farewell at the White Horse Court, to follow their emperor into exile, rather than be discharged into a France from which the eagle had been struck and the white cockade reimposed. They were grenadiers and chasseurs of the line of the Imperial Guard, with grey moustaches and old wounds and a long contempt for the regiments of the line. They were the men who had stood unbroken at Eylau in the snow, and had held their ranks at Borodino without being committed. They had crossed the Berezina, and they had marched out of the burning city, and they wore upon their threadbare tunics the cross of the Légion d'honneur, which the emperor had given them with his own hand at 6 reviews from Boulogne to Schönbrunn. They were quartered in the barracks at Portoferraio, drilled upon the small parade between the harbour wall and the cathedral, and reviewed by him with the same severity and the same little remarks upon the cleanliness of a musket or the correctness of a strap that had been heard upon the Pratzen and the Niemen. To these grenadiers were added a squadron of Polish lancers who had also followed him, a few sailors for the brigs and feluccas of his small marine, and some Corsican and Elban recruits gathered upon the spot. It was an army that would have made up rather less than the colour party of his old corps, but it was an army, and it was paraded daily, and it cost the resources of his small treasury more than the treasury could readily afford. The diplomatic surveillance of his exile had been entrusted to 4 commissioners of the powers, of whom one only chose to remain at Portoferraio in any settled way. This was Colonel Sir Neil Campbell, a Scotch officer of the British Army, who had been wounded by a Cossack near Fère Champenoise in the recent campaign, and bore the honourable scars of that mistake. The British Commissioner on Elba was a man of correct manners and of moderate suspicions. He dined regularly at the Villa dei Mulini. He was received in the Emperor's antechamber as a guest rather than as a watcher. He sent his dispatches to Lord Castlereagh at Vienna and to the Foreign Office in London, and his dispatches were upon the whole reassuring. The Russian commissioner, an officer named Shuvalov, withdrew early. The Austrian commissioner, named Kohler, who had accompanied the journey south, withdrew also. The Prussian commissioner did not establish himself with any constancy. There remained Campbell, with the small British naval brig that lay sometimes in the harbour and sometimes off the island, and that came and went upon the small business of the western Mediterranean. Within these limits, the exile of Elba set himself to govern. He rose, as he had risen at St. Cloud and at Schönbrunn before daylight. He dictated orders in the same brisk staccato to a secretary who had once carried the dispatches of the Grand Army into Moravia and Saxony, and who now wrote in a smaller hand upon paper of an inferior weight. He received reports upon the mines, upon the salt pans, upon the herring fishery, upon the state of the roads from Portoferraio to Porto Longone, and from Marciana to the coast. The man who had legislated for 30 millions of subjects from Hamburg to Naples occupied himself with the regulation of the dust carts of Portoferraio, and with the petitions of muleteers whose passage through a certain village had been impeded by the falling in of a wall. He undertook the reorganization of the iron mines at Rio, which under the old Tuscan administration had been farmed out at a small, fixed rent, and arranged that they should be worked directly for the benefit of his small treasury, with such an increase in the receipts as the indolence of the previous regime had made easy. He laid out new roads where the old paths had served only mules. He set the soldiers to break stone and to grade banks. He caused olives and mulberries to be planted. He reviewed the customs tariff and the duties on imported salt cod, which was the staple of the poorer households. A hospital was founded. A small theatre was decorated, in which an itinerant company of Tuscan players was engaged for a season to perform certain comedies of Goldoni and certain operas of the lighter sort. A court of audit was established with 2 clerks, an order of chivalry of the island, with a small ribbon and a smaller pension, was instituted and conferred upon a few of the principal inhabitants. He held, in the small reception room of the Villa dei Mulini, a court upon Sundays in the manner of the Tuileries, reduced to the scale of a country mayor's parlour, at which the principal Elban families were presented and were graciously addressed, and at which the wives of the doctor and the harbour-master curtsied with such flutter as the occasion seemed to ask. The titles of the old empire were preserved in miniature. There was a chamberlain, who had been a chamberlain at the Tuileries. There was a master of the household, who had been a master of the household at Fontainebleau. There were pages, of whom there were 3. A small smile is here in order, but only a small one, for the man who governed in this style was governing in earnest, and was preparing, while he governed, for that which he intended next. He went out, when the weather permitted, upon the small horse that had been brought with him. He rode the length of the island and the breadth of it, a journey that could be accomplished in either direction in a single morning. He climbed Monte Capan in the company of 2 officers, and looked from the summit down upon Corsica, which lay across the water, and which, in the clear southern light, was perfectly visible. The Corsican coast at the distance showed as a long blue ridge, with the snow still upon its higher peaks. The harbour of Ajaccio lay upon the farther side of the island, and could not be seen, but the northern headlands of Cap Corse, where the land ran out toward the sea, could be traced by an attentive eye. He looked, the officers afterwards remembered, for some time, and said nothing, and then turned and rowed back. He bathed in the sea at the small cove below San Martino. He visited the dependency of Pianosa, which lay some leagues to the south, and which was so flat and so small a piece of ground that it could be paced from end to end in an afternoon. He conceived a project for fortifying it with 2 small batteries, and gave the orders accordingly, observing, in a phrase that was afterwards repeated, that all Europe would say he had already begun to make conquests. He gave audience to such travellers as were curious enough to make the crossing, of whom there were that summer and autumn a steady trickle. English gentlemen on the grand tour, Polish officers seeking employment, German pamphleteers, Italian patriots of various persuasions, an occasional French officer in plain clothes whose business was less easily explained. To each of these he gave a quarter of an hour or an hour, asked questions, listened with the patience of a man with leisure for the first time in 20 years, and dismissed them with a small civility. The English remarked his familiarity with the names of their counties and with the lineages of their generals. The Poles wept, the Germans took notes, the Italians were addressed in their own language and were sent away with their hopes, neither raised nor dashed. The pace of all this deserves a moment, for it is among the more remarkable features of the exile. A sovereign reduced in the space of a week from the administration of 44 millions to the administration of 12,000 might have been expected to rest. He did not rest. The dispatches from Portoferraio through the spring and summer of 14 and on into the new year bear the impress of a hand that had not slowed. Roads were surveyed and ordered opened from the capital to Porto Longone upon the eastern coast, and from Marciana to Procchio upon the northern, in segments of half a league or a league at a time, with the gendarmes of the small garrison and labour drawn from the villages set upon them under officers of the old guard, reduced to foremen. The iron mines at Rio were placed upon a new footing, the Tuscan system of long lease farming of the ore beds being abolished, and a direct administration substituted, with the result that within the year their annual revenues, which had stood at some 60,000 francs under the old regime, were understood to have doubled, and were the chief support of the establishment. The salt works at the 2 harbours were likewise reformed, and the tuna fisheries upon the western coast regulated so that the catch should be taken at the proper season and salted to the standard of Marseille. A hospital of 26 beds was founded at Portoferraio and placed under the care of 2 Italian physicians. A small barracks and a powder magazine were constructed upon the height above the town. The walls of both Medici fortresses were repaired, where time and the sirocco had eroded them. Cisterns were sunk in places where in summer the water had failed. New mulberry plantations were set out with a view to a silk industry, which there had not been time to establish, but which was envisaged. These details are offered without comment, save to remark that the man who accomplished all this between the 4th of May and the 26th of February accomplished it in less than 10 months, and that during those months he was simultaneously receiving envoys, answering dispatches, drilling his guard, bathing in the sea at the cove below San Martino, and, as the later event would prove, laying the plans of a return. His daily round had its unvarying rhythm. He rose at 5 or 6, having slept in his boots more often than not, upon a narrow camp cot of iron brought from Fontainebleau. He dictated to his secretary for 2 hours before breakfast. He took a light meal standing, as he had always taken it, of cold meat and bread and a glass of chambertin diluted with water. He rode or walked until noon, sometimes upon the parade ground at Portoferraio, where he inspected the guard with the same severe particularity he had used upon the Pratzen, sometimes upon the road to Marciana, whose gradients he had corrected with his own pencil. He dined at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the dinners short, and attended by such officers and notables as were at hand, the conversation turned by his own direction upon whatever subject he had that morning been reading, which in those months was often the campaigns of Hannibal, or the memoirs of Julius Caesar, or, as one visitor reported with surprise, the political economy of Jean-Baptiste Say. In the evenings he worked again, or played cards, or was read to, or sat upon the terrace of the Mulini, looking out at the channel of Piombino, across which, upon clear nights, the lights of the Tuscan coast could be seen. He was 45 years old when he landed at Portoferraio, with a thickening at the waist, which had become visible since the Russian campaign, and a slight stoop, which had not. But those who saw him then observed that the eyes had not changed, and that he could still, in the middle of a sentence, fall upon the particular point of his interlocutor's argument as a hawk falls upon a field mouse. He was listening through all this for news. The visitors who came to Portoferraio upon the little British brig, or in the Tuscan feluccas which plied between Piombino and the island, brought him the newspapers of half of Europe. Gazettes of Florence and of Genoa, English papers that were 2 and 3 weeks old, French papers, which since the summer were printed under Bourbon censorship, and were therefore read more for what they did not say than for what they did. He received these at his writing table with the same steady attention he had once given to the bulletins of armies. He sorted them, he marked them in his own hand, he laid them aside in labelled bundles against the need to consult them. The news he found in them was of a particular kind. The Bourbons were not pleasing the country. The half-pay officers wore violets in their buttonholes, which was the agreed signal of a faith, the flower that returns in the spring. The Congress at Vienna quarrelled. The Tsar and the King of Prussia had fallen out with the Austrian Chancellor. The peasantry of the Loire and the Beauce complained of the tithes. In the workshops of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the workmen muttered over their benches. At Grenoble, the garrison was said to be restive. He let the bundles accumulate upon his table. He drew from them no immediate conclusion upon which any British commissioner could put his finger, but he drew within himself a conclusion which would presently issue in an act. The family arrived in instalments, and in such reduced numbers as the wreckage of the last spring had left available. The first to come was his mother, Letizia Bonaparte, the Roman matron of Ajaccio, known throughout the family as Madame Mère, who had taken up at first a residence in Rome under the protection of her brother the cardinal, and who in August consented to be brought to Portoferraio, where she lodged in a house near the Villa dei Mulini, and dined with her son in the evenings. She had grown thin, and the Italian of her childhood, which she had never wholly given up for French, came to her now more readily than the language of the Tuileries. She knew, as mothers know, that the present settlement was not the end. She said little. She set aside what money she had against a future need. The sister Pauline, that is the Princess Borghese, came in October. She was the most beloved of his sisters, and the most uncomplicated. She brought with her a household of her own, a reduced suite of attendants, and the jewels which had been her ornament at the Tuileries and at her Roman palace, and which before the year was out she would offer to be sold for her brother's purposes. She organized a ball at the Villa dei Mulini in November, to which the principal Elbans and the British commissioner were invited, and at which the emperor opened the first quadrille with a lady of the island whose name was afterwards much repeated in Portoferraio. The Empress Marie-Louise did not come. It had been the public expectation, and indeed the engagement of the treaty, that the Habsburg archduchess and her son should join their husband and father on the island, and that the duchies of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla, which had been assigned to her by the same treaty, should be administered in her name in expectation of her son's eventual succession. Instead, after the brief sojourn at Blois and the reception of the allied sovereigns in Paris, she had been brought by her father's officers to the Habsburg court at Vienna, where the boy in Vienna, who under the pomp of his earlier years had been called the King of Rome, and was now styled at the Austrian court the Prince of Parma, was kept under his grandfather's eye, and was no longer to hear French spoken to him by his mother. The Austrian Chancellor, Metternich, who had seen with what tenderness she had at last begun to write to Elba, and with what willingness she might have been moved to make the journey, had attached to her household, by way of equerry and travelling companion, an Austrian general named Adam Albert von Neipperg, a one-eyed cavalryman of considerable gallantry who had served against the Empire in Italy and elsewhere. By the autumn of 1814, the equerry had become more than the equerry. By the close of the year, it was no longer concealed in the corridors of the Hofburg, though it was kept from the public prints. The emperor at Portoferraio received her letters when they came, which in the latter months they did less and less often. He wrote in return. He kept the room of his wife and son in readiness at the Villa dei Mulini, against an arrival that did not happen. He spoke of them rarely. He did not, in the hearing of his attendants, complain. The summer passed, and then the autumn. The vines were gathered, the iron was shipped, the soldiers drilled. The promised pension of 2,000,000 francs from the French government, upon which the small establishment of the island had been calculated to subsist, did not arrive in Paris, and did not arrive at Portoferraio. The new ministers of the King of France found other uses for their funds, and other reasons for their delays, and the emperor, who reckoned the matter month by month at his cabinet table, marked the failure as a breach of the treaty and a personal slight, and added it to the account of grievances which he kept by him in case he should ever wish to render it. From the mainland and from beyond the Alps, the news came in such bulletins as the gazettes of Genoa and Florence permitted, supplemented by the private letters of those whom curiosity or interest had brought to Portoferraio. The news, when it was set in order, was of a particular kind. In Paris, the elder Bourbons, returned to the throne of their fathers, had not contrived in 8 months to make themselves loved by a country which had grown unaccustomed to them. The half-pay officers walked in the streets in their plain coats, and met one another at certain cafes, and exchanged certain remarks. The disbanded soldiers of the old guard, returned to their villages, didn't find their pensions paid with regularity, nor did they find that the new regime had words for them, other than such as were addressed to a defeated and embarrassing people. The white cockade had been imposed. The ancient nobility had returned to the antechambers. The confiscated estates were the object of contested claims. The army lists were combed for signs of revolutionary contagion. And the émigrés, in the language of a phrase that ran through the army, had learnt nothing and forgotten nothing. In the provinces, a Catholic and royalist enthusiasm in some districts was matched by a sullen Bonapartism in others. The code was kept, the prefects were kept. Many of the prefects were kept in their places. But the great middle layer of the country and the army, which had been the regime, watched and waited and did not love. The violet, which the gardeners of the Tuileries had planted in beds along the avenues, came to be spoken of, in the conversations of certain old soldiers and old officials, as the flower that returned in the spring, and bouquets of violets when they appeared at the buttonhole of a half-pay captain in a Burgundian wine shop, were understood to mean what they meant. From Vienna, where the powers of Europe had assembled in the autumn under the presidency of the Austrian Chancellor for the general settlement of the continent, the news was of a different and more interesting kind. The four great victors had not, it appeared, after the first effusions of common hatred, found themselves of one mind. The Russian Tsar wanted Poland, or so much of it as could be carved off the Habsburg and the Prussian shares of the previous partitions. The Prussians wanted Saxony, whose king had remained loyal to the empire to the last, and whose subjects might therefore, in the new ethics of the Congress, be transferred to a more dependable master. The Austrians did not want either to give them the one or to permit them the other, having long calculated that a Saxon kingdom upon their northern frontier was more comfortable than a Prussian one. The British, by the lame diplomat of Talleyrand, who had been admitted to the Council of the Four, as if he had been on the winning side, were quietly playing the parts of the three against one another. By the close of January, the Tsar and the King of Prussia, upon one bench, and the Habsburg Emperor, the British government, and the France of Talleyrand upon another, had signed a secret treaty providing for war in case the Saxon and Polish questions could not be otherwise resolved. The negotiators in Vienna meanwhile danced, and the dancing, as the diplomats afterwards remarked, was almost the whole of the business that was conducted in the open. The wind from the north, which the emperor on his terrace at Portoferraio sniffed with the attention of an old huntsman, had begun to carry interesting smells. The British commissioner reported what he saw and did not always see what was happening. He reported the dinners and the receptions and the rides and the visits to the iron mines. He reported the arrival of Madame Mère and of the Princess Borghese. He reported the emperor's apparent contentment in the small details of administration. He reported, in such terms as a soldier may use of a man whom he is bound at once to watch and to entertain, that the prisoner of Fontainebleau had reconciled himself with becoming dignity to the dimensions of his new estate. He did not at first remark, because he was not in a position to remark, that the brig Inconstant, which lay in the harbour and which was the principal vessel of the small Elban marine, was being painted afresh in the colours of an English merchantman, the better, it was understood, to baffle the recognition of any British cruiser that might encounter her at sea. He did not remark that the soldiers were being told, in the evenings in their barracks, to keep 3 days' rations always in their knapsacks. He did not remark that the Polish lancers had been told to have their horses shod against a sudden order, or that certain merchants of Portoferraio had been quietly paid for stores beyond what the garrison ordinarily required, or that a quantity of salt meat and ship's biscuit had been laid up in a warehouse near the harbour wall under a pretext that did not bear examination. The British naval brig Partridge, which watched the harbour, was not always there. The wind in February was uncertain. The Mediterranean is a wide sea, and a small vessel that knows the coves of Elba and the channel of Piombino may slip out of one bay, while a frigate is in another. The exile of Elba had been, since his earliest commands in Italy, a man who knew the value of an absent enemy. He had built his career upon arriving where he was not expected, and he was not now so old or so dejected as to forget the trick. The plan, when it had been formed, was the Emperor's alone, conceived in the small cabinet of the Villa dei Mulini in the long winter evenings, communicated to a few intimates only at the last, and matured with the care of a campaign upon a continent, though it concerned the embarkation of 1,000 men in 7 small craft. He weighed the seasons. He weighed the absences of the British cruisers. He weighed the temper of the army of France, as it was reported to him through letters and through emissaries. He weighed, with a colder eye, the temper of the population, which was the temper of an army's families, and he set the date in his mind, and waited for the wind. The visit of an emissary in mid-February from the half-pay officers of Paris and from certain unnamed friends in the army carried news that had been long expected. The Bourbons had not improved. The Congress at Vienna had not agreed. The army would receive him. The South would not resist. The Princess Borghese, having parted from her jewels for a sum laid up against the expenses of the venture, withdrew under the pretext of a journey to Naples. Madame Mère, who had been told what was intended, gave her son her blessing in the Italian of her youth, and asked only that he be careful of his life. The British commissioner, who in the 3rd week of February formed the intention of crossing to Livorno upon a piece of private business, and to call there upon a lady of his acquaintance, took ship with no particular foreboding. He would be back, he said, in a few days. The emperor used the days of his absence. The orders that had been waiting their hour were now signed and dispatched. The brigs and feluccas at the harbour wall were victualled and watered. The cartridges were distributed. The muster rolls were called over a final time, and a few names of men who had grown infirm or of doubtful conviction were quietly struck off. The garrison was paraded on the 26th of February in the small square between the harbour wall and the cathedral. The colours, which had lain cased in the chapel of the Via dei Mulini through 10 months, were uncased. The eagle that surmounted the staff caught the late winter sun, and the men were told that they were to follow him to France. They received the announcement, the witnesses afterwards remembered, with a low growl that swelled into a cheer, and then into the old chant of Vive l'Empereur, which the walls of Portoferraio had not yet heard, and which carried across the harbour to the houses of the town. The brig Inconstant and a flotilla of small craft, the Saint-Esprit, the Caroline, the Étoile, the Saint-Joseph, and 2 or 3 feluccas, lay ready at the harbour wall. The horses were embarked, the muskets were stacked, the small brass pieces that constituted the imperial artillery were lashed upon the decks. The eagle of the standard was carried aboard with such honours as a quayside may afford. Madame Mère stood upon the quay. The princess had already gone. The emperor took leave of his mother. He is said to have embraced her without speaking. She made over him the sign of the cross which her own mother had made over her in Ajaccio half a century before, and watched, the witnesses afterwards remembered, until the last of the feluccas had cleared the mole. The brig Inconstant cleared Portoferraio with a flotilla of small craft on the evening of the 26th of February, 1815. The British commissioner was at Livorno upon some private business. The British squadron was at sea elsewhere. The wind held. By dawn on the 1st of March, the lookouts saw the coast of France south of Antibes, and at the Golfe Juan a small boat went ashore with 2 officers, who reported that the country was quiet. Toward noon, the emperor stepped onto the beach. Chapter 24. The 100 Days. The march from the Mediterranean to Paris by way of the Alps would afterwards be remembered as a thing without parallel. He had landed at the Golfe Juan, near Antibes, on the 1st of March, 1815, with about 1,000 men, 2 guns, and the brig Inconstant lying in the bay behind him. The country was royalist. He did not enter it by the great roads. He turned inland, into the cold valleys of the lower Alps, and went by Digne and Sisteron and Gap, on tracks that were in some places no more than mule paths above precipices. The snow had not yet left the higher passes. The little column moved at the pace of the old guard veterans who composed it, and at every village the mayor was in some doubt as to which of two regimes he was at that hour required to obey. On the 5th of March, near a place called Laffrey to the south of Grenoble, the road was found barred by a battalion of the 5th Regiment of the Line, drawn up across it under the orders of an officer of the king. The emperor went forward alone, at a walk, in the grey overcoat that was already become a thing of legend. He stopped within musket shot, opened the coat at the breast, and called out to the soldiers that any one of them who wished to fire upon his emperor might do so now. There was a silence, then a cry, and the battalion broke from its officers, shouldered its arms, and joined the column. He entered Grenoble that night, by torchlight, with the regiment's eagle restored to it. What had just occurred at Laffrey deserves a moment, for it is the kind of scene which, in any other career, would have stood as the single most cinematic moment, and which in this one is merely one of several. The 5th of March was a cold afternoon of late winter in the Upper Alps. The road from Gap climbed between pine forests toward Grenoble, and at the place where it narrowed between the rocks and the lake of Laffrey, the battalion of the 5th had been drawn up with muskets loaded and with orders to fire. The officer commanding, a captain whose name the pamphlets of the following months would variously record, and in some versions misremember, had ridden the length of his line to steady his men. The emperor dismounted. He walked forward alone between the two lines of musket barrels. He came to within 50 paces. He opened the coat. He called out in a voice which those who heard it afterwards remembered as perfectly calm and carrying in the cold air as far as the rear of the battalion. "Soldiers of the 5th," he said, "he was their emperor, and would they know him?" And he added that if there was one among them who would kill his emperor, there he stood. What followed was of the kind that a lesser man might have invented for a bulletin, and that this one did not need to. The muskets went up. A cry of "Vive l'Empereur" ran along the line. The men broke ranks, ran forward, embraced the old grenadiers of the guard who had been coming with him from Elba, and wept. The eagle, that had been cased in canvas, was uncased. The captain, left alone upon the road, is reported to have saluted and fallen in with his men. They entered Grenoble that night together. At Grenoble the gates had been shut against him. The populace forced them open from within. The citizens of the town, a place of the Dauphiné region, with a taste for rebellion of long standing, brought the splinters of the gates themselves to the emperor as a present, which he is said to have accepted with a gravity suitable to the occasion. The garrison, which had been ordered to hold the place, came out and joined him. He lodged that night at the Trois Dauphins, where in the morning the municipal authorities presented themselves in their robes. He received them in the uniform of the chasseurs of the guard. He said to them, in words afterwards reported in several different versions, but agreed in their substance, that until Grenoble he had been an adventurer, and that from Grenoble onward he was a prince. It was a formulation with some truth in it. He had now an army of 6,000 men, and the sympathy of the most restless city of the Dauphiné, and the road to Lyon lay open. He reached Lyon on the 10th of March, 7 days after landing. The city of the Canuts, the silk weavers of the Croix-Rousse, who had suffered particularly from the loss of trade under the Bourbons, received him as if he had been a returning hero. The Comte d'Artois, brother of the king, and destined one day to be king himself, had arrived some days before with the intention of rallying the garrison, and had attempted a review at which the soldiers had refused to cry "Vive le roi." He had departed in haste the evening before. The emperor entered the city by the bridge of La Guillotière with a half-regiment of dragoons in escort. The quays were black with crowds. The weavers had hung tricolours from their upper windows. He took up quarters at the archbishop's palace, which stood vacant. In the 3 days he spent at Lyon, he issued a series of decrees that dissolved the Bourbon legislature, abolished the hereditary peerage restored by the charter of the previous year, recalled the exiled officers of the empire to their ranks, and restored the tricolour as the national flag. He had not yet taken Paris. He was already issuing laws. It was now that the king at Paris dispatched against him the bravest of the brave, Marshal Michel Ney, the red-haired marshal, who had served in every campaign since '93 and had been ennobled by both regimes. Ney was the bravest soldier in France and the worst politician in Europe. He had sworn his loyalty to the king with more heat than was necessary, and in particular he had made the loose pledge of bringing the usurper back alive in an iron cage, a phrase whose exact wording has been variously reported and is not certain, but the spirit of which was known throughout the court and the country before the marshal was well upon the road. He set off from Paris at the head of the guards of the king, rode hard for Burgundy, and gathered his corps at Lons-le-Saunier in the Jura. There, for 2 days, he endured an agony such as a plain soldier seldom undergoes. He could not forget, though the king's ministers had instructed him to forget, that he had served the emperor for 15 years, and had been raised by him to a princedom no French king would ever have given him, that the men under his hand had fought in the same regiments as the men marching up from the south, that his soldiers, if ordered to fire, would in all probability refuse, and that the one act which had been required of him by his new sovereign was not the act of fighting a battle, but of ordering men to fire upon men whom they had called comrades a year before. The arrival of a letter from the emperor, carried by an officer of the old guard who had ridden ahead of the main column, resolved his hesitation. The letter was brief. "Come," it said, "in substance. I shall receive you as on the morrow of the Moskowa." Upon the 14th of March, the red-haired marshal paraded his corps, made an address, which he afterwards could not remember having written, declared that the cause of the Bourbons was lost, and that the cause of the emperor was the cause of the nation, and rode at the head of his men to join the column from the south. Whatever cage was to be brought to Paris in that month was no longer of his furnishing, and Ney, who had written his death warrant by accepting the commission in March, now sealed it by abandoning it. The emperor received him at Auxerre on the 17th, embraced him in the presence of the army, and said nothing afterwards to him of the iron cage, which both men understood to be, from that embrace forward, an ornamental object in a country whose furniture they were about to repair together. On the night of the 19th of March, 1815, Louis XVIII quitted the Tuileries by an inner stair. His coach went out of Paris by the road to the north, and he settled in time at Ghent, in the Low Countries, with his small court and his mass book. On the 20th, in the early evening, the emperor entered the same palace by the same stair, carried up by officers in tears, and laid in the king's chamber upon a bed in which the bedclothes had not yet been changed. He had crossed 900 kilometers of his own country in 20 days, with no shot fired against him by Frenchmen, and no Frenchman killed in his behalf. The march was complete. The reign had to begin. It began under sentence of outlawry. On the 13th of March, while he was still on the road from Lyon, the powers assembled at the Congress of Vienna had issued from their plenary session a declaration in which they pronounced him an enemy and disturber of the tranquillity of the world, beyond the protection of any law, and abandoned to public vengeance. On the 25th, in a treaty of the Seventh Coalition, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Britain bound themselves each to put 150,000 men into the field against him, and not to lay down their arms until he had been removed. The empire he had recovered in 20 days was therefore at war with all of Europe in a fortnight, and had against it forces which, when combined, would within months exceed any army he could conceivably oppose. He set himself to the double task of arming France and conciliating it. The arming was the easier. Old soldiers came in by every road. Veterans of the Grande Armée appeared at depots they had not seen since boyhood. The workshops of Paris and Saint-Étienne began again to turn out muskets and bayonets. Horses were requisitioned, cannon recast, the Imperial Guard reconstituted in its old grades. The conciliating was harder. The Republicans had not forgiven the Emperor. The Liberals had not forgiven the Empire. And many who had taken oaths to the Bourbons in April found it inconvenient now to take them again to him. He turned therefore to the writers and the deputies. A constitutional charter was drafted, with the assistance of the publicist Benjamin Constant, who had, within recent memory, denounced him in print, and now consented to compose his framework of liberty. The Acte Additionnel aux Constitutions de l'Empire, as it was called, was promulgated on the 22nd of April. It provided for 2 chambers, for ministerial responsibility, for a measured liberty of the press. It satisfied no faction completely. It was put to a plebiscite, which gave the customary very large yes and the customary very small turnout. On the 1st of June, on the Champ de Mars, was held the ceremony of the Champ de Mai. It was an old name for a Frankish assembly of armed men, recovered now to gild a constitutional festival. The day was bright, the crowds enormous. An altar had been raised under a pavilion, and around it stood the deputies of the electoral colleges in their robes, and beyond them the regiments of Paris and the Guard. The proclamation of the plebiscite results was read out. He came forward in coronation dress, which on him fitted oddly, and swore the new oath. And then there was performed that ceremony which his old soldiers had come for, and at which the narrative must pause briefly. The eagles were distributed. They were brought up regiment by regiment, the gilded birds upon their painted poles, the new tricolours stitched in haste, and given into the hands of officers who had carried such standards from Vienna to Madrid to Moscow, and had been compelled within the past year to break them. The Emperor said the words of trust appointed for the act. The eagles were raised. There was the cheer that always accompanied the eagles, which was not exactly a cheer, but a kind of low, sustained roar, such as troops give when they recognize their own past. It was the last time that the imperial eagles would be distributed in France, while there was an emperor of the French to distribute them. While these things went forward in Paris, there were minor disturbances upon the periphery. The brother-in-law king, Joachim Murat, who still held Naples, declared war upon Austria on the 30th of March, in the hope of raising the Italian peninsula and joining hands with his brother-in-law. He was beaten at Tolentino on the 2nd and 3rd of May, lost his throne, and would in the autumn pay the price of an old soldier's daring with his life. The police master, Joseph Fouché, Duc d'Otrante, who had been Minister of Police under 3 regimes and would within 3 months be Minister under a 4th, took up his old portfolio with the appearance of devotion and his customary private correspondence with several capitals. By the first week of June, the Emperor's calculations were complete. The Allied armies were not yet concentrated. The Russians were still upon the Vistula, the Austrians upon the Rhine. Only Wellington's Anglo-Allied forces and Blucher's Prussians were already in Belgium, in cantonments around Brussels and Namur. If they could be struck separately and beaten in detail, before the others came up, France might yet be left in arms against an alliance no longer master of the continent. He concentrated the Armée du Nord, some 120,000 men, in the woods south of the Sambre, with all the secrecy that 25 years of war had taught him. On the 15th of June, 1815, before dawn, his columns crossed the Sambre at Charleroi. The campaign had begun. He was now between the 2 Allied armies, which was where he had always wished to be. The Duke of Wellington, who had had the news of the crossing while at a ball in Brussels, set his army in motion southward toward the crossroads of Quatre Bras. Old forwards, the Field Marshal Gebhard von Blücher drew his Prussians together at the village of Ligny, some 12 kilometers further east. The Emperor, perceiving them separated by the wood of Bossu and by the day's marches, resolved to fight them both at once, himself against the Prussians at Ligny, and the red-haired Marshal against the British and Dutch at Quatre Bras. The 16th of June was hot and very still. At Quatre Bras, Ney attacked too late, and with too few troops, in part for want of the corps of d'Erlon, which spent the day marching from one battlefield to the other, and fighting upon neither. He could not take the crossroads, but Wellington, who arrived in the afternoon, could do no more than hold them. At Ligny, the Emperor pressed the Prussian centre through a long afternoon, in a series of brutal village fights about the houses of Ligny and Saint-Amand that left the gardens choked with dead. As the light went, his Imperial Guard broke the Prussian line. Old forwards, leading a counter-charge in person, at the head of his cavalry, had his horse shot under him, was ridden over by friend and enemy, and lay senseless in the trampled rye, until found and brought off by his aide-de-camp, Count Nostitz. In his absence, the Prussian Chief of Staff, August Neidhart von Gneisenau, took command. Gneisenau, who had no love for the British and might have retreated eastward toward Liège and the Rhine, did instead what his absent chief would have done. He ordered the army to retire northward upon the town of Wavre, keeping it within a day's march of Wellington. Upon that decision, made in the dark by a soldier whom the Chronicle has had little previous occasion to name, much would presently turn. The Emperor, who supposed the Prussians broken and in flight to the east, slept badly and was up before dawn. The 17th of June was given to a slow and partial pursuit. He detached Marshal Emmanuel de Grouchy with some 33,000 men and 96 guns to follow the Prussians toward Wavre. The order was general. Its execution would prove fatal. Grouchy moved off late, by the wrong roads, and would for 2 days mistake a covering force for the main Prussian army. He never rejoined his emperor on the field. The emperor himself, with the remainder, turned northward upon Wellington, who had withdrawn from Quatre Bras to a low ridge running east and west across the Brussels road, in front of a village called Mont-Saint-Jean, with at his back the forest of Soignies, and at his front a shallow valley of standing rye. Toward evening the heavens opened, and a thunderstorm of an old-fashioned violence soaked the country to the depth of a foot. The cuirassiers slept in their wet cloaks, the infantry in their wet greatcoats, The artillery officers tested with sticks the ground over which they would have to maneuver their pieces in the morning, and shook their heads. So much for the eve. The 18th of June, 1815, dawned grey and dripping. The French army, some 72 to 74,000 men with 246 guns, was drawn up on the slopes of La Belle Alliance, opposite the ridge of Mont Saint-Jean. The Anglo-Allied army of the Duke of Wellington, some 68,000 men with 156 guns, was drawn up upon the crest opposite, with most of its infantry upon the reverse slope and out of the eye of the French gunners. Of those troops, about 24,000 were British, the remainder Dutch, Belgian, Hanoverian, Brunswick, and Nassau. The line was a patchwork held together by the Duke's hand and by the practice of the British squares. He had 3 strong points before his front: the chateau of Hougoumont, with its garden walls and orchard on his right; the farmhouse of La Haye-Sainte, on the high road, in his centre; the hamlets of Papelotte and La Haye on his left. The day's work would consist in the French attempts to take these and to break the line beyond them, and in the slow arrival from the east of the Prussian columns old forwards had set in motion before he was fully recovered from his own bruises. The attack opened toward 11 o'clock against Hougoumont, and was entrusted to the corps of Reille, in which served the youngest brother, Prince Jérôme Bonaparte. It was meant as a diversion to draw down Wellington's reserves. It became, instead, an absorbing and bloody affair on its own account. The Coldstream Guards and the 3rd Regiment of Foot Guards held the buildings and gardens, with Nassau and Hanoverian companies in support. The French infantry, attacking in column through the orchard, took the wood, took the orchard, took the kitchen garden. They did not take the house. At one moment, a French sub-lieutenant named Legros, with about 30 men, broke open the north gate with an axe and got into the courtyard. The guards swung the gate to behind him and killed every man inside it, but a drummer boy. Hougoumont stood. It would still be standing at nightfall, with several thousand French dead in the lanes about it, and the youngest brother no nearer to a kingdom. About 1 o'clock, the great battery of 80 French guns opened upon the centre, and the corps of d'Erlon, 4 divisions in immense columns of attack, advanced against Wellington's left and centre. They climbed the slope, drove in the Dutch-Belgian first line, came up to the top of the ridge, and were there received by the British infantry rising from the Rye, and by a charge of the heavy cavalry under Henry Paget, Earl of Uxbridge. The Household Brigade and the Union Brigade rolled the French columns back down the hill in disorder, taking 2 of the Imperial Eagles and capturing the better part of 2 batteries of guns. Their own destruction followed, in a countercharge, by the French lancers and cuirassiers, which carried them into ground they could not extricate themselves from. By 2 o'clock, the great central attack of d'Erlon's corps had failed, and the cavalry that had broken it was for practical purposes destroyed. It was now that the red-haired marshal, who had charge of the conduct of the battle on the Mont Saint-Jean front, while the Emperor sat his horse near the inn of La Belle Alliance, and watched, perceived movement on the British ridge, which he took for the beginning of a retreat. It was no retreat. It was a mere drawing back of the squares behind the crest, to spare them the artillery. He launched the cavalry. Between 4 and 5:30 in the afternoon, he led, in successive waves, perhaps 9,000 horsemen, cuirassiers, lancers, chasseurs, and presently the heavy cavalry of the Guard against the British squares between Hougoumont and La Haye-Sainte. 5 horses were killed under him in the course of the afternoon. He fought at one moment with a broken sword and his hat in his hand. The squares, A score of them, in a checkerboard pattern upon the slope, did not break. The cavalry rode round and over them, sabred the gunners at their pieces, recoiled, formed again, came on again, and the British infantry, lying in their squares with their dead piled at their angles, would not run. It was a magnificent and useless effort, and it consumed the French cavalry, which was no longer an instrument of war by the time it ended. While the cavalry charges went on, two slower events were taking place upon the wings. To the east, the heads of old forwards columns were appearing out of the woods of the Bois de Paris. The corps of Bülow, his fourth, struck about 4:30 at Lobau's small detachment near the village of Plancenoit in the French rear, and engaged him there in a fight that drew off troops the Emperor would have been glad to keep for his front. Plancenoit changed hands. The Imperial Guard had to be sent to retake it. It was retaken. It was lost again. It was held again. To the west, against La Haye-Sainte, the King's German Legion Light Infantry of Major Baring, some 400 men, fought through the afternoon against successive waves of French infantry. They fired. They were resupplied. They fired. They were not resupplied. Their ammunition wagon had been blown up, and the messages they sent to the rear came back without cartridges. About 6 o'clock, with their last rounds fired and their men dying in the doorways, they surrendered the building. The French now had a strong post within 60 paces of the centre of Wellington's line, from which their tirailleurs could reach the British squares with deliberate fire. The Duke would afterwards say that this was the moment he had been most anxious. Several of his battalions were down to half their strength. Some of the Hanoverian and Brunswick units were edging back toward Brussels. He sent for what reserves he had, and looked east, where the Prussian columns were now visibly in line on his left, the corps of XVIII having come up about that hour. It was upon the discovery that XVIII had at last appeared, and that the Anglo-Allied left could now be considered safe, that the Emperor took the decision he had reserved through the long afternoon. He had at his disposal still the infantry of his Imperial Guard, which had not yet been engaged on the main front. It was the last instrument and the last reserve he possessed in the world. He sent it forward. About 7:30 in the evening, in the failing light, the Middle Guard battalions, in 5 squares of grenadiers and chasseurs, climbed the slope of Mont Saint-Jean against the British centre. Those who watched it from the French side say that the Guard advanced as if upon parade, with the drums beating the pas de charge, and that the Emperor accompanied them as far as the bottom of the valley, before turning back. Upon the ridge, the British battalions of Maitland's brigade had been ordered to lie down behind the crest until the Guard came up. They rose at the command, fired a single tremendous volley into the head of the leading squares at 50 paces, and charged. To the right, the 52nd Light Infantry, under Sir John Colborne, swung out of line and took the Guard in flank. The squares broke. Down the slope they went, with the British coming after them, and along the line ran, from voice to voice in the half-light, the cry that would afterwards be remembered as the death of the Empire. "The Guard is retreating." When the cry was heard, the rest of the army gave way. Whole regiments turned and ran for the road behind them. The Prussian cavalry came across the field from the east. Wellington took off his hat and waved his line forward into the general advance. Only here and there a battalion stood its ground. About a square of the Old Guard, near La Belle Alliance, gathered the last shape of resistance. In command was Pierre Cambronne, the general of the Old Guard, summoned by an English officer to lay down his arms. What he is afterwards reported to have answered has been variously remembered and is now generally treated as legend. The square was broken, he himself was wounded, and taken. By dark, the army of the north had ceased to exist as an army. It had lost some 26 or 27,000 killed and wounded, 8,000 prisoners, 220 guns. In the days that followed, perhaps 15,000 more would simply melt into the countryside. The Anglo-Allied loss was about 17,000, the Prussian between 6,000 and 7,000. The Duke of Wellington, riding forward in the dusk and meeting old forwards near the inn that had given the French position its name, was heard to say of the day, in words afterwards recorded by Mr. Creevey in his diaries and possibly paraphrased, that it had been the nearest run thing he had ever seen in his life. The Emperor, in his coach upon the road to Paris, slept a little, and is said to have been heard to murmur in his sleep. He reached Paris in the small hours of the 21st of June, and went to the Élysée, not to the Tuileries. He had not slept in 2 nights. He proposed to the Chambers a dictatorship for the public safety. The Chambers, under the hand of the police-master, declared themselves in permanent session, and let it be known that they would not adjourn at his request. On the 22nd, he abdicated, for the 2nd time, and in favour of his son, the boy in Vienna, as Napoleon II. The provisional government formed under Joseph Fouché never recognized the boy. Fouché himself was already in correspondence with the Bourbons. The emperor withdrew to Malmaison, which had been the Empress Josephine's house, and which she had quitted only the year before by her death. He walked in her gardens. He received what visitors there were. He learned of the advance of the Allied armies toward Paris. By the end of the month, it was no longer possible to remain. On the 29th of June, he set out for the Atlantic coast with a small suite and the orderly officer Gourgaud. He travelled by Tours and Niort and reached Rochefort in the first days of July. The harbour was full of British frigates under Rear Admiral Sir Henry Hotham, watching the road to America. He had had it in mind to take ship for the United States and to live there as a private gentleman. 2 French frigates lay ready for him at the Ile d'Aix. But the wind held foul, and the British line did not break, and after a fortnight of consultation with his officers and his suite, he concluded that escape was not to be had. He addressed himself accordingly to the British. On the 13th of July, he wrote a letter to the Prince Regent in London, in which he likened himself to Themistocles seeking the hospitality of his enemies. And on the 15th, in a small boat, he was rowed out to His Majesty's ship Bellerophon, of 74 guns, lying in the road of the Ile d'Aix, under the command of Captain Frederick Lewis Maitland, the captain of the Bellerophon. Coming on board, he is reported to have addressed the captain in words that have since become well attested, that he came to throw himself upon the protection of the prince and of the laws of England. The Bellerophon weighed and stood out for the English coast. She made Torbay on the 24th, and was thence ordered round to Plymouth Sound. He was not permitted to land. The country had not seen him before, and now wished to, and from every fishing village along that coast came small craft, in fleets of hundreds, bobbing about the great wooden walls of the 74, while their occupants strained to catch a glimpse of the man in the grey overcoat at the rail. He showed himself a few times, civilly, with his hat in his hand. The naval officers were courteous. The marine sentries presented arms. The matter of his disposition was being decided elsewhere. At Plymouth Sound, where the Bellerophon lay under its silent crowd of sightseeing boats, the matter was resolved between the cabinets in London and Vienna. He would be conveyed to a small island in the Southern Ocean, not as a sovereign, but as a prisoner of state. He would be guarded by a garrison and by the British flag. On the 7th of August, 1815, he was rowed across to the 74-gun ship Northumberland, which lay further out, and which weighed anchor the next day. He stood upon her quarter-deck in the grey overcoat that had been his coat of office for 15 years, and watched the green hills of Devon recede, and then no more land at all. Chapter 25. The Cage. The voyage took some 70 days. The Northumberland was a 74-gun ship of the line, though newer than the Bellerophon she had relieved, no better appointed, and her admiral, Sir George Cockburn, the British admiral of the voyage, had received from the Admiralty a set of instructions which left no doubt that the passenger in his great cabin was, from the moment of weighing anchor in Plymouth Sound, a prisoner of state. The fiction that had been maintained in Torbay, that the Emperor had thrown himself upon the protection of the British people, was not formally renounced, for fictions of that order are seldom formally renounced. It was merely allowed to thin and to fade, like a chalked figure in a long rain. The captain's private dining room was given over to him. He sat at table with the admiral. He was permitted to walk the quarter-deck at certain hours, but the windows of his cabin were guarded by sentries, and what he wrote was not to be sent ashore at any port the ship might touch. The party that had embarked with him had been chosen partly by him and partly by the Admiralty's leave. There was Henri Gatien Bertrand, the Grand Marshal of the palace, a soldier of the Empire, who had served him from Egypt, with his wife Fanny, an Anglo-Irish woman of strong opinions, who had wept at the prospect of the Southern Ocean, and had nevertheless gone aboard. There was Charles Tristan, Marquis de Montauban, the Count Montauban, of an older family and of a less fixed reputation, with his wife Albine, who was younger and not unhandsome. There was Emmanuel, Comte de Las Cases, a former émigré returned, a man of letters of 49 years, who had brought with him a son of 14, also called Emmanuel, and a great willingness to write down whatever was said in his hearing. There was General Gaspard Gourgaud, the orderly officer Gourgaud, an artillerist of 32 years, jealous of his place beside his master, and apt to quarrel with anyone he thought was crowding him. There was Barry Edward O'Meara, the Irish surgeon, who had served upon the Bellerophon and had agreed at the request of the Emperor, and with the approval of his Admiralty, to remove his commission to the Northumberland and act as personal physician. And there were servants, the valet Louis Marchand, who was to be at his side for every day that remained to him. The Mameluke Saint-Denis, called Ali, a Frenchman of his household, who had served him since the early years of the Empire and would follow him further, cooks, footmen, a butler. The whole company numbered some 26 souls. The ship sailed on the 8th of August, 1815. The hills of Devon dropped beneath the horizon and were not seen again. They went south by long boards into the Atlantic, touching at Madeira for water, and they're nowhere else permitted. They crossed the line on the 23rd of September with the customary ceremonies, in which the new shellbacks were ducked over a tub, and the prisoner of state, who had crossed the line nearly 20 years before going east to Egypt, observed the play with a measured politeness, and on the 15th of October, 1815, after 70 days of rolling water, they made out, on the eastern horizon, a black volcanic shape, like a small fortress laid upon the sea. It was St. Helena. The island lay in the South Atlantic, some 1,950 kilometers west of the coast of southwest Africa, and some 2,900 kilometers east of Brazil, and it had been chosen by the cabinet of the Earl Bathurst, the 3rd Earl Bathurst, Secretary of State for War and the Colonies, precisely because no other shore lay within easy reach of it. It was a possession of the East India Company and a watering station for ships on the long route to and from the Indies. Jamestown, its single town, sat at the foot of a steep cleft between cliffs of black rock. Above the town, by a road that climbed in switchbacks, lay an interior of pasture, ravine, and a high plateau called Longwood, of damp ground and persistent wind. The whole was perhaps 15 miles from end to end. To the chronicler of St. Helena there is a temptation against which he must guard, to dwell upon the symbolism of stone. For the rock had not been chosen to be symbolic. It had been chosen to be remote. That it was also, in its blackness and its bareness, an emblem of the new condition of the man set down upon it, was a coincidence of which the cabinet in London had been pleased to take notice. He came ashore on the 17th of October in the late afternoon, was lodged for a night at a house in Jamestown belonging to a merchant, and was then conducted, on the following day, on horseback up the precipitous road into the interior. Longwood House, which had been chosen by Sir George Cockburn as his residence, was not yet ready. It was a converted farmhouse, formerly the country lodge of the Lieutenant Governor of the East India Company, and the work of preparing it would take some weeks. Pending its readiness, the prisoner of state was lodged at a small property on the road called the Briars, which belonged to William Balcombe, a merchant of the company, who had a house, a garden, and a daughter of 14 years called Betsy, whose later memoir, published in middle life, was to give to the world the most vivid picture that survives of the first weeks. He occupied a pavilion in the garden of the Briars from the 17th of October to the 10th of December, 1815, took his exercise in a small orchard, played at chess with the merchant, and was teased by the merchant's daughter with a familiarity that no European court would have permitted, and which by every account he indulged. It was the last setting of his life that bore any resemblance to a private one. On the 10th of December, 1815, he was moved into Longwood House. The structure was low, of 1 story, built of timber and stucco, with a long veranda upon the windward side, and rooms whose windows looked across an open plain to a sea-blue distance. Damp came up through the floors in the nights. Rats, of which the island had a famous population, made their way under the boards and along the wainscot, and were heard at all hours. The wind blew steadily from the southeast, year-round, and laid a salt mist upon the panes which had to be wiped if anything within was to be seen. A garrison of British infantry was quartered in tents and barracks upon the surrounding ground. Sentries were posted at distances calculated to keep the house in line of sight by day and to draw a closer ring at sunset. From the cliffs of the island, a frigate could be seen at anchor at all hours, and another upon a wider patrol. The island itself was a watch. At first the custodian was Cockburn, who had crossed with him on the Northumberland, and whose temper, though firm, was that of a sailor with a difficult charge. The relations between the admiral and his prisoner were correct and occasionally cordial. This dispensation lasted until the 14th of April, 1816, when there came ashore at Jamestown the man who had been appointed governor of the island in August of the year before, and who from this moment to the end was to be the visible figure of the British state at Longwood. Sir Hudson Lowe, the new governor, the jailer of Longwood. He was a soldier of 46 years, who had spent much of his service among the Corsican exiles in British pay during the wars. He spoke Italian. He had read the bulletins of the Empire as one reads the sermons of an enemy, and he came to his post with the conviction, which was that of his superior in London, that the prisoner committed to his care was the most dangerous man in Europe, and might at any moment, by some confederate or by some boat, contrive to slip away. The Earl Bathurst had instructed him that the prisoner was to be addressed as General Bonaparte, and not as Emperor, and to this instruction the new governor added a literal-minded vigilance which made of every small matter a contest, and of every contest a wound. Of the meetings between the two men in 5 years, there were some 6. The first took place on the 17th of April, 1816, at Longwood, and was correct and brief. The second, a month later, was sharper. Thereafter they met seldom, and parted always in displeasure. The Emperor, who had understood after the second interview the temper of the man set over him, declined to receive him further, and conducted thereafter what little business there was through the Grand Marshal. The governor denied the access he believed his commission required, took the refusal as an additional grievance, and pressed his vigilance the harder. He reduced the daily allowance of firewood. The household, which depended upon fires for warmth in the wet weather, complained. The governor referred the complaint to London and held to his reduction. He required that the orderly officer of the day report once in every 24 hours that he had with his own eyes seen General Bonaparte. The prisoner, refusing this inspection, kept to his rooms with the shutters closed, until at length the orderly officer was content to verify his presence by the sound of his voice through a door. He restricted the limits within which the prisoner might ride, without escort, from a circuit of 12 miles to one of 4, and then to one of 2. The prisoner gave up riding altogether. He opened the correspondence of every member of the household, and required of each of them a written declaration that they would communicate with no one ashore or afloat, except through his office. Some signed. Some, having signed, were nevertheless suspected. He required the household to enter their names upon a list each morning. The petty contests, taken singly, would not have been worth the recording. Taken together, they were the texture of every day. The household, walled within Longwood, fell to its own occupations. There was a billiard table in the long hall, upon which the Emperor passed many hours, and at which, when his back was bad, he laid out maps, weighting their corners with the cushions. There was a kitchen garden, which he caused to be turned over and planted, in which he took a measured interest, sowing peas and beans with his own hands, as if to demonstrate to whatever god of small consolations might be passing that the conqueror of Italy could also raise vegetables. There was a small library of perhaps 3,000 volumes, augmented by such books as could be got from London. There were the cards, in the evening with the Bertrands and the Montolons. There were the dictations, for from his first weeks at the Briars he had begun to dictate. He had begun, in fact, earlier still, upon the road from Rochefort to the surrender. The Chamberlain Las Cases, who had attached himself to his train without office, and in the hope of being useful, had begun on the 15th of July, 1815, to set down in a notebook whatever he heard the Emperor say. He had continued upon the Bellerophon, and upon the Northumberland. He continued at the Briars. He continued at Longwood. He did not write down all that he heard, and he wrote down some things twice. He was a man of some literary vanity, and of a deep and undissembled devotion. He framed what he transcribed in such a manner as to set the Emperor in the most favourable light that the materials would bear. And his manuscript, which would in time become Le Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène, was to be the principal vehicle by which the prisoner of Longwood revised for the future his own record. Beside Las Cases, The orderly officer Gourgaud kept a journal of his own. The Grand Marshal kept another. The Count Montholon would in time produce his. The valet marchand would write his. The Mameluke Ali would write his. Even the Irish surgeon would, after his return to England, write his. Longwood was a small island on a small island, and its inhabitants spent the long evenings setting one another down in ink. What the emperor afterwards dictated to the chamberlain became in time a scripture of the legend. What the emperor said in private about the chamberlain and about the Count Montholon and about the orderly officer Gourgaud was less elevating, and survives also. The dictations themselves were of a particular kind. The emperor was not by nature a writer. He was an arranger of facts, a giver of orders. He liked to walk while he spoke, in the veranda or in the long hall, hands clasped behind him, dressed sometimes in the green hunting coat of the chasseurs of the guard, sometimes in a white morning gown. He revised the campaign of Italy. He revised the campaign of Egypt. He revised the campaign of Russia, in which, in his account, the snow rather than the strategy had brought him low. He pronounced upon the marshals, this one had been a brave man and a fool, that one a tactician but no leader of horses, the third a friend who had nevertheless betrayed him. He pronounced upon the kings of Europe and upon their ministers. He pronounced upon the British Constitution, which he had had occasion to study through the bars of his cage. He pronounced upon the Code Civil, which he believed, with reason, would outlast the empire that had given it. The chamberlain wrote and wrote. The pages accumulated. They were, by the governor's instruction, opened and read by his clerks before they could be sent off the island. That is, while their author lived, they were read, but they were not sent. It is a feature of close companies that they devour their own. The household at Longwood had not been many weeks settled when the small jealousies began. The orderly officer Gourgaud, who held himself to be the senior soldier of the suite, took offence at the time the emperor gave to the chamberlain's transcriptions. The chamberlain Las Cases, who held himself to be the senior man of letters, took offence at the time the emperor gave to the Count Montholon, who had no obvious claim to be either. The Grand Marshal, who held himself to be the senior officer of the household, took offence at all of them, and his wife, of whose Anglo-Irish forthrightness mention has been made, took offence at the company of Madame Montholon, whose presence at the emperor's table she did not welcome, and whose increasing intimacy with him she was ill-placed not to notice. There were quarrels at meals, silences at meals, removals from meals. The Irish surgeon, who from his professional position had access to all parties, observed the temper of the place with an Irish eye, and reported faithfully, in his correspondence, and afterwards in his book, what he saw. The first to leave was the chamberlain. On the 25th of November, 1816, after a year and some weeks at Longwood, he was arrested by the governor's order. He had been detected attempting to send out a packet of letters by a means which the governor regarded as clandestine, namely, by sewing them into the lining of the coat of a mulatto servant about to embark for Europe. The packet contained, among other things, addresses to the emperor's family in Rome, and an appeal to be passed to the courts of Europe by way of Napoleon Bonaparte. The governor, whose vigilance had at last been vindicated, refused to permit the chamberlain to return to Longwood after the interview at which he was confronted with the seized correspondence. He was held in confinement for some weeks at a house near Jamestown. His papers were sequestered, and on the 30th of December he was put aboard a ship and sent off the island. His son Emmanuel went with him. The voluminous transcripts of his year and a half at Longwood were retained by the British authorities. They would not be returned to him until after the death of the emperor. He carried, however, in his head the substance of what he had heard, and would, from his quiet retirement in Frankfurt and in Paris, continue to add to it from memory, until, in the year 1823, the Memorial would be given to the world. The departure of the Chamberlain altered the temper of the house. He had been the most attentive of the company, the readiest scribe, the most undeviating in his admiration. The Emperor, upon hearing of his removal, was observed to be silent for the better part of a day, and afterwards to speak with a sharper edge of his jailers. The governor, who had hoped that the seizure of the packet would serve as warning to the household, found instead that it served as memorial. The suite, less the Chamberlain, drew closer about the Emperor, and held the rest of the world in colder reserve. There were dictations still, but no man took them down with quite the Chamberlain's industry, and in time the dictations themselves grew less frequent, and the Emperor's days were given more to walking in the veranda, to reading, to silence, and to that mode of indoor diminishment which is the jailer's slow harvest. Through the year 1817 the household held its ground. The wind blew, the damp came up, a new wing was begun for Longwood, and was slow in coming forward. The Emperor, who had been promised quarters more spacious and less invaded by the rats, ceased after some months to inquire into its progress. He took to a hot bath, in which on certain days he would lie for hours, dictating from the water. The Grand Marshal, who had set up a household of his own in a smaller building called Hut's Gate, at a little distance from Longwood, and who came in to dine, observed that he was thickening at the waist, and that his colour was worse than it had been on the voyage out. The Irish surgeon, who saw him daily, noted that he complained of a heaviness in the right side and a soreness in the stomach, neither yet alarming, but neither leaving him for long. The Emperor attributed the malady to the climate of the plateau, and would speak with bitterness of the cold winds which the cabinet in London had so providently selected for him. The Irish surgeon, in his private opinion, suspected an inheritance, for he had been told that the father of his patient, the Corsican attorney, had died at Montpellier of a complaint of the stomach. He kept this opinion at first to himself. The orderly officer Gourgaud, whose temper had not improved with confinement, came at length to that pitch of jealousy at which removal was the only relief. He had quarrelled openly and repeatedly with the Count Montholon, of whose place at the Emperor's right hand he was not able to dispossess him. He had quarrelled with the Grand Marshal. He had at last, by his own report, quarrelled with the Emperor himself, of whom he afterwards wrote, with a soldier's flat candour, that he had ceased to be the man he had served. In the early weeks of 1818, he requested permission to leave the island, citing his health. The Emperor, who saw that the man was eaten through with bile, did not oppose him. The governor, who saw in his departure a possible source of intelligence for London, was the readier to grant it. He sailed in March of 1818, was received in England with such ceremonies as were due to a former officer of the Empire, and went on to Europe, where in due season he too would publish his memoirs, with their share of bitterness and their share of devotion, in proportions which subsequent readers have variously assessed. The next to go was the Irish surgeon. From his arrival upon the Northumberland, he had stood in a peculiar position, holding a commission from the Royal Navy, and so subject to the orders of the British command, but charged with the personal care of a patient whose interests were daily set against those of his command. So long as the de facto custodian had been Cockburn, the position had been workable. Under the new governor, it became impossible. The governor required of him reports upon the emperor's conversations and upon the temper of the household. The surgeon, who held that the relation of physician to patient forbade any such breach, declined to make them. The governor took offence. The surgeon, of an Irish frankness, gave it more freely. There were interviews, there were memoranda, there were complaints lodged in London. The surgeon, in his own correspondence, set down, with a directness that did him no good with his superiors, the daily insults to which his patient was subjected, the reduction of the firewood, the inspection through the door, the opening of letters, the harassment over the form of address, the interruption of riding, the very food of the table watched and counted. By the summer of 1818, the breach was open. In July, the Admiralty, advised by the Earl Bathurst's office, recalled him. He sailed in August. He went home to Britain by way of the Indies, brooded upon his treatment, and would in 1822 publish the book entitled A Voice from St. Helena, in which the new governor was set before the British public in a light from which his name was never afterwards to recover. But that lay in the future. For the moment, he was simply gone. The weather did not change. The wind blew from the southeast, day after day, week after week, year after year, with that steadiness which is the boast of the South Atlantic and the affliction of those who must live beneath it. The salt rusted the hinges, the damp warped the boards, the rats went where they would. The two priests sent out to Longwood at the request of the emperor's mother and uncle, the Abbé Buonavita and the Abbé Vignali, would arrive a little later with the Corsican physician in the autumn of 1819. For now there was no chaplain. The Grand Marshal kept to his small house at a distance and came in to dine. The Count Montholon kept his apartments within Longwood, where his wife also kept hers. Their little daughter ran in the garden. The valet marchand laid out the white morning gown, brought the hot water, set the cup of coffee. The Mameluke Ali stood at the door. The cooks did what they could with the meat that was issued to them by the British commissary. The emperor, who in younger days had eaten as a soldier eats, and was famous for finishing his dinner in 7 minutes, now sat longer at table than he ate, and rose with his food half done. By the close of 1818, the company of Longwood had begun to thin. The Chamberlain Las Cases had been expelled the year before for attempting to send out letters in the lining of his servant's coat. The orderly officer Gourgaud had departed in his turn. The Irish surgeon, who had quarrelled openly with the new governor over the daily insults to his patient, had been recalled. The emperor remained with the Grand Marshal and his wife, the Count Montholon, and a few servants, 2 priests, and the wind. He was 49 years of age. He had begun to complain of pains in the stomach. Chapter 26. Death and the Long Echo. In September 1819, there arrived from Europe a Corsican physician named Antomarchi, sent by the uncle cardinal and by Madame Mayor. With him came 2 priests, the Abbé Buonavita and the Abbé Vignali, the one elderly and asthmatic, the other Corsican and younger, neither of them chosen for any conspicuous learning, but each acceptable to the household at Longwood as a token from home. They had been dispatched at the urging of the cardinal in Rome, who had been told by a clairvoyant in his confidence that the emperor's health required no doctor but only the prayers of the church, and the cardinal, being inclined to the supernatural in such matters, had at first sent only the priests, and had then been prevailed upon to add a physician at the last hour. Antomarchi was a young man of more ambition than experience. He arrived to find his patient already sallow, irritable, and increasingly indisposed to leave his rooms. And the patient, who had read enough of medicine to know what he did not want, received him with the courtesy of a man who was resolved upon distrust. The years that followed were years of slow shrinkage. The garden that had been laid out at the emperor's order, with its trenches and its little terrace, fell into neglect. The rides on horseback over the high ground above Longwood ceased. The carriage outings ceased, and at length even the walks in the long colonnade of trellised vines became infrequent. He had grown stout, with the soft, almost feminine corpulence of inactivity. Then he had begun to lose flesh again, with the rapidity that marks a serious decline. He complained of pains in the right side and in the pit of the stomach, of a sour taste, of an inability to keep down what he had eaten, of a coldness in the feet that would not yield to fires. He spent his days in the dim parlour, dressed often in a flannel dressing-gown over his linen, with a Madras handkerchief tied about his head against the draughts. He received the Grand Marshal Bertrand and the Count Montholon by turns, and he dictated, by fits and starts, the various histories he had begun and would not finish. The new governor and the new physician came no closer to one another with the years. Sir Hudson Lowe, the jailer of Longwood, who had moved his quarters down at Plantation House, and who was inclined to see in every detail at Longwood an attempt at deception, sent up his orderlies to verify by sight that the prisoner was within, and the prisoner, who would not be looked upon as a specimen, withdrew into the inner rooms and refused to be seen. Letters were intercepted. Visitors were turned back at the gate. Antomarchi, who had at first been encouraged to send out reports, found his reports edited and his complaints unanswered. The garrison watched the house from the surrounding ridges day and night, and the wind in the gum trees, which the emperor had once likened to the sea, was now the principal sound of his days. The household, in such confinement, contracted upon itself. The two ladies of the place, Madame Bertrand and the Countess Montholon, kept the small ceremonies of European tables in a kitchen that was forever short of provisions. The young children of the Bertrands were taught their letters by their mother, and were brought into the parlour at appointed hours to recite to the emperor, who corrected their French with the grave attention he had once bestowed upon the drafting of laws. The library at Longwood, which had grown by such books as could be smuggled or purchased through the agency of the merchants of Jamestown, was the principal solace. He read Plutarch over again, and Caesar, and the histories of Charles XII and of Marlborough. He had read out to him, in the long evenings, the plays of Corneille and of Racine, and the tragedies of Voltaire. He criticized them as a director rather than as a spectator, with annotations of stagecraft and of versification that the Chamberlain Las Cases, while he had still been there, had set down in shorthand. He dictated by intervals upon the campaigns, upon Italy, upon Egypt, upon the 17th campaign in France, upon the 100 Days. He revised what he had dictated. He tore up what he had revised. The manuscript was at his death, not so much a book as a quarry of fragments. He was conscious that he was writing for the future, and that he had no other means left of acting upon it. In the early months of 1821, the decline became unmistakable. The vomiting grew constant. He could not retain meat. He could not retain wine. He was reduced at last to a little jelly and to small spoonfuls of orange flower water. He lay much upon a campaign cot that had been moved into the small drawing-room because the bed in the chamber above was too remote from the company. The Grand Marshal sat with him through the long afternoons. Madame Bertrand, who had once threatened to throw herself overboard rather than come to St. Helena, now came each day to read to him. The Count Montholon kept the night watches. The valet marchand, who had served him from the days of the Empire, dressed and undressed him with the patience of a son. Antomarchi and the British military physicians, whom Lowe had at last permitted to attend, disagreed upon the diagnosis, as upon everything else. The Emperor, between bouts, made fun of them both. In the middle of April, he sent for the Count Montholon and dictated his last will and testament. He dictated it slowly, over several days, with frequent corrections, and with that attention to small bequests, which had always marked his administration of greater things. He left his books to his son, the King of Rome, whom he had not seen since the spring of 1814, and whom he would not see again. He left small sums to old soldiers wounded at Waterloo and at Ligny. He left rebukes to certain of his marshals. He named his executors, and in a sentence that would presently be carved upon a wall and printed upon 1,000 engravings, he set down the disposition of his body. He wished, he said, that his ashes should repose on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of that French people whom he had loved so well. The wish was at the time impossible. The Bourbons sat at the Tuileries. The British held him in close keeping. The Southern Ocean lay between him and the Seine. He set the wish down nonetheless, with the confidence of a man writing for a posterity in which he had begun to believe more firmly than in his own recovery. He died on the 5th of May, 1821, at some 11 minutes before 6 in the evening. There had been a thunderstorm in the afternoon, and the rain had ceased. The wind was blowing through the open window, and a willow tree near the house, of which he had been fond, was bending in the gusts. The little drawing-room was full. The Grand Marshal and his wife, the Count Montholon, and his, Antomarchi, Marchand, the Mameluke Saint-Denis, the Abbé Vignali in his stole, 2 or 3 of the British officers who had been admitted for the closing hours. The breathing had grown shallow through the day. The hands had grown cold. The lips moved at intervals, as if in some inward conversation with persons not present. The witnesses afterwards remembered some sequence of words: France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine. There is no reason to doubt that something of the sort was said. The various reports preserved the same syllables in different orders. He was 51 years of age. He had outlived the army of Italy, the army of Egypt, the Grande Armée of the Niemen, the army of the 100 Days, and most of those who had carried his eagles east and west. The autopsy was performed the next morning by Antomarchi in the presence of 5 British military physicians in the billiard room, which had been cleared for the purpose. The body, when opened, disclosed an extensive ulcerated lesion of the stomach, advanced and unmistakable. The British physicians and the Corsican did not wholly agree. Antomarchi refused to sign their report, preferring to speak of the liver and of a chronic disease of the stomach, and the 2 parties would afterwards quarrel over the exact wording and the implications for the climate of St. Helena. It was the same disease of which the Emperor's father, the Corsican attorney, had died at Montpellier in the late winter of 1785, and the observation may be allowed that, of the deaths in the family, this had been the one most quietly foreseen. In a later century, a Swedish dentist would propose, upon the evidence of certain hairs preserved by sentimental hands, that the prisoner of Longwood had been poisoned by arsenic over the years of his captivity, and the suggestion would acquire a small literature of its own. But the annalists of the present age, having examined the same hairs and the same body and the same papers, have returned without exception to the verdict of the billiard room. He died of the cancer of the stomach. The dispute having been noted, it is set aside. He was buried on the 9th of May in the Valley of the Geraniums, which lay some little distance below Longwood, and which he had himself visited and approved as a place of rest, near a spring whose water he had liked. The British garrison turned out under arms. The band played the funeral marches of the British service. The French household followed the coffin in such mourning as could be assembled upon the rock. The coffin itself was nested in the manner of state burials, in tin and in mahogany and in lead. 3 willows were set at the head. A flat stone was laid above, and because the governor and the household could not agree upon what should be carved upon the stone, the French wishing the single word Napoleon, the governor insisting upon General Bonaparte, nothing was carved upon it at all. The grave of the Emperor of the French lay for 19 years in a green hollow, on a rock in the South Atlantic, marked by a slab without a name. The legend left the island sooner than the body. In the year following the death, there appeared in London a thick volume by the Irish surgeon, Barry O'Meara, expelled from Longwood 3 years before, entitled Napoleon in Exile, or A Voice from St. Helena, in which the petty tyrannies of the new governor were set forth at length and with feeling, and in which the prisoner appeared as a sufferer of singular dignity, beset by a small-minded jailer. The book sold prodigiously in Britain, and was translated at once into French and German. It was followed in 1823 by a still greater publication, the 8 volumes of the Chamberlain Las Cases, the memoirist of Longwood, who had begun his record on the deck of the Bellerophon in the summer of 1815, and had continued it until his expulsion in the autumn of 1816, and who had now at last recovered his manuscript and given it to the public. The Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène was bought up in editions as fast as the printers could supply them. It made of the prisoner of the rock a martyr of liberty and of the nations. It ascribed to him sentiments more liberal than he had perhaps ever entertained in office. It gave to a generation of young Frenchmen, born in the years of his fall, a religion of which he was the saint. From its pages, and from the songs of Béranger, and from the cheap engravings sold at the booths of the country fairs, the cult of the emperor went out across France, and from France into Europe, and into the imaginations of men who had never seen a French eagle, nor heard a French gun. The veterans, in the meanwhile, grew old. They wore the cross of the Legion of Honor, which he had founded in the years of the consulate, upon coats often patched and threadbare. They gathered at certain inns upon the anniversary of Austerlitz and upon the anniversary of Waterloo. They told their stories to children who had not been born in his lifetime. They were buried, one by one, in the village churchyards of France, with the cross upon a small cushion and a little tricolour at the grave, the songs of Béranger set to airs that any apprentice could whistle, made of the emperor a figure half history and half nursery, the petit caporal in his grey overcoat, the soldier of the soldiers, betrayed by his marshals and by the kings of Europe, but never by the people, and the airs were sung in the wine shops of Paris and in the harvest fields of Burgundy and along the canals of the north, until what had been a regime became a memory, and the memory of faith. The marshal, who had been the bravest of the brave, had been shot in a Paris garden in December of 1815 by order of the restored Bourbons. The Marshal of Dalmatia had made his peace with the new regime and lived to be a minister of the citizen king. The Iron Marshal had died in his bed in 1823, having declined to put his sword at the disposal of any government after the 100 Days. The Grand Marshal Bertrand, who had returned to France after his master's death and had been received without rancour, lived in retirement in his chateau in the Berry. The Empress Marie-Louise, never to be empress again, kept her duchy at Parma in the company of the Austrian count whom Metternich had assigned to her, and bore him children, and died there in 1847. The Creole widow had been gone since 1814. The elder brother lived out his exile in New Jersey and died at Florence. Madame Mère, blind and erect, kept in Rome the silence of one who has outlived her sons. The boy in Vienna grew to a slender youth in a white Austrian uniform. His grandfather, the Habsburg emperor, would not call him King of Rome, and would not call him Napoleon. He was made the Duke of Reichstadt, and given an apartment at Schönbrunn, and educated as an Austrian archduke. He read his father's bulletins in secret. He kept a portrait of him. He was watched. He was 21 years of age when, in the summer of 1832, the consumption that had been at work in him for 2 years carried him off in his bed at Schönbrunn, in the same palace from which his father had once issued the Treaty of Schönbrunn to the broken envoys of the Habsburgs. He left no children. The direct line of the emperor was extinguished. There remained the collateral lines. The brooding brother, who had once been King of Holland, had married Hortense de Beauharnais, the stepdaughter, in one of those dynastic arrangements at which the empire had been so industrious. And of that marriage there had been, among others, a third son, born in the spring of 1808. This son, Louis Napoleon, had grown up in Switzerland and Italy in the company of his exiled mother. He had read the Memorial. He had absorbed, with the slightly fevered attention of a boy in lodgings, the legend of the uncle whom he had seen only once or twice as a child at the French court. He believed himself the heir, and from the 1830s on he behaved as one. In the autumn of 1836 he attempted a rising at Strasbourg with a handful of officers, and was shipped to America by a government that thought him too absurd to imprison. In the summer of 1840 he attempted a second rising at Boulogne, with a tame eagle borrowed for the occasion and a proclamation in his pocket. And this time the citizen king, who had concluded that absurdity was no protection, had him tried and condemned to perpetual imprisonment in the fortress of Ham on the river Somme. That same summer the body of the uncle was being asked of the British. King Louis-Philippe and his Prime Minister Thiers, observing the rise of the legend among the working districts of Paris and the unease of the army, had concluded that the bones of the emperor would do the regime more service in the crypt of the Invalides than in the valley of the geraniums. The British government, after some hesitation, gave its consent in May. Lord Palmerston signed the dispatch. The mission was given to the king's third son, the Prince de Joinville, a young naval officer of more talent than display. The frigate La Belle Poule was specially refitted and painted black for the voyage. The corvette La Favorite was attached as escort. They sailed from Toulon on the 7th of July, 1840. They reached the Rock on the 8th of October. The prince landed. The governor of the time, a successor several removes from Hudson Lowe, received him with civility. Preparations were made at the Valley of the Geraniums. On the night of the 14th, the grave-diggers began their work, by the light of torches and a little rain. The slab was lifted. The layers of masonry beneath were broken open with care, and on the morning of the 15th, the nested coffins were brought up. The outer cases of stone and of wood were broken away. The inner coffins of lead and of mahogany and of tin were opened upon trestles in a tent erected for the purpose. The witnesses afterwards reported, with the awe proper to such moments, that the body within was remarkably preserved, the features recognizable, the boots upon the feet, the cross of the Legion of Honor upon the breast, the small hat of the Emperor at his side. The Grand Marshal Bertrand, now a man of 70, and stooped, knelt at the side of the trestle and wept. The orderly officer Gourgaud, who had quarrelled with everyone at Longwood, and had since outlived most of them, stood with his head uncovered. The son of the Chamberlain Las Cases, a grown man now, stood beside him. They closed the coffins. They laid them in the new sarcophagus brought from France. They carried the whole down to the harbour upon a cart drawn by 8 horses. The Belle Poule received it on the 18th of October and put to sea. She made the long passage north and west under sail and in a slow procession that the prince had ordered to be conducted with the dignity of a state event rather than the speed of a dispatch. She came up at last off Cherbourg on the 30th of November, in a heavy autumn weather, where the entire squadron of the Channel was assembled to receive her under a salute of guns. The coffin was transferred to the steamer La Normandie, which carried it round into the mouth of the Seine. From the steamer to a smaller river vessel, La Dorade, which bore it slowly up the river, under the salutes of the towns along the banks. At every village, the bells rang. At every small port, the National Guard turned out. At Rouen, the cathedral was full. At every bridge across the river, crowds stood in the cold, looking down. Old soldiers had walked in some cases from villages many leagues distant, and had taken up positions upon the towpaths the night before, with bread and cheese in a handkerchief, and the cross of the Legion in their lapels. On the 14th of December, the river-boat reached Courbevoie, below Paris. The body of the Emperor of the French was once again upon French soil. The morning of the 15th of December, 1840, broke cold and grey, and within the hour it had begun to snow. It snowed steadily through the morning and into the afternoon, in great soft flakes that settled upon the avenues and upon the helmets of the cavalry, upon the bare branches of the chestnut trees, and upon the shoulders of the crowds. 500,000 Parisians, by the estimates of the prefects, had come into the streets to see the procession. The hearse had been built for the occasion, a vast gilded car, drawn by 16 horses, caparisoned in violet, surmounted by a canopy upon which an imperial crown had been set, with sculpted eagles at the corners and the laurels of empire upon the sides. The cortège passed under the Arc de Triomphe, which the Emperor had begun and the citizen king had finished. It descended the Champs-Élysées between massed troops and a silent multitude. It crossed the Place de la Concorde, where the Bourbons had once been put to death, and where the obelisk of Luxor had since been raised. It came at length, by way of the bridge of the Invalides, to the great court before the dome. The citizen king stood at the door of the church under a canopy, with his ministers and the diplomatic corps about him, and the marshals who had been the emperor's marshals, or the children of his marshals, beside him. The cold was such that the breath of the king and of his sons rose visibly in the still air. The snow had ceased for a moment, and a pale sun showed at intervals through the cloud upon the gilt of the dome. The Prince de Joinville, in the uniform of his service, came up the steps before the coffin and made his obeisance, and according to the report of those who heard him, he addressed his father with the formula appointed for the occasion, which was in substance that he presented to the king the body of the Emperor Napoleon. The king received it. He embraced his son. The doors of the church opened. The coffin, borne by the seamen of the Belle Poule, passed within. The Requiem of Mozart was sung beneath the dome by the choirs of the opera and of the Royal Chapel, with an orchestra of more than 300. The veterans of the old guard, those who could still walk, and a few who had to be carried, stood in their old uniforms among the columns of the nave, with the eagles of their regiments held upright beside them. Many of them, it was afterwards said, wept without sound through the music, and were assisted to their seats afterwards by the younger soldiers of the line, who looked upon them as upon a generation already passing into the books. When the service was over, the coffin was carried to the chapel of Saint-Jérôme, within the church, and there laid in provisional state to await the building of the crypt and the cutting of the great red sarcophagus that had been ordered from the quarries of Karelia in the north of Russia, of a stone the colour of old wine, after the design of the architect Visconti. The building of the crypt and the cutting of the sarcophagus took, as such things take, longer than had been planned. The architect Visconti died before the work was finished. The quarry sent the stone in pieces of immense weight and slow transit, by sledge to the Baltic, and by ship to Le Havre, and by river to Paris. The dome had to be opened and partly rebuilt to admit them. A circular gallery was excavated about the chamber, so that those who came to look upon the tomb might do so from above, gazing down into a pit of light. The citizen king, in the meantime, lost his throne in the February days of 1848 to a rising of the Paris workshops, and went off into a damp exile in England, where he died 2 years later. A republic was proclaimed, and at its first election, the nephew, escaped some years before from his fortress at Ham, in the disguise of a workman, presented himself to the universal suffrage of the country, and was returned its president by a majority such as the empire itself had not seen. Within 4 years, he had made himself, by another plebiscite, Emperor of the French under the style of Napoleon III, and had taken up residence in the Tuileries. He proved, in his fashion, an industrious sovereign. He completed the new Paris of the boulevards. He made wars in the Crimea and in Italy. He meddled in Mexico. He gave audience to the architects and the engineers of the Invalides, who had at last finished their work. On the 2nd of April, 1861, beneath the dome that had been opened and closed again, in the presence of the nephew and of his ministers, and of such few veterans of the great wars as still drew their pensions, the body of the emperor was carried down from the chapel of Saint-Jérôme into the prepared crypt, and laid at rest under the great stone of red Karelian quartzite that bears no inscription beyond the name. The body was placed in a stone coffin, and the coffin let down into the crypt that had been hollowed out under the dome, and the quartzite sarcophagus, designed by Visconti, was set above it, and the dome was closed. The citizen king, who had paid for it all, lived another 8 years, and lost his throne to a republic that lasted 4. The nephew, who would within a decade put on his uncle's name, as one might put on a coat that does not quite fit, was at that moment a prisoner of the same government in a fortress on the Somme. In due course, he too would have his hour, and a plebiscite, and a coronation, and a war in Russia of his own choosing, and a defeat at the hands of a Prussian army, of which these pages have had occasion to take some notice. But that is another reign. The chronicler has followed his subject now to the stone, and the tale closes. Yet a chronicle of a man of this stature cannot end at a stone without a word upon the afterlife of his name, and of that afterlife there is this to be said, that it has never settled. A century and more have passed since the dome was closed, and in that time the reputation of the man within has moved like a tide, reaching a high mark, receding to a low, and reaching once more. Every generation has written him over. The young liberals of the years following the return of the ashes saw in him the child of the revolution and the herald of the nations. The romantic poets made of him a Titan. The old soldiers who wore the cross of the Legion in village inns until the last of them died in the middle years of the 19th century carried with them a simpler image of the petit caporal, their caporal, who had written their names at the foot of the general orders, and to whom they remained faithful through every government that succeeded his. Then the wars of the next century made the martial hero suspect, and the historians of those decades wrote of him as of a premature dictator, a warning from the past. And then those wars receded, and the generation that had fought them died, and the reputation rose again. The pendulum, it may be said without exaggeration, has not, in 2 centuries, settled long at either extremity of its arc, and the needle, whichever way it may be pointing in any given decade, always returns to the man himself. In the present age, when the records of every state he ever fought have at last been opened and counted, the scholars who take the trouble to put his achievement upon statistical scales have found it to stand by itself. A scholar who has applied the method by which the strength of a chess player is calculated to the records of every commander of whom sufficient material survives for the calculation, has found that the emperor, measured by the weight of his adversaries and the record of his outcomes, stands in a league which has no second. The next name upon the list is at such a distance behind him that the comparison, the scholar remarks with the quiet surprise of a man who has made a sum and looked again, ceases to be meaningful in the ordinary sense. Historians who have sought to rank the figures of the past by the weight of their presence upon the present have arrived at a similar conclusion. An American study of recent decades, applying the methods of analysis available to our time to the sum of the writings that have been produced about the dead of every nation, placed him second in all the historical record upon the measure of enduring significance, exceeded only by the figure at the centre of the Christian religion. The result is set down here without endorsement, for such measurements measure what they measure, not necessarily what is. But he may observe that few men have left behind them a record of which so much could still be written, at a distance of 200 years, by so many in so many languages. The bibliography of books upon the subject of this emperor of the French numbers, now above 100,000 titles, and it grows by several hundreds in every year. There are, in fairness, the other marks to set against the glory. Some millions of Europeans died in the wars that he made or continued, a proportion of his continent's population not again reached until the next great century of continental ruin. The slave trade, which the Convention had abolished and which he restored in the colonies in the year 1802, has upon his account a weight no subsequent apologist has contrived to lift. The equality of women under the law, which the radical legislators of the Convention had envisaged more largely, was in his civil code narrowed to the point where certain of its articles read, to modern eyes, as fetters. Catholic Europe remembered for a generation the seizure of the Pope. Spain remembered, and would remember, the conduct of French armies in her villages. These debits are in the ledger. They are not struck out. But when the account is drawn, what remains is a figure of a magnitude that no mere accumulation of debits can reduce to the common. He was, by every measure that a sober historian can apply, one of the half-dozen men since the fall of Rome who have bent the course of their age to their own hand, and by some measures, as we have seen, the only one who has done it alone. What endures of his work endures in the ordinary life of the continent which he and his armies traversed. The code he laboured over at the Tuileries remains the foundation of the private law of France, and of a dozen countries besides, from Belgium to Louisiana. The prefects still sit in the prefectures. The lycées still teach the boys of the Republic Latin and algebra. The Bank of France still conducts its discounts in the building he assigned it. The franc, under its later names and values, was until the end of the 20th century one of the more trusted currencies of Europe. The Arc de Triomphe stands at the end of the Champs-Élysées. The column in the Place Vendôme, pulled down by the Commune in the year 1871, and raised again shortly after, stands once more. The red ribbon of the Legion of Honor is still conferred by the President of the Republic upon the breasts of those whom the Republic wishes to distinguish. The Musée Napoleon gave back the greater part of what it had gathered, but the Louvre remains, in the form he gave it, the chief museum of Europe. Every schoolchild in France is taught his name. Every country he touched remembers him, with bitterness or with pride, or with the complicated mixture of the two that human memory prefers. And every commander who has since studied the art of war has studied him, first or second, only after the ancients, as the measure against which the art is set. It is characteristic of him that his own last word upon the matter was spoken, not upon the field or in the palace, but in exile upon the rock. He observed, in one of the dictations which the Chamberlain Las Cases put down in his bad shorthand, that the battles he had won, the treaties he had signed, the monuments he had raised, would all in time be dust, but that one thing would endure when the rest was forgotten, and that was the code. He underestimated on that occasion as seldom what would endure. The code has endured, but so has a figure larger than any code, a figure whose name is still, in the common uses of the language, a noun for a kind of greatness. When men wish to praise the genius of a commander, or the ambition of an upstart, or the reach of a personality that has exceeded its station, they still reach as to the nearest standard for this name. The pendulum of reputation will continue to swing between the generations as it has swung, but the standard remains, and the measure is his. He sleeps upon the banks of the Seine, as he asked in his will to sleep. The quartzite closes above him, and the chronicle of the Emperor of the French, which began upon a granite island in the Mediterranean, and closes now upon a sarcophagus in a city built half by his hand, is at an end.